good celestial beings from the bad celestial beings. So even at the end of the day, Gaia won't break her code in the idea of the greater good, because it's technically not the greater good, because she knows at the end of the day they're all going to die anyways, whether they're eaten by anima, they die of old age, or the planet eventually erodes away. Eventually they will all die and return to her. So she's not going to sacrifice one of them on a wish and a whim, knowing that it's all going to return to her in the end. I believe we're just receiving the signal. We don't actually output the signal. We're just the vessels to receive the signal that's coming from somewhere else. And we only experience the minute effects that this physical body is able to portray, essentially. And that's translated through the physical into the non-physical through your brain. Through, like, some sort of mechanism in quantum mechanics with, like, wave-particle duality and, like, collapsing of the wave function. Quote of the day. Dwarves are a jape of the gods, but men make eunuchs. Alright, guys. Thanks for sticking around and hanging out. We had a good day today, right? Happy Easter, happy 420. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Difference between soft world building and hard world building. Kind of the same difference between soft magic and hard magic. Are you revealing a lot of your world through the story, or does the world, like, knowing the vastness of the world and the complexity of the world not matter to your narrative? Because most of the things in his world are derived, like, or like the things that are mentioned are derived from our world, because he comes from our world as like a isekai form. So it's like their world is more going to be impacted by his vision of our world. Cat's like, what the fuck just happened? I don't understand. This thing was slow.
Under his turtle.
Watch the stream. I watched. Yes, Bob. Yes, thank you, Maggie. Thank you. I always skip makeup day, to be honest. That's okay, Levi. It only happens once in a while. No worries. It's understandable. Some people can't. But just like my light. Some people can't handle it. And most of the time in my twists, because of the language used and the way that the story is portrayed, it makes you think one thing is one way. And then, with a complete twist and reveal of what it actually is, you all of a sudden realize and your perspective is shattered. I don't think a lot of writers have done with anything. I can't think of a book that has anything that's even close to what I want these things to be. Prominent plays, songs, poems, and dances. Quote of the day. They say I'm half a man. What does that make the lot of you? Thanks for sticking around, guys. As always, it's a pleasure. And remember, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. This technology, because it threatens the main source of income for, like, the majority of the people that have control over the people that have control. Scientific suppression. Yes, exactly, right? It's basically a conspiracy for scientific suppression in saying, no, nuclear energy is bad, we must stay on coal. Even though, statistically, coal has killed 1 million times more people than nuclear energy has killed. And that's if you include anyone who has ever died of radiation, including, like, the, what were they called? The radio girls or whatever they were? The women that they used to use Radion as basically like a glow-in-the-dark paint. So I'm in the exact same boat as you, Sean. We got the mundane and the fucking creative. We are the Sumari, the creators, the people that bring innovation and creativity and breathe life. We twinning again. Exactly, Sean. This is fucking awesome. He can barely unload his ship. He can't pick up cargo because his ship isn't compatible with it. And it's like just to give incentives as to reasons why he needs a better ship. But the fact that it's all under company leased ship means that the company already has standards set up for what. Yo, what's good, everyone? We back at her again. How's it going today, everyone? Background's fucked up. Why is it not on Partosis? There we go. Okay, I don't know why I was doing that. Sometimes it'd be weird, but yes, of course we're doing Civilization today, Relic, but we already established that's 2 hours into the stream. No, we literally yesterday had an entire conversation about 2 hours into the stream, that's when we're going to start playing. That gets everyone plenty of time to get ready and get here, so we don't have to, everyone doesn't have to be here, early or whatever. But we literally already set this up and discussed this, so... Refunding. Fuck you. Can't wait 2 hours? What? Come on, bro. Oh, speaking of time, I saw this today. No, speaking of time... I don't normally do this, but I saw this. New study suggests time is not a fundamental constant of the cosmos, but an emergent property that could slowly fade away. For generations, humanity has viewed time as an absolute ticking forward relentlessly across the cosmos. However, groundbreaking theoretical physics research by Anderson Gama Fernandes de Freitas at Brazil's Federal University of Itaqueba suggests that time may not be a universal constant at all. According to the study, which introduces the concept of a geometric clock, time only functions in regions of the universe where space-time is sufficiently curved by gravity. The second I saw that, I was sold. I was like, yeah, okay, so if there's a part of space-time that's not warped by mass and space-time, what would cause a forward effect of time? Because gravity is, linked to time, right? I was like, alright, I'm sold. Let's look into this. Let's see what this is about. This sounds credible. It's the same it's the same grounding as the study that said, not all physics in the universe is universal, right? Think of an area of space that's, dead and void of anything, and then think of, a space that's, a black hole, right? Think of, the foundational differences between those types of, space and how they function, right? They're, operating on almost two completely different levels of physics. So, it's the same thing with, what came before the Big Bang, or what was the Big Bang, and it's what is space? What is time? It's it all goes back together with that, and I'm I love that shit. I love that shit so much. So, when people are doing studies about it, and it, suggests in certain areas, because we never really, truly know, but we can surmise, right? It's the same idea of, the evolution of certain things, where it's, the physics that existed the millisecond after the Big Bang are not the same physics that exist in the universe today. There may be physics that existed then that don't work now, and there may be physics that work now that didn't work then. Right? And that could be a depth of the curvature of space-time, that could be the quantum mechanic, interconnectivity of every single particle, that could be an underlying function of consciousness, when it comes to, creating reality. All of these things, I think, are fascinating ideas that are worth, investigating, right? But, yeah, so I read 2 more chapters of Shadow's work, and, it's the first time, I think, I've ever, in, critiquing a work, I have, I mean, I don't want to mince words, so I'm just gonna say it. I haven't been disappointed in, like, what an author does or how they do it. I've never come to a point where I'm just like, even with Happy, and I'm prefacing this, even with Happy, right? Like, there was never, like, a real point where it was like, okay, you literally only did that to advance the plot. It has no other function, and it has no relevance in reality, and it's completely retarded on top of that. Hey, yo, what's up, Salty? What you out? What you doing? What you got, my man? And, like, it won't spoil the story or anything like that, but it's basically, like, inside police work for, like, investigating, right? And it was, like, the details around the way that the case was held, and the idea behind it was the idea that humans are retarded. And yeah, humans are retarded, and I pointed out in, like, the critique, like, points in time in real life, i.e. Chud the Builder and Shiloh Hendrix, where, like, events like that are, like, on the extreme and taken in... If we still doing Civ 5 later? That's the plan, Salty. I guess maybe I should put that in the title, since you're the second person that asked, even though I'm like, yeah. So I guess I'll just be like, I'll just put it at the beginning. Civ 5. That should work. But yeah, it's the first time I've ever, like, been like, no, you did this wrong. This is not the way that you should do this. This is retarded. I'm sorry, I don't want to be rude, I don't want to be mean, but this is just bad writing, and this is just, like, a bad mechanism used as a plot hole that seems contrived out of what you would want as the story, as the author. And it took me like 45 minutes to come up with a solution. Who is the one less? One less person. Bitch. I don't know. Rollick's just being salty. I mean, Scotty's delaying the game 2 hours, so I refunded it. We won't have time to finish the game. What are you talking about, Relic? We literally agree. Then why didn't you say anything when we were planning it yesterday? Yeah. And I was like, well, if we have like a 9 to 12 hours... Relic, yes, you did. And then I said, okay, let's do it at the 2 hour mark, because I was going to do it at the 5 hour mark. We wouldn't have time to finish it either way, and Scotty did say later yesterday. Yeah, I said 2 hours in, it'll give enough time for people to show up, because no one's here, like, I don't expect everyone to be here, like, right off the bat, right? So, like, 2 hours in is the perfect time, and I said yesterday if we start late, I wouldn't be playing, so I warned you, bitch. Well... I think about it this way, Relic. If we start playing now, right, like you want, it's just gonna be like the two of us. Like, I mean, Salty's here now, so it would be the three of us. Right? But there's like 6 people that wanted to play. The Relic, what I'm saying is you opting out isn't like that big of a deal because we already have 5 people that want to play. So, like, we can either play with 2 people or we can play with 5 people because you don't want to play with 6 people. Well, I'd rather play with 5 people than 2 people. So, I mean, I don't want to... I mean, that's just the way it is. I'm sorry. Anyways, But yeah, it's the first time I've ever had someone's story be like, and I'm telling them, like, no, like, this is not, like, this is bad. Like, for instance, I'll give you an example, Relic. I was like, oh man, I wish you had ended the 10th mark this way, right? Like, I was like, oh man, this would be, like, a really cool idea, right? That's not me saying you wrote that book ending wrong, right? But in, like, this example, I'm straight up saying to Shadow, no, you wrote this wrong. This is bad writing. Like, you failed as a writer for doing this. Right? Unless she has, like, some crazy explanation for it. Yeah, because I don't want to mince words and I don't want to say anything and I want to give her my true perspective. What she did didn't work, in my opinion. And I'm very biased and I'm very opinionated about it because of what it is. So I told her to get at least 3 or 4 other people's opinions about it. Oh, it's an easy fix though, Relic. It's such an easy fix. The fix is you just, okay, you take from this sentence, right? Okay, you end the chapter there, you delete all of this. Okay, you see this? You take all the way up to here and you delete there. So literally, she just has to remove this section, shorten this chapter, and fucking everything's perfect. Literally delete all of the details. And leave everything up to the imagination of what happened. Because the details do not work. And, like, the way that she's trying to use it. In the video that I sent her, yes. In the video that I sent her, because I only read 2 chapters. Yesterday I had 4 chapters in, like, an hour and 50 minutes. Today I did 2 chapters in 2 hours and 30 minutes. To be fair, I guess the beginning 15 minutes was a preface of, like, the combination of the previous 4. It was a police report incident. The way that, like, there was an interaction between a family and a police report incident over a change of a person who lost a bunch of weight. And it's supposed to show, like, the significance of the change of their, personage, right? But it was beautifully done without the details. Fucking masterful without the details. But adding the details, because the details didn't line up, it was one of those cases when if you know... Like, I'm a huge Mr. Ballin true crime fucking, like, forensic fucking police filing, like, fanatic. So, like, specifically looking at this and, like, everything I've been through with, like, blood work and, like, the hospital and fucking my seizures and everything, I'm like, no. But like I said, on the other hand, I'm pointing out points in time in real life when these kinds of events happen, i.e. Shiloh Hendricks with saying the N-word and Chud the Builder with saying the N-word. So I'm not saying these things don't happen in real life. I'm just saying the way that it's presented in the story, to me, just didn't sell. And there were so many other options to do, unless she's like, there's a reason she wants to go that specific route. I think, and like, this is why I prefaced everything I said to her, because I was hoping that she knew that there was something wrong with it, and she knew that, like, someone was gonna call her out on it. That's what I was hoping. But apparently, from what I've seen, from what she's given me the feedback of, she doesn't see anything. So, now I'm at a point where, like, is this just me? Right? Because my best case scenario is her being like, oh, thank God somebody noticed that. Yeah, I thought it was contrived. I was gonna do this other thing. Right? Yeah. But if you just remove the details and you leave it as a misunderstanding, and it's a laughable moment, it leads perfectly contrasted into what happens next. Oh, and it's so good. It's so good. But, I mean, I don't want to spoil anything. I don't want to say anything. We'll eventually read it on stream, and when we do, I'll point it out to you guys, and you guys will be like, oh. Right? And then I can, like, maybe if she comes on, I can explain the exact reasoning. Because the exact reasoning has to do with DNA and blood. And blood. And it's like, anyone who knows anything about that, who's been through any medical stuff, will immediately go, no, that's not how it works. You need to do your research, and you need to change that. Right? And, like, to me, the worst thing is that it's like she missed one of... Like, to me, she missed one of the main points in doing this. And I'm like, why? You had such this amazing opportunity and you didn't use it? And then I'm like, and she's like, just keep reading. And I'm like, this is my big problem of, like, I like to be, like, steps ahead. And I like to be able to predict what's going on. And I don't like to read ahead and then just be like, oh, okay. Like, I want to find a way to figure out for myself. And if I can't do that, then I consider that as something on the writer. So then I confront the writer with it, and I say, this is something that I can't deal with, like, my critique, right? So it's something that's, like, it just literally has to be, like, skipped over. Or it has to be, like, I have to, like, interrogate them to get to the answer that I need. Right? Because I don't just want to be like, oh, just read the next chapter. It's like, you shouldn't, like, to me, right? You shouldn't have to do that. Especially, like, knowing insider, basically, like, behind-the-scenes information that a normal reader wouldn't have. Like, I have, like, secondary and tertiary insight into the book because of things that she's told me. Right? And I still, like, couldn't clock this. And I'm like, okay, this has to be, like, a dissonance of, a plot. A way that you want to present a character, and it's like she's attached to this perspective. So I need to find out why she's attached to that perspective to see how that can change my mind about my look towards it. And then maybe that can push me to the next chapter. But again, I've never been in the position where I'm straight up just like, no. I don't think I've ever critiqued anyone's work and just straight up said no. So this is a completely very interesting... And the other part is, like, I didn't have an answer. I didn't know what to do. I was like, I don't know how... I know this is wrong, but I don't know how to fix it. But I don't want to talk about it if I don't know how to fix it. So I'm, like, going through the scenarios, and I'm going through my thoughts and stuff, and after, like, 25 minutes of, like, trying to, like, math it out and work it all out, I came up with the solution. And the solution was delete all the details. It was so simple, and it was just sitting right there. And it's one of those... because the entire point of it is we're trying to, as the shifters, we're trying to show how retarded humans are. Right? But the best way to do that is like the Victoria's Secret way of being like, leave it to the imagination and let them just imagine how bad it actually is. Right? So I'll just say this. It's so bad, you got arrested for killing yourself. Which is like a really, really good. For like, that's a fucking amazing idea for a character that has had a profoundly physical change over time. But the way that it was done did not work. 3, 2, 1, toke. So that's my spoiler. How do you get arrested for killing yourself? There's a way to do that, right? And there's a way not to do that. And if you can guess all of the ways not to do it, that's like one of the ways that I explained it to Shadow was like if you had like a multiple choice questionnaire about what if you had asked me like what was going to happen in the next chapter, and there's like A, B, C, and D. Somehow the story's answer was like H, J, or K. Like, it wasn't E. It wasn't like, oh, I could see how that could be outside of the box, right? It wasn't F. It was way fucking down the list. Like, I was like, how do you even get here? Just like, why, like, I feel like there's some sort of reasoning to why she's attached to that idea outcome. Or it was just something that she just literally didn't see. So I'm hoping that my critique, you know, makes her go, how did I not see that? And then just immediately fixes it. Because it's, again, such an easy fix. It just has to be, that's how the story is presented. So that might lead into other things, because like she's been saying, you need to get to chapter 17. You need to read chapter 17. Well, I'm on chapter 13. Like, I just finished chapter 12. So I got 5 more chapters to go. But again, I can't just be like, okay, I'm just gonna shut off my brain and read those chapters and then give you my ideas. Like, that's not how I do my critique. Right? Like, I'm in the moment, at the time. Time to piss Scotty off. Alright, go ahead, Relic. Page 39 is it to start the long-awaited Braveheart 2. She gets the star ends. William Wallace's fucking stepson. It's like he's not even related. It's like he's fucking adopted. And what do you mean long-awaited Braveheart 2? Who the fuck who the fuck is asking for Braveheart 2? Who the fuck has been asking for Braveheart 2? It's a historical story. Like, you want the conclusion of it, fucking read history. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Long awaited. God damn. I'm just like, next is long awaited. Hey guys, look, hey, my arms are bigger than hers. Look, my arms are bigger than hers. This is what a male arm looks like that doesn't do shit, okay? This is what a male arm looks like from a retard who sits in the room and does fucking nothing. And this is me like fucking flexing, like, to the point where it's like, look, my veins are like fucking popping out and shit. Okay? I don't have any fucking muscle. Not that. It makes me just feel good about myself. I'm like, holy shit, guys! I could portray a historically accurate centurion. Happy to know Elliot Page plays a random Roman soldier, not Achilles in the Odyssey. Well, she doesn't play a random soldier. Doesn't she play, like, the youngest member of his crew, Chiron? Like, the like, most, like, noob? Really? I thought she played Chiron. Okay, well, that's even... Then, this is what I don't understand, Relic. Then why is she in the movie? Like, this is to me, is the greatest thing of, like, the appeal to triviality. Oh, well, why do you care about the movie? Well, why do you care? Like, you're asking me why I care, but I don't care. You're the one who cares because you're the one who put her in the movie. Xenon. Yeah, that was the person that I thought they played. Relic, I just had the name wrong. But he's a member of Achilles' crew. Like, he's an actual named person in Achilles' crew. He's like the youngest and newest member of Achilles' crew. He's not random. He's not playing... Elliot Page... They're in the movie because Christopher Nolan works with a lot of the same actors he's worked with before, and Elliot Page is in the movie. Did you actually see his Billy interview?
Demands apology from greatness.
Yeah.
Great storytellers, when they portray greatness, Homer celebrates it. We circle around it, we dance around it, we turn greatness into privileges, and we demand apologies for it. That's a fact of Hollywood, and I'm just wondering if, as one of the greatest storytellers of our age, how do you approach greatness? Is it still a story of apology and that demands repentance and reflection and self-criticism?
Well, I think that when you're talking about...
What do you guys think? Because, well, Ralph, this is actually really, really, really important. Because of the direction that this answer goes. And I actually really like Nolan's answer here. And he has said this before. I play to diversity because I play within the rules. Or something like that. And it's akin to, I will do whatever requirements I need for my movies to be, meet the standard requirements for, like, Academy Awards. So he blatantly, outright, straight up says, I will adhere to whatever anyone says is a requirement to me to put in my movies so that my movies win awards. And I'm not gonna lie, I like that answer because he's not playing around. He's not saying, oh, well, no, I'm not doing it because this. He literally just says, yeah, they said I had to have a trans person to get an Academy Award, so I put a trans person in there. They said I needed, like, 3 black people, so I made Helena Troy black so I could get an Academy Award. So we're gonna get, like, 6 Oscars and, like, 2 Academy Awards and, like, 3 motion pictures and a best soundtrack. And it's just gonna be a standard movie. So his answer to this is extremely fucking important.
About storytelling, you're always in conversation with the expectations of the audience. So it really is an energy that's brought from the audience as well as an energy that's put forward from the story itself. Yeah. When we create a heroic figure in a story, as storytellers, we have to be mindful of the energy that the audience brings to that story and the interaction between our intention and the way the audience receives that. And the fact that that mechanism is identifiable to people doesn't invalidate it. And part of that mechanism is saying, are we going to treat greatness as an absolute, or coming from a democratic, coming from a more idealized philosophical state that we live in today's world, where we want to view people as equal? do we have to apologize for that greatness? And the answer is yes, we do, or the audience rejects the greatness.
And that's the caveat that Nolan is playing into, is if you do not adhere to the social standards of the audience that you are trying to outreach for, you are not going to win their approval. Now, the problem with this is Nolan is on the wrong side of this. Right? Like, he's on the, like, aristocrats. Right? The Karenocracy. That's the side he's on. I'm of the opinion that I'm glad that he's willing to just say that and not beat around the bush with it. And just say, yes, I'm adhering to what I think today's audience is seeing. Okay, can you explain your take, Relic? Well, then how am I supposed to know? I mean, you don't have to agree with me, but it's like, if you want to change my opinion, you have to convince me. Goliath online. Yo, what's up, Retro? What you at? What you doing? What you got, my man? Remember, in an hour and 24 minutes and 20 seconds, or 40 seconds. No, 20 seconds. 15 seconds now. We will be playing Civilization. Remember that. No, Scott. Say it the StarCraft way. Goliath online. Dude, that goes so hard! Holy shit! Scotty, William Wallace's son. Dude, that looks so good! Holy shit! I'm sold, man. I'm sold. You are of Scott descent, so perhaps it fits. 100% not AI. 100% not AI. Outed, confirmed. Scotty's a LARPer. But yeah, so I think Nolan is coming at it from the wrong direction, because he's coming at it from the thought that the audience only buys into woke. But I think the woke agenda is over, and the Odyssey not making like $200 billion is ridiculous. Author Happy X. I don't know how much of an insult that is, but I don't think I've ever insulted Relic that badly. Holy shit. Dude. Like, Retro, I'm almost like, apologize to Relic. How dare you? How dare you? I'm not gonna let this stand. It's like, even when I was talking to Shadow, or like in the video I said to Shadow, I was talking about Happy's work and how even in all of Happy's work, there had never been a point in time when I'd been like, Happy, no, this doesn't work. You can't do this. Like, that's not how this works. Like, you need to do research into this to see how, like, things actually, like, work. So, like, you can use that in the portrayal of the story. Because what you're doing is just simply fucking retarded. I never even said that. But I said that to Shadow today. So, Retro. I got to the first time ever where I straight up had to tell someone it didn't work. No, you fucked up. Please just fix it. And I spent like half an hour figuring out how the fuck to fix it. Because it was so bad. And I'm like, I'm really glad with it in a way, because I've wanted to have a moment like this, but I've never wanted to force a moment like this. Because I, like, the idea that I am positive towards the critique because I can think out how to do it. Shadow instead of Happy, and yet you tell me to apologize to Relic. What? I was just joking. But I was being serious to Shadow because I don't want to mince words and I don't want to tell her that her story's good when I don't think it is. And it's one simple, easy side aspect that's like brought to a forefront that doesn't need to be used. That can be a sidetrack that like the solution is literally deleting everything. Delete all the details. Damn, man. Holy shit. You know what I need? I need a Spaceballs helmet though. I need like a Spaceballs helmet. And breaking the fourth wall here, Retro, I would never honestly ever ask anyone to apologize to anyone else because I don't think anyone gives a fuck. You can pretty much say whatever the fuck you want in here. I'm just being facetious. So, yeah. And I'm like 99% sure Relic is too. So. Does your sister need a metal bra? I'm like, is this like a fembot thing? Is this like a Mandalorian thing? I'm like, I have like 4 possibilities for this. Apologize to me. Apologize right now! Huh, Relic is what? I was just finishing up watching video. It's episode 4 reference. Oh, and then it probably went over. Oh, is that because, like, because I was going to say, wasn't the whole idea that, like, George Lucas told, fuck, what's her name? Carrie, chick who played Leia, that there was no underwear in space, so she didn't wear a bra. And then she complained that, like, not Anne Hathaway, fucking Natalie Portman? It was Natalie Portman that played fucking her, right? Dwayne Johnson. Dude, it's like car go fast 42. This is the future of Hollywood. Mr. Unclean. 3, 2, 1, toke. Relic, shut up. What? If you're here, type. Don't type anything. Fizz, get in here. Yeah. So I had my first, like, existential crisis today of being like, holy shit, I can actually give people, like, a negative critique of, like, saying, instead of, like, I never think that I, like, sugarcoat it. I give you the reality and I break it down in a way and then I nuance it in a perspective that I think is coming from, like, your perspective as a writer based on how much I know of your writing. Right? And I think the fact that you guys keep giving me your work means that, like, the way that I do it gives you, like, value. Right? And that's why it's like before I said with Shadow where I didn't want to critique her work where I didn't feel I was at my top game. Because I didn't want to give her crappy review. Happy posts his story. Never improves. Scotty, I like it. Post her story. Fuck you, it sucks. Redo it. You. Well, like, for instance, I'll give you 3 examples. I'll give you 3 examples. Right? So, with Haffy, any criticism is negative, but negatively is inherently bad. In the words of Puddle of Mud, explain again to me, Scott. Okay, I'll break it down. I'll break it down for you guys. Is that a block of cheese? Is that supposed to be a block of cheese? I love the legs. The legs are the best. He needs to do leg day, guys. No leg day. Yeah. Fuck leg day, guys. I only sit down and work out. But I saw this thing today. Oh my god. Oh my god. I saw this thing today. This was so funny. Um. Is this it? Ah, no, I wonder if I can find it. This shit was so fucking funny. Ah. Okay, so it's the Paralympics, right? So it's a bunch of guys. Hold on, it's a bunch of guys playing ping pong in wheelchairs, right? So what does this guy do? This guy just knocks the ball like really high up into the air, and then it lands like right after the net, and then it just bounces there. And like the guy, since he can't move, he's in a chair, he literally can't like reach the ball. So this guy like won this championship because every single one of his serves, literally because it's the Paralympics, the other guys literally couldn't get the ball because they can't move. It was so fucking funny. It's just like he broke the game, and it's like we're gonna need like regulations now for this shit. It's like I never thought I'd have to think about regulations for serving in the Paralympics of ping pong. The world is so vast. Because you shoved the critique in her face before you took it all away. We never see your legs. They don't exist, Scotty. Legs to stand on. I want to see a wheelchair rugby call it Robot Wars Gundam Regulation Committee. Okay, let's go back. Let's take a step back. For Happy, let's use an example of the relationship between Levi and Jade, right? We know that there's like a sacred connection between the two of them, right? And that's what's driving their relationship, so we know that they're going to be close by some pull. That's a plot. That's a plot device, right? The same way, like, Ronnie and, whatever. So, like, this soul convergence is a plot device that Happy uses, right? No time did I feel in Happy's story that the use of that plot device contrived the story. Basically meaning that it went in a direction that it's taking the easy way out, right? Like you had 3 options and you went through like the simplest door. Like you didn't put the effort in, you didn't connect anything. Gundams need to be metal. I don't know, Salty. Who knows? Could they be at a point like you ever watch like Eureka? Because they had like biological type style Gundams, right? And it was literally like there was a chick that like birthed like Gundams and shit, and she was like half AI and shit like this, and she was like fucking crazy. Eureka 7. Really, really fucking good anime. One of those random obscure ones, so. God. What do you know about Eureka 7? Scotty. Does a pregnant lady count as a Gundam? I don't know, Salty. Huh, that's interesting. Not too much. I mean, I watched it and like I kind of understand the concept behind like the sky waves and everything like that as far as the world goes, but like you know, I was like 14 when I watched it and I've never rewatched it. I just like the idea of like biological mech suits. I was like, hey, it's like a combination between Akira and Gundam. Like the scene with like with like the chick when she's like in the suit and it's like the fucking eye opens sideways and shit like that in like season 3. It's like when shit started to get fucking intense. I think I only saw it like season 3 or season 4. It's like a season and a half after that, after they had broken over the like out of the continent and like broken away from the government because they were being hunted by the government, right? Because they're like a resistance group. I can't even remember what the fucking main character's name is. Another anime with that concept exists. Darling in the Franxx. Interesting. I love the concept. Renton. I love the concept. But anyway, so back to what I was saying. So it's like, there is a means of which you use a plot device. Right? And then there's the opposite of that, of you need an outcome to happen. So you create something in the story that pushes that outcome, right? So it's like two different ways of like using a plot device. One is intrinsically built in. The other one is just used as a coincidental mechanism to flow the plot forward. And I don't like those. I think that's a weakness in stories. I don't think your story should have a weakness. Right? So in Haffy's story, I like the fact that Duncan has to, like, I think it's Duncan, the son of, like, the hunter, has to defect because, like, he has, like, a soulmate bond with, like, the chick who's a shifter, and it's like he can't go back to, like, his dad, Dylan, I think that's his name, because of this, right? And it's like the soul bond is, like, it's there for Levi and Jade, it's there for Ronnie and Celine or whatever her name is, and it's there for Dylan and the other chick that he falls in love with. So it's like something that's continuously used throughout the story. Even if you like don't like the idea of soul bonds, it's used well. Right? Whereas with Shadow, like I said, Retro, I'm just gonna spoil it. Okay? How do you get arrested for killing yourself? Now think about that and the ways that you could do that in a story. And the means by this is the character had such an amazing physical transformation. No. He had such an amazing physical transformation that nobody recognizes him. So they think that he killed himself because they won't believe that he's him. And the DNA test proves that he's the murderer because the DNA is his. That doesn't work. That's not how it works. That's not how DNA works. That's not how police works. You can't do that. Just remove the details and make it a, holy shit, that's hilarious. Yeah, no, he's actually him. That's funny. Okay, well, let's get him out of jail. And just don't talk about any of the details. And just leave it as a miscommunication, emphasizing the point that he's had such an amazing physical change. But adding in the details of like, well, we only found one DNA sample, and that DNA sample was yours, so we can't prove that you're Vance. What the fuck do you mean? You put his DNA sample in, and it says that that DNA sample is Vance. It doesn't matter what he looks like. So this is where I feel like I don't understand how, like, if Shadow didn't have an idea in her head of being like, I did this wrong and this was bad, I don't know why she could have that. No, it was literally just retarded. There was no answer to it. The entire idea behind it was just for shifters to show how retarded humans are. So there's no, like, secret thing to it. It's just, well, we wanted to solve the case, and the only person's blood, like, the only DNA we found was yours, so you have to be the perpetrator, right? Like, so you find bloody clothes, you scan the blood of that clothes, you get a DNA, then you say, you're the perpetrator, you go up to that perpetrator, you take their DNA, that DNA matches the blood of the victim on the clothes, and you say, oh, well, we only found one blood match, so you have to be the perpetrator. What? What? That's not how that works. You get your blood taken, your blood comes up in the system, and it shows you. They swabbed him, took his blood, his DNA showed that he's Vance. What? How did they even find him as a suspect in the first place? So originally he gets beaten up because he's fat, and then the main characters find him and take him to the shifter place for 2 months to like beef him up because they want to have this like bridge between the human world and the shifter world. And he goes back to college, no one recognizes him, and he finds the old bloody clothes in his locker from when he got beat up. So he throws them in the trash and he goes home, and then his parents think that someone broke into the house and they think that he's dead because someone from the school called and they said that they found a dead body, and then he gets arrested in his own house by his parents because they don't recognize him. And then they take his DNA and they say, well, we only found one DNA sample, so you have to be the perpetrator. But wait, his DNA doesn't change just because he looks different. I don't think you can change DNA. Retro, exactly. And then the entire point of the story is that Willow turns him into a shifter, which changes his DNA, so he gets another DNA test and the DNA doesn't match. That's the plot hole. And I'm like, nah, just delete all the details. Use Peter beating up Vance after learning it, and then Hayden killing Peter, having to like have Hayden or Vance be the perpetrator that killed Peter, and then use that as the mechanism to get Vance arrested because he's charged for killing Peter, even though Hayden killed Peter, because Peter beat up Vance, and now Vance and Hayden are friends, and then she has to turn Vance into a wolf in order to get his DNA to change. That's the answer. So it's like, and the entire time I'm thinking to myself, this is a plot device used to get Vance to be turned into a wolf. Because I said like 3 chapters ago, he's going to be turned into a wolf. It's so obvious. Right? So like, I know I'm kind of betraying Shadow's trust and throwing this all out there, but I really need you guys to understand how bad this was. And all you have to do, Retro, is, okay, so his parents didn't recognize him, someone found some bloody clothes, someone made some assumptions, they thought someone broke into his house, they arrest him, that's the end of the chapter. Him, like, going in handcuffs in his house is the end of the chapter. You don't show the attorney, you don't show him getting, like everything that happens in jail, you just say, what the fuck is going on? And he's like, okay, cool. I guess I'll talk to Sterling and Willow. And then the next chapter is, the beginning of the chapter is Willow and Sterling walking into the fucking thing. Because the chapter before this, what you find out is that Vance died. So you go from Vance was killed and we have the perpetrator in custody to being like, oh, they think Vance killed himself because he's Vance. Like, this is such a good fucking story. And then it's completely ruined by this DNA bullshit that you just fucking throw away, ignore, have Peter die, because he's the bully anyways, and she didn't even use Peter with Hayden or anything like that, even though they had built it up. And that'd be such the perfect way to turn him. Is Hayden accidentally kills Peter, they charge Vance because his DNA is there, she has to turn Vance. It's perfect! So, I feel terrible that I'm telling you guys this, and I really shouldn't be. But I need you to understand how bad it was. I've never been in that place before. See? And it's like, it's so nuanced. It has to be explained in a very specific way. It has to be, like, laid out and lined up so that you can see all of the pieces, right? And that's why I didn't want to, like, say anything about it, because it kind of ruins huge fucking plot thing with fans. And it's like so fucking important. But I have to emphasize how it's done. And just, I trust Shadow as a great writer. And I'm like, I don't understand how she got here. I don't see how she went through this route. There has to be an idea in her head that's like ingrained in roots or something. So I need like her explanation for how she came up with this. And that's why it's like, she's like, hey, well, just keep reading. Kay, just keep reading. Kay, just keep reading. And I'm like, I can't just ignore this, put this on the back burner and move on. This is something that's like, this is fundamentally one of the most important, most pivotal points of the book. And I can't leave it like this. Because it's too good. It's perfect. It's just this tiny, tiny piece that's done wrong. And the answer is just eliminate the details. And make it a laughing stock. And then make Peter the enemy. That's what you do. That's the solution. That's how you make the book a 10 out of fucking 10. That's my opinion. But I explained I'm biased about it. There's this whole thing with like police reports and like doing this whole thing that I'm biased for. So I told her get 3 or 4 other people's opinions about what they think about it and use that as like a graphing system. Don't just like take me at my, because I'm so detailed and I can explain it so well. Well, that doesn't mean shit if that's not the story she wants to tell. Right? And again, it's just me as a person. I don't like the idea that I have to keep reading to learn something. That's like the idea, oh, just play 2 more hours of the video game and it gets fun. No, if that's a point in time in a book when someone will stop reading your book. And that is like one of the most important things you need as critique. Is when would I, if I was reading this book, put it down and never pick it up again? And that's where you need to change the book. And that's how I look at it. 3, 2, 1, toke! Relic, and I said that's why I have a very specific, unique take on it, and that's why my advice does not adhere, like, right? You have to make sure that I understand the story that you're trying to tell, and that aligns with what I think about the story. That's just how I analyze the story. That's why I always say my critique may not work for your story, because I may not understand the true story you're trying to tell. Right? And again, I look at it from the perspective of, would, if I was reading this book and I had gotten to this point, I like if I just, let's say, bought this book in a random bookstore, I would have gotten to that point in the book and I would have just been like, what the fuck? And I would have put it on the shelf and never picked it up again. Because I've been like, that's so dumb. What? Okay, I don't trust the author anymore. And you lose all the trust. Those are the points in time in the book that I am looking for as a reader. Of being like, how does this make me feel? And especially because it's an ego thing for me, where I consider that I have such an analytical and functional understanding of storytelling to the point that I can predict what the fuck you're going to do in your book. I can see what the fuck you're doing, and I can call it out. And, guys, is not this stream evidence of that? Like, I don't want to toot my own horn. I'm saying, is that not something that I almost, like, that is like an almost fundamental guaranteed part of my critique, is I will find that point in your book. And I have for, like, I think all of you at some point in time. And that's why I said I've just never been this far gone, where it's this bad with an author I trust to tell a good story and really, really like the way that they tell the story. It just makes me be like, was she on the 20th hour of writing and just like glossed over these chapters? Right? And that's where it makes me stop and say, okay, there needs to be a reckoning here. There needs to be a reconciliation. There needs to be some sort of identification. And as a beta reader, that's when I give them the opportunity to be like, okay, well, why did you do this? Just like, tell me why you did this so that like I just know, and then I can be like, okay, right? Because if I read the next 4 chapters or 5 chapters, and this is such a profound change that the next 5 chapters don't even matter anymore, right? I don't want to waste my time reading those chapters. That's like a min-maxing thing for me, right? I'm like, okay, I found where the problem is. Why would I go past it? Why would I go, oh, I found where the leak is. Okay, let me go to the end of the line, right? That's just how I think about it in my mentality and the way I provide my critique towards it. And I know that's unique, but I think that's what makes it important, is the fact that it is unique. So I completely understand what you're saying from like, it's a horrible take of like, you don't want to continue to read the story. I absolutely understand why you would say that and how that is, right? And the nuance to that is, eventually you will get to a point of doing that, but it has to be, is that the author's intention, right? Does the author intend for you to be confused here? Do they want you to not know what's going on? That's why I'm asking the questions. Well, Relic, what if the author wants you to be confused? And I'm confused. Then the author succeeded. And then I keep reading because I know that was the intent of the author. Does that make sense? Exactly, Retro. I use that, like, for the entirety of the Final Fantasy book because it's all in first person from the main character, so he's an unreliable narrator. Same within Stoner Girl because the entire thing is narrated as a retelling of the memories relived by the character 300 years later, trying to put themselves in the position reliving each one of their friends' lives. Right? So it's like, I literally use that as a mechanism. I completely understand that. That's why I need to know whether it's something that's a part of like beta reading versus just reading it. I am trying to interrogate the author at every point in time to make sure that the reader and the author are on the same page with what is trying to be. You don't want a time in your book where you're trying to explain to someone something, and then the beta reader comes along and says, yeah, I was so confused at this point in the book. Like, for instance, Shadow says, get to chapter 17, read chapter 17, it's going to explain everything. So what happens if I get to chapter 17, I read chapter 17, and I say I'm fucking confused? That's a problem. I thought we weren't reading today, Relic. You were the one who said we weren't reading today. Right? So the biggest thing is knowing what the author wants. Yeah, so we have 50 minutes. You think I can read less than 500 words in 50 minutes? You're pushing it, bro. Because I'm guessing you're giving me something that's at least 800 to 1100 words. You think I'm going to get through that in 50 minutes? Okay, I'm that's give me my 1 hour and 30 minutes to read, like you say all the time. No, I say it's like something along the lines of like an hour of straight reading. So that can be anywhere from 25 minutes to 4 hours. And again, it's like, that's kind of not what the stream is about. Like, the stream isn't actually really about the reading. It's about the interaction between the reading and the author and the reader. And I'm always trying to like say, like, my sister had this saying, her and her friend had this saying, it's called 409. And the idea was, are we on the same page? So it was like this subtle thing that they would do as like signaling for like if they liked a guy or something like that, right? It's just a random number they came up with. And they'd just be like, so like, you know, look at the guy, look at each other, and be like 409. And then they have like a response to that of being like deciding like who's gonna be the one who gets to hook up with them, so they don't have like a problem, right? And they could do like rock paper scissors or something like that. Be like, who gets him tonight? But they'd always be like, for everything, they'd just be like 409 to make sure they were always on the same page with shit like that. But it would be like this subtle, like, freaking undertone slut type of fucking bullshit thing that's like you wouldn't just say in public. But like if you understood the nuance of the context, you would understand. Period, besties. Basically, you know, like if I had played my cards right, they would be scissoring on both sides of my dick, right? But like I'm just gonna say this. So the reason why, because I'm a gentleman. No, not my sister and her friend. Her friend and her sister. Learn to carry a topic to its conclusion then. No, the friend and her sister, not my sister. Sorry. If I said my sister, I said it wrong. Sorry. And they weren't like actually sisters. One was adopted. Okay? So it's like there's nuance, but it's like, so what happened is the friend was friends with my sister. That's how I knew her. She was friends with my sister. Her sister got shot and killed in a drug gang-related incident when she was 17. And, like, my sister's friend was 14. This completely changed her life. Her parents adopted another sister. She became a massive slut. She just basically went off the deep end, started getting into drugs and stuff. My sister completely separated ways with her because of this. And it was like, because I knew this whole situation, right? When I found out they were like best friends with my friend and they like partied and fucked and like all this other shit, I was like, oh my god. Like, I had this huge issue with it because I was like, she needs help. Like, this is an emotional outcry for help. Your sister was shot and killed. A month and a half later, you're basically ODing on drugs. I'm sorry. No, this is not just a teenage thing. This is, you need help. Like, I couldn't go along with that, right? I'd like to see you try something special. Mr. Scotty, it's my time to read. Stop stalling, you're being mean. If you would shut up and just start reading, you'd be shocked to realize how many people don't have accountability, Scotty. No, I'm not shocked. I don't think anyone does. I'm a gentleman, and, like, okay, so this chick fucking hated me, dude. Because, like, she was partying with, like, all of our friends and stuff, right? So I introduced her to, like, my brother and, like, his friends and stuff. She's like, hey, I've got, like, a whole new group to fuck kind of thing, right? And it's like, I'd be there and she'd be, like, pulling down her pants, taking off her skirt, showing off her underwear in front of fucking, like, the school. Because we go to the school and, like, drink and, like, party, right? And, like, on, like, the swings and shit like that and, like, on the playground. And she'd be like, fuck me now, and like taking her clothes off and shit. And I'd be like, you're drunk. Like, put your clothes back on. Like, you know, like, we don't need any public indecency. We're already drinking at a school, right? We don't need any of this. And she just fucking hated me because I was killing her vibe. I was stopping her from having fun. I was trying to make her have accountability. I was trying to stop her from doing drugs. I was trying to get her life together. She didn't want any of that. And I said, that's fine, but I'm not going to be a part of this because I can't. And the only reason is because of that specific backstory. That's why I didn't care about any of the other chicks that were like the underage chicks that were like doing drugs and like hanging out with us and shit. Because I'm like, oh, they're just teenagers. But this chick was like the entire backstory, everything with it. I'm like, no, I don't accept this. This is a cry for help. She needs like actual therapy. She needs to like go to an institution, right? And she needs to get help. Or she's gonna fucking kill herself. I'm gonna say, as far as I know, she's still alive. As far as I know. But she is, like, a crackhead. But she's fucking a 10 out of 10 hot bitch. So, like, I don't know if she does OnlyFans, but, like, I mean, she's 35 now, right? We're talking, like, this was 10 years ago. 15 years ago, right? So what I'm saying, Retro, is that she could easily, like, just pay her way through her life, right? Like, she could get all the drugs, all the alcohol, all the sex, all the attraction, all the anything she wanted. She could literally get whatever the fuck she wanted. That was why she could get away with it. Which is now, Retro. But I mean, as far as I know, she's still a prime dommy mommy, fucking massive tits, fucking... I could see her still looking like she's 28. If she's smart, she just gets some young guys, she's good to go. You know, some young trucker that's not around half the time. Boom, sold. Put a ring on that shit, take out the insurance, you're sold. Your life's on easy. And you just fuck around for the rest of your life because they're never around. Honestly, I wouldn't doubt if she'd done that. Because, like, that's what my friend's mom did. She married a trucker. So he wouldn't be around. What people do. I doubt she's done the work to keep herself up. And she's white. So you have to add a -5 aging nicely debuff. I mean, and you have to spend, like, 15 years of, like, drinking and doing cocaine and, like, heroin. I don't know if she did meth, but I know she did cocaine and heroin. A lot of cocaine, I don't know how much heroin. Heroin wasn't a very big one. That was like the when you're out of town going to a rave and there's other people with it and you just join in. Drugs too. She's hagged here then. I'll be going to bed. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen her in like 10 years. Wouldn't know. But I could see her still being hot as fuck and still being able to get away with it. Dude, Tracy looked like... My other friend's mom was like 63 and she looked like fucking... Oh, God, she looked like she was 80 and she could still, like, just get guys to pay her rent and give her drugs. Even though she was like 63 and looked like she was 80 and I couldn't imagine fucking bad smelled like. Holy fuck. And she could still get guys to fucking buy shit for her. So, like, guys, really and truly, like, it doesn't matter. They have a pussy. Someone's gonna buy them shit. I'm sorry. It's just the way that it is. Not gonna lie, though, I tend to have the most fun with the white MILF skills. Well, that's, like, my friend. He's always been into older chicks because he's always been on, like, cruises and stuff like that. And it's always, like, you know, these, like, rich single women that basically, like, divorced their husbands and won a shit ton of money. So he was, like, always getting down with these fucking 45-year-old MILFs. And it's like his dad said. His dad said, you know, the fat ones come back because they don't know when they're going to get it again. Same with the old one. Oh, yeah, 15 minutes after I post my story, Scardy's still just blabbering. He was a lucky ass motherfucker. In some ways, he was born with cerebral palsy, and he was one of the first people in Canada to have an experimental surgery. Basically, the muscles on his legs and the tendons didn't develop. So his legs were essentially like stuck like this for the first like 3 or 4 years of his life, and like he couldn't move them. And he went through an experimental surgery that cut off all of the muscles on his legs and all of the tendons, literally took them off, massaged them out over like 2 days, and then like literally reattached them. And this was like an 8-year recovery for him. Cerebral palsy and pulling more than me? Oh, Lord, have mercy. I'm cooked. He's the smartest person I've ever met. I bet you his IQ is in the 140s. He's extremely intelligent because he hasn't been very active physically his entire life, so all he has done is read. He's like the guy who got me into reading. Like more than just fantasy, like actual like historical books, like books that I would be like, you should be reading these in like history class in school instead of your like history 10 book. Maybe sometime. He's in BC, right? So like, and like I said, like the last time I talked to him was I sent him a message for his birthday. We used to like go see movies. That was our thing, right? And since I moved, like I don't really talk to people. I don't message people, right? I'm just like he's one of those guys. I'll just show up at his house and he'll be like, "Holy fuck, it's been 8 years. Let's go, Scooter." Right? I don't know when I'm gonna go back to BC. Right? So it's like, it is what it is. I don't know if he has any plans to come out here or anything. If he's gonna come out here with Roxy when she comes out, I'm not sure. Maybe I'll talk to her about it. But yeah, no, yeah. And he's like extreme, like he's super instrumental. Like he plays the piano, he plays the guitar. He plays a really strange instrument. I don't know the name of it. It's a really weird one. I just shut up before Relic messes his diaper in frustration, but I do have to say. I mean, I could ask him and see if he ever wanted to come on the stream. The thing is, like, guys, you know how I am, okay? Now imagine how people view me in real life. Right? Like, I don't want to shatter the illusion by bringing them on the stream. I'm like, wait, what? You're, like, actually smart? Wait, you can actually talk about stuff? Wait. Who the fuck are you? Like, God damn it, I'm busted. Shit. Oh, man. Okay, well, let's get to Rock's story. But anyways, yeah, no, I could bring Josh on one time. We could talk about stuff. Like my main thing would have been like when I finish Stoner Girl Evolution, I want to send it to Josh and Roxy, and I want them to read it, and then I want to bring them on stream, and I want to have their reactions to it. That's the plan, right? Like, my sister is out there right now with Roxy, because normally she comes out here, and my sister went out there this year, because the kids wanted to go camping and stuff like that, so they figured they'd go on, like, a road trip kind of idea, because usually it was easier for her to come out here, because she doesn't have kids, my sister does, so. Alright, 3, 2, 1, toke! Thank you, good sir. Sometimes it is what it is, because sometimes the different songs have different volume levels and stuff. Alright, let's see how long we can get it. So we got 1 hour and 30 minutes. What, here yet? Wait. Is this Haven's Peak? I mean, it's not like if he's not here, Retro, we're still starting. Plus, I do believe he said he had Civilization 6, not Civilization 5. Not getting through that in one point. What do you mean? It's 35 minutes. I'm gonna get through like 200 words. I'm still gonna start it though. Because I think of the fact of, like, you should be able to put the book down at any point in time and then just pick it back up. So, like, there may be your intended point to leave off, but, you know, something happens, you gotta put the book down. So you should always look at every moment of being like, what would happen if I put the book down now? Where would I be if I put the book down now? So questions you should always be asking yourself. Right? You want to play the reader as much as the author. And then you can see that back and forth. It's like shadowboxing. Maybe that's why Callie's so good. He doesn't realize that his character interaction is actually him shadowboxing. Because he, like, actually, like, shadowboxes in, like, real life. Maybe there's a subconscious level that comes over that into his writing. That creates that depth. Because he's, like, literally putting, like, different personalities of his schizophrenia into the characters. Anyways, deflection. By 1 o'clock, Main Street had been transformed into something bright enough to make a person forget the mountains surrounding Haven's Peak. Garlands looped from lampposts. Not 100... That's a plant, right? Or like a shrub? I don't know what specifically that is. Because I'm guessing it's important because you're naming the type to make it look like it's like cherry blossoms, right? It's like it creates a very specific image of like what type of location you're in. Right? So like what's a garland? Oh, it's like ivy. And is this the stuff they put on, like, you know how they have, like those walls? Like, I literally have those in the other room. Like fold-out things that have, like, ivy intertwined between them, and they're, like, bamboo foldable, like, fences. We got that shit downstairs. So it's, like, the type of ivy that's woven into it. Because this is, like, the middle of winter, right? Like, we're going into Christmas and stuff. So this, like, sparks the idea of, like, Christmas decorations, right? Garlands loop from lamppost to lamppost. The green branches threaded with red ribbon and strings of colored bulbs that remained lit despite the afternoon sun. Wooden stalls lined both sides of the street beneath peaked canvas roofs. Isn't it roofs? Not roofs? I don't know English, but... So it's literally... Is it actually roofs? I've always thought it was roofs. I fucking hate English. Of all of them, why is roofs not roofs, but like... Leaf is leaves. I fucking hate English. Each one decorated with wreaths, brass bells, or painted signs promising cider, roasted chestnuts, hand-dipped candles, and toys carved from Appalachian pine. Smoke rose from iron braziers and thin gray ribbons carrying the smell of burning wood, cinnamon, boiled sugar, and meat turning slowly over coals. Temporary arch had been erected at the eastern end of town. Welcome to the Haven's Peak Winter Festival. had been painted across it in white letters with a smiling snowman on one side and a red-cheeked Santa on the other. Fresh snow had dusted storefronts and walkways. Mountain looming in the background looked like a winter wonderland. Children crowded around a fenced enclosure near the courthouse lawn, where 2 reindeer shifted uneasily beneath strings of silver bells. Their breath steamed in the cold. Parents leaned over the rails, lifting toddlers high enough to see, while a man dressed as one of Santa's helpers warned everyone not to put their fingers through the fence. Uh-oh, you're gonna lose a finger. That's like the instant image I get from that relic is a Christmas Story. You stick your tongue to the pole, if you lick the pole, your tongue will get stuck to it. You have to finish this chapter before you play. The character based on you is in this chapter, so you have to. How does that make any sense, Relic? We could just read it tomorrow. Hell, we could read it after the Civ game if the Civ game's only like 7.5 hours. Like, why does it have to be now? Like, what's the justification? Okay, can you explain and, like, sell your justification to me? Because if you can sell it to me, I'll buy it, but you have to sell it to me. And then I'm gonna get to a point, Relic, where I'm just gonna speed read. I'm not even gonna pay attention to what I'm reading. I'm gonna do it. You know what, Relic? Fuck it. I'm gonna do it. Further down the street, Santa himself sat in the red velvet chair beneath the striped pavilion. The line families curled past the pharmacy and nearly reached the bakery. Each time another child climbed on his knee, a camera flashed. The brass quartet near the municipal building began another uneven version of Silent Night. Grimes drove through it at a little more than a crawl. People filled the road as though the yellow lines had ceased to mean anything. They stepped between parked cars carrying paper cups wrapped in packages, forcing them to brake every 3 yards. He had one hand on the steering wheel, the other near the cigarette resting between his lips. Watching the festival pass between the windshield and the piece of red, green, and gold should have been made the town feel safe and all about the holidays. Instead, parents kept their children closer than necessary. Every few moments, everyone glanced towards the northern end of Main Street, where the building thinned and the road climbed toward the darker sections of the mountain. Those looks were quick and practiced, the kind made people the kind people made when they were not to be caught in knowledge by what frightened them. Banners stretched across the road near the police station. Haven Speak Christmas, a safe Christmas. Grimes read the words as he passed beneath them. Cigarette burned it almost in the filter by the time he turned into the apartment lot, crushed it into his dashboard ashtray, and parked around beside the row of patrol cars, dusted in the salt and old snow. Music from the festival followed him even after he shut off the engine, softened by the distance and not erased. Sleigh bells, trumpets, children shouting for Santa. Behind those sounds came the wind moving through the fountains and blowing through the trees, past the station in long hollow gusts, rattling in the flagpole rope and stirring the dead leaves along the curb. Everybody, even the rooftops and tree-covered slopes, rose beneath the pale winter sky. Forest appeared black against the snow, dense enough for the shallow, swallow roads, homes, and every celebration town could build. Grimes stepped out of the Chevy C10, pulled his coat close, had stepped just out 3 hours ago.
Stop.
Most of the... Nope! Had been sent to the kitchen table in his room with the red owl, surrounded by photographs, witness statements, and map covered in circles and penciled notes. Whenever his eyes began to close, he looked at the interior of Mrs. Croft's cabin again. By midnight, the festival preparations started outside. Trucks had loaded wooden stalls beneath the window. Volunteers tested the lights, hammered signs into place, and shouted instructions across the street. Motley spent half the night stalking the moving shadows and curtains and tails twitching whenever a hammer struck in a string of bells and stalk of wind. Grimes walked along the row of police vehicles at the door of the station. Warm inside the truck struck him first, followed by the smell of fresh coffee and floor cleaner. A smaller official Christmas tree had placed him beside the receptionist's desk. Colored lights blinked irregularly, and the cardboard angel leaned sideways to the top, though trying to escape. Someone had taped out paper snowflakes to the windows.
How did we get here? What happened?
Through the white cutouts, Grimes could see families passing outside. The station itself remained busy. 2 uniformed officers stood near the front desk discussing festival patrol routes. The woman in a fur-lined coat was statement without her son. Her young son stared at the revolver on the officer's hip. Phones rang in the deeper of the building. Radios crackled. The operators lost wallet. The arrangement between the two vendors and a vehicle blocked the alley behind the hardware store. Normal problems, Grimes thought to himself. He entered his office and removed his coat, placing it on the back of his desk chair and across the room. He noticed the memo before anyone mentioned it. Copies had been pinned in the bulletin board beside the duty roster, taped to the glass outside of the communications room, and placed in every wire basket used for the department notices. Page carried Chief Johnson's name at the bottom of the city seal on top of it. He stopped long enough to read it. Effective immediately, all personnel and to refrain from using public speculation regarding folklore, supernatural causes, or so-called witchcraft in connection to the ongoing missing children investigation. The next paragraph instructed officers to document credible information, discourage from spread rumors, and direct all public to press inquiries of the detective Lawrence Grimes. His name had been underlined. Grimes stared at it for several seconds. "Congratulations," a voice said behind him. "You've been promoted to Town Shield." Turned. Officer Bella Bennett stood. Officer Elena Bennett stood near the hallway with a paper cup of coffee in one hand. Her uniform jacket was unbuttoned at the throat. She nodded toward the memo. "Every question, every rumor, every frightening mother thinks they heard of something scratched at the back of the door. They all come to you, you know. That's Johnson's idea." She signed it. That wasn't what I asked." Bennett took a drink, studied him for the room around them. The station continued moving. Officers passed through the corridor, carrying clipboards and winter coats. The telephone rang again outside. The brass quartet stumbled into another song. Bennett lowered a cup of coffee. "Everyone in the station knows you went to see Mrs. Croft yesterday." Grimes folded the memo once long center, so he did not belong to him. "Word travels fast. In town, word gets there before you do. I asked her some questions. You went to her property alone. I'm a detective. It happens." Her expression remained flat. "Going to Mrs. Croft was a mistake." Grimes looked at her past the doorway. Grimes looked past her, the hallway leading to his office. "Because she's dangerous, people believe she is. That isn't the same thing. It is here." Bennett stepped in closer into the voice. "You're still treating Haven's Peak like the place where facts come first. They don't. Not always. People decided what something means before they decide whether it happened." Grimes felt the cabin turn in the fragments, the smell of the herbs and wood smoke, the bones tied to the doorway, and Mrs. Croft, watching the eyes that seemed older than the rest of her face. "She knew about the children," he said. "Everyone knows about the children." Bennett's gazed briefly towards the nearest officers, then looked at them in the report. "I might. That means you won't." Grimes handed her the folded memo. She accepted it, but did not look down. "At least tell me when you didn't repeat anything," she said. Bennett murmured. "Why?" "Because stories spread fast, especially when a police officer starts talking about them." Before Grimes could answer, the door of the Chief Jones' office opened. Chief Jones' office opened. Far into the corridor, one of the dispatchers stepped out holding another stack of memos and began distributing them to the remaining desks. Timing felt deliberate. Grimes looked at Bennett. "Seems the chief's doing enough controlling for both of us." Bennett's expression tightened. She let him pass. While his officers waited, the bullpen. Fresh copy of Johnson's memo had been placed precisely in the center of his blotter. But Grimes closed the door behind him. The music from the festival became muffled, reduced by faint bells and distant applause. He sat there at the desk, waiting for did not expect. Rubbed both hands across his face and pressed his fingertips against tired eyes. The department wanted calm. The mayor wanted festival. Shopkeepers wanted customers in the streets. Parents playing toys and visitors believing Haven's Peak was still the sort of place where children could wander beneath Christmas lights without vanishing. He reached up to the nearest rifle. "File." Grimes opened the Hudson family file and tried to force his attention onto the pages. The report had been read thoroughly enough that the corners softened beneath his fingers, yet he went through it again, tracing the same sequence of events as though repetition might expose something overlooked. No evidence seemed found, no witnesses, only the forest remaining behind the Hudson family property and the collection of half-whispered stories that changed depending on who told them. Reaching for his pencil, he added another mark beside the time disappearance and graphic.
Seriously, either stop being a dick or I am honestly going to leave the stream completely. This is actually offensive to me and I am not joking. I am not playing about my writing.
I'm sorry, Relic, you forced me into this position, okay? I couldn't help myself. Gotta commit. Exactly, Happy. I'm like, hey, you know what? You want me to do it? I'ma fucking do it. Fuck it. I'm just gonna play into it. I'm sorry, Relic. I'm sorry. I can't help myself. Okay?
You're not sorry, you always do this fucking shit to me. Someone else gets reading and you take your time and then mine gets out up and you edit your stupid fucking rules.
You're completely right, Relic. I absolutely do. And again, at the end of the day, I'm trying to put on a show. I'm trying to have fun. I'm trying to make this like a entertaining experience. And sometimes you're the butt of the joke. 90% of the time, I try to make myself the butt of the joke. And I have lines, and I try not to cross them, and I have reasons for doing certain things. Right? So, I'm sorry that it went as long as it did. I only intended to do that for like 2 minutes. And then I was like, wait, I thought
Honestly, please detail my entire file. You asked for a reason why you should read the entire thing. Then in the middle of me saying why, you just ignore it completely and start that BS. Go play your stupid game with whoever. You don't have my permission to read this on stream anymore. Please delete.
I'm sorry, Relic. This is, again, why I don't do this shit. Because I was just trying to have fun, I was just trying to do a bit, and I was just trying to go along with it. And that's why I don't do it, because I always go too far. And I'm really sorry. To be fair, everyone with reads on stream get hoed to some degree. I wouldn't say only Relic gets hoed. You might get hoed the most, but yes, I can see both sides of it. Relic's 100% right. Because I don't know where the line is. And that's why I lose a lot of my viewers. And I understand how people can feel towards it because it's your work. It's your life's work. And I'm sitting here being a fucking dick about it. So I mean, I never meant any offense. I never meant to degrade your story in any way. I don't mean to pick on you, Relic. I don't feel like I'm picking on you. I just... I'm gonna say it because I don't want to say it. That's what chalkboard is for. And if I'm not gonna respect that, then why the fuck would you guys want me having your work? Like, and the worst thing about it is that I fucked up at the beginning of the stream. Yes, it's true. I can say there's nuance, I can say all that, but essentially, yes, it's true. And I mean, there's things I could say to defend myself, but I'm not gonna leave the stream, but that actually got me so heated, and it shouldn't have, but it did. Forget it ever happened. Tomorrow's a new day. Let's move on. And see, Relic, this is why I absolutely appreciate you, because you can draw the line, have an understanding, and still carry forward. Whereas, like, a lot of people, that's not something they can do. And the other problem, Relic, is this is like the 5th time you've said this. And I continue to treat your work as a joke. And it's like, it's even worse. It's even worse because Shadow didn't want me to say anything about her book. And I spoiled it to all of you because of I needed I needed to explain myself. That's not fair to Shadow. At all. And then I go and do that to Relic. After saying that I'm knowingly doing this. Sometimes it's not taken seriously when it should be. But to brush it off as speed read just to get it out when I need honest feedback is not cool. And Relic, that's why it was like I was gonna do it for like a minute or 2 minutes. And then this is where everything goes wrong, Relic. Then I was like, holy shit, I'm actually reading this fast. I wonder how long I can keep this up for. And then I didn't fail. Oh, I mean I did, but I didn't completely fail. So I just kept going. Trying to be like, okay, how fast can I go? What can I do? How many can I do per minute? Let's get my APM up here. And that was at your expense. Just like my explanation was at Shadow's expense. And doing that with Haven's Peak... No, like, Relic... When I decided that I was going to do it, I was like, okay, I'll do it. I think like, in my mind, I was like, okay, I think I can speed read for, like, 90 seconds. And I was like, wait, what the fuck? I'm, like, actually, like, I'm tripping over every 10th word, but, like, damn, like, in my head, this sounds like someone turned this up to, like, ×5 speed. Holy shit! So, like, I was being... Nah, fuck you, dude, my Superboy. Okay. Oh. But yeah, no, so it's like... And that's why I try not to do things like that, because I get lost in myself, and then I wind up fucking myself over, because I'm, like, trying to... like, bring myself to, like, some level of, some level of self-aggrandizement. Like, I was doing it because I was like, I thought I was cool and I thought I was getting away with it. That's not a good way to behave. Which is why I'm like, sometimes you gotta check yourself. And again, I was gonna say is, it would be completely different if that was one of your random smut stories and not Haven's Peak. So, now the serious question becomes, do we read the entire chapter, or do we play Civilization? And once again, this is not a democracy. This is a I am God, my word goes. So, and we're a very social justice warrior type thing. So it's Relic's decision. If you're waiting for what, then read. If you're not, then play. Solved. We will read until what comes. Because yeah, I don't want to just play if it's just like me and Retro. Like, I mean, we had an agreement, guys. We had it all set up yesterday. We got 9 minutes to figure it out. But yeah, and like, not gonna lie, Relic, there were like 8 moments in that speed read when I was like, oh shit, I gotta say something about that. Okay, I'm gonna take a token and we're gonna do this. And just for reference, you left me out again. I'm sorry, Salty, I did leave you out. I'm such a piece of shit. I did leave you out. You were absolutely correct. Fuck me, I'm such a piece of shit. I'm sorry, man. Guys, the only way to make up for it is to have another toke. 3, 2, 1, toke! Oh no, you're not in my heart tier anymore, Relic. You fight your own battles now. What do you mean heart tier? This Fizz wants to help you. Shall. Is that below wood tier? Or above, like, Grandmaster? I don't know where heart tier falls on the hierarchy. Is it low or high? Low tier god? I mean, what? Alright. By 1 o'clock, Main Street had been transformed into something bright enough to make a person forget the mountains surrounding GameSpeak. LTG, don't try me like that. I don't even know what I said, Retro, so... I literally don't remember what I said. I'm trying to remember, and I'm like, LTG, what did I say? What was I talking about? What would that be a reference to? What's that an abbreviation of? Wait, yeah, what the fuck did I say? What was I talking about? It's literally as if, like, I have no memory before this moment, and it's like I was a computer program that was just, like, created to be in the middle of my existence. And, like, everything before this, like, moment is actually just, like, fake memory. I'd believe it. Garlands looped from lamppost to lamppost, the green branches threaded with a red ribbon, and strings of colored bulbs that remained lit despite the afternoon sun. Wooden stalls lined both sides of the street beneath peaked canvas roofs, each one decorated with wreaths, brass bells or painted signs promising cider, roasted chestnuts, hand-dipped candies, and toys carved from Appalachian pine. Smoke rose from iron braziers and thin gray ribbons. carrying the smell of burning wood, cinnamon, boiled sugar, and meat turning slowly over coals. The festivities have begun. It's like if you've ever gone to like a small town local like cookout, like chili off, hot dog competition, steak barbecue competition, or something like that. Oh man, and then like the Christmas ones where you got like the candied apples and stuff like that. Oh god. I can literally feel being there. Temporary arch had been erected at the eastern end of town. Welcome to the Havens Peak Winter Festival. It's been painted across it in white letters with a smiling snow woman on one side and why did I say snow woman? Relic. This is how in my head I get with shit. For some reason, I read that as snow woman, and then I was gonna call you woke. I was like, wait. It says snowman. I'm the woke one. Why the fuck did I read it as Snow Woman? Why? Relic, the best decision you might have made today was telling me not to read this. Holy shit. Snow X. Oh my god. There's no snow woman, the fuck? Freudian slip from the days when I made snowmen with breath. Then you use the carrot as their nipple. Oh my fucking god. Okay. I'm just gonna reorient myself. I'm retarded. I don't know what the fuck. I can't. I just don't know. Fresh snow, dusted storefronts and walkways. The mountain looming in the background looked like a winter wonderland. Children crowded around a fenced enclosure near the courthouse lawn. The two reindeer shifted uneasily beneath strings of silver bells. Their breath steamed in the cold. Parents leaned over the rails, lifting toddlers high enough to see while a man dressed as one of Santa's helpers warned everyone not to put their fingers through the fence. Don't get your fingers cut off! You not want that. Shut the fuck up, X. Oh my god. I was gonna say what's next? God damn it, X. Religion X. X. Oh god, we're in for a future, guys. We're in for a future. Line of families curled past the pharmacy and nearly reached the bakery. Each time another child climbed onto his knee, a camera flashed. The brass quartet near the municipal building began another uneven version of Silent Night. Grimes drove through it all, little more than a crawl. People filled the road as though the yellow lines had ceased to mean anything. They stepped between parked cars, carrying paper cups and wrapped packages, forcing him to brake every few yards. He kept one hand on the steering wheel and the other near the cigarette resting between his lips, watching the festival pass beyond the windshield in pieces of red, green, and gold. So where I used to live, every year on Main Street, we had a parade of floats called the Candlelight Parade. And we had a lot of events in our town. Like, we lived on a hill, so we had like a soapbox derby competition every year, because like from the top of the town to the bottom of the town along one road was like 3 miles. So like you could literally have like multiple levels of like competition, like levels of height, right? And like stuff like that. Like they had like literally different like difficulty tracks for different tournaments. We also had like the world famous race car track in our town. And so like this just brings back so many like core memories of like just like going down Main Street in the middle of like a festival in the middle of winter. And there's this buddy I have who was always like a, you know, he went into the military, let's just say that, right? Like he's the guy that I know who's in the military, right? And we were like mixing alcohol with hot chocolate, right? But we didn't realize that like the thing that we put the hot chocolate in, like it wasn't like a thermos water bottle, it was just a metal True Relic. Yep. It was just a metal water bottle. So, like, this is like 107 degree fucking water bottle. And I like touch it and I'm like, oh fuck, what the fuck? Oh my god, it's not insulated. And my friend just fucking grabs it, picks it up, and says, I'm no bitch. And you can see like he's just like fighting with his face, and he just like pours it out for like all of the chicks into their cups and then puts it back down. And he just like subtly like sticks his hand in the fucking snow. I'm pretty sure he had 2nd-degree burns on his hand. All because he was showing off for the chicks. I was like, dude. Bailey's is great for alcoholic hot chocolates, I imagine. I don't, because Bailey's is expensive, right? We were using like the like no-name, like low-quality version of that, basically. I don't remember what it was called, but it was like a like a coconut cream or something like that alcohol. So we basically used it as like the milk additive for the hot chocolate. Wait, was it Malibu? It might have been Malibu that it was. It might have been like an off-brand of Malibu. I don't know if like, because we'd always buy the cheapest shit, right? And there'd always be like knockoffs and like there's a word for it. When you like buy someone's stuff and then like you rebrand it, like Pokemon's cookies. You know, like no-name brand versus like Lay's versus like Dempster's versus like Wonder versus like no-name for like bread. There's a word for it. B-52s ruin my appeal for Bailey's. Malibu and hot chocolate is disgusting. Yeah, but like it's alcohol. Dude, like it was literally called No Name. Like, if you ever let's see if I can find this. No Name Cola Candy. Yeah, so it's literally called like cola. Like this is, so what we called it is we called it cock. And you would get this for like 67 cents. And you'd get like 9 of these for like the weekend. We're like, alright, we're going to pick up some cock. And then we'd get like 151, Malibu, and like Jägermeister. And that's what we would fucking drink every weekend for like 8 years. Straight and have the chocolate as a chaser. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just, again, I'm not really a big drinker either, right? Like, I'm a 1 beer Andy. So, like, I have a shot and I'm fucking done. So, like, I've never really been a drinker. Just all my friends drank and shits. Like, I just, like, stick around. And I didn't want to be, like, sober if I was trying to pick up a chick who was, like, drunk. Right? It didn't feel right. So, like, I'd have enough beers where I'm, like, at least, like, kind of, like, fucking getting the spins and shit, right? Which is, like, 3 beers deep. Well, they've had, like, 17 shots, and I'm probably still drunker than them. Back to reading, bitch. I'm cracked the whip. Sorry. Calls Coke cock. Yeah. I could see that. But yeah, it's like the shit version of cola. So it's like Coca-Cola. And like fucking pops. We just call it cock. So funny. You were like me. If you cut down on smoking one day, your alcohol tolerance should skyrocket. Well, the thing is, like, if you smoke and you drink, it amplifies it. So you get higher and drunker. So I'm high 24/7. So, like, drinking 1 beer is like drinking 6 beer because I'm also smoking. And, like, I drink, like, 5 times a year. So I have, like, no resistance. Whereas I'm smoking every day, non-stop. Drives drove through it all, a little more than a crawl. People filled the road as though the yellow lines had ceased to mean anything. They stepped between parked cars, carrying paper cups and wrapped packages, forcing him to brake every few yards. He kept one hand on the steering wheel and the other near the cigarette resting between his lips, watching the festival pass beyond the windshield in pieces of red, green, and gold. I don't even want to know Scotty's weed bill every month with how much he smokes on stream. Well, that's the thing, is weed is fucking cheap. This bag of weed is $96. And this will last me, like, 3 weeks. And I smoke, like, non-fucking stop. Like, that's how cheap weed is. It's, like, insanely cheap. Like, that equivalent amount of alcohol is, like, $900 of alcohol. Maybe $1,200 of alcohol. Because you do a bong, I bet you would go through... Oh, yeah, no. You would go through an infinite amount more if I smoke joints. Like, I have, like, very small, personal-sized bong tokes. I just have them consistently. So it is like a minimization of use. And like the amount of weed that is like the THC on my table and like the weed that's like stuck in my grinder or that like I spill on a regular basis is like actually quite a bit if you add it up. Like it's probably 3% or 4% of the amount of weed that I just like spill. Could you imagine spilling, like, for every beer that you had, you spilt, like, the equivalent to, like, 10 millimeters. So, like, half an ounce. For every beer that you drank, you spilt half an ounce. Like, that's a lot of beer! Dude, what the fuck are you doing that you're spilling that much beer? Scotty, be a real one and make a Coke can bowl. Forget the bong, be a real stoner. Using, like, tin foil and shit. And it's like you don't have a lighter, so you're, like, using the, like, the old school, like, coil element to, and, like, you're hot knifing and shit. Like, I have knives downstairs that you can clearly tell have been used to hot knife. My parents are like, we did it when we were kids. Just, we know that you're doing it. Just stop doing it. Go get a real bong. Here's a bong. Like, having understanding parents that are like, you're gonna do it anyways, let's get you to do it in a safe environment. That's how my parents treated it, and they also said, well, we smoke weed, so it's kind of not fair for us to say that you can't smoke weed. So I'm like, good, we go back to the 90s, dirt pot from college. Dude, my parents used to get gypped on weed. Like, they used to spend so much fucking money on weed. I get weed so cheap from, like, my buddy and Roxy. Like, we'd be like a $90 ounce, $120 ounce for, like, the shit weed. If you just wanted to, like, and then if you wanted the good stuff for, like, an occasion, it'd be like, you know, like the purple kush kind of stuff, like the shit you could fucking smell. The shit you knew was good. That was like $2.40 an ounce, right? Because you have, like, the different lineups of quality and stuff like that. I'd always buy the dirt, basically, like, the shake quality, because I didn't give a fuck. And I was sharing it with everyone, so it didn't really matter. It was more about having it than it was the quality of it, right? Because it was just, like, for me, it was a social experience. Because, like, the only reason I had friends is because I shared weed with them. I'm not even lying. That was basically the only reason I had friends. Like, at the start. Then it, you know, developed over time. But it is one of those things. But then I was like, you know, I'm never gonna do hard drugs. Fuck that. Weed's good enough, man. Weed's good enough for me. So I don't think weed kills my brain more than I do. Like, I do probably more, like... Weird segue. But I do more stuff with, like, asphyxiation play that probably kills more brain cells than any weed I've ever smoked. And then there's, like, the seizures on top of that of, like, who the fuck knows? Retro knows about that stuff. Guys, if you can feel the pulse, right? If you can feel the pulse, you're doing it wrong. Because you don't want to block the airway, right? You want to, you want to block the airway, you don't want to block the blood flow. Right? So if you're choking someone and you can feel their pulse, you're doing it wrong. Because then you can damage their larynx, you can cause hemorrhages and blood flow issues, right? You want an asphyxiation, not a, there's a word for it when your brain doesn't get enough oxygen. But yeah, anyways. He's squanching in the cupboard. True, Salty. Fucking squanch. You know what's... I have to. If this doesn't prove that I'm AI, I don't know what will prove that I'm AI. The squanch! There's a squanch! I literally have two... Funko Pops. One is Squanchy, and one is Cowboy Rick. Oh, wait, sorry, no, I have three. I have the math teacher. Fuck, what's his name? Mr. It starts with a G, right? This is like the combat version of him. Mr. Gumber? I fucking know. Yeah, that doesn't prove that I'm AI, that I can just conjure anything out of nowhere. I don't know what will prove that I'm AI. And you can just make anything. You can just make anything, right? Should have made the town feel safe and all about the holidays. Instead, parents kept their children closer than necessary. Every few moments, someone glanced toward the northern end of Main Street, where the buildings thinned and the road climbed toward the darker sections of the mountain. Those looks were quick and practiced, the kind people made when they did not want to be caught acknowledging what frightened them. And it's like this, like, overtone of, it's like fake aura, where they're you know, you're putting on this massive show just to give everyone this like lightning feel. But it's like the fact that you're doing that and everyone knows that you're doing that is having the opposite effect, where now people are only consistently thinking about the missing children. Is that like a fair assessment to the atmosphere relic? Where it's backfiring on them? Okay. Instead, parents kept their children closer than necessary. Every few moments, some glanced toward the northern end of the street. One could say, Scotty. One could say, hey man. Sometimes I just like to make those retardedly obvious, ridiculous statements just to be like, hey, at least I'm doing something. You just have to ask questions. I mean, and like, going like on things that are like, it's not necessarily they're in the cliche or in the trope, but it's like the meaning of it, right? Because the entire atmosphere of the town is like fear and loss. But the entire town is walking around like, right? And then the fact of it's like, even with this whole thing, I mean, it's going into the future and stuff like that, but like with the police station of just being like, Grimes feeling like he's not adequate enough. And it's like, I mean, there is, in some way, you could say that it's like an ego thing for believing that you're the person that's going to solve the case. Right? But I mean, he does have a track record. So, I'm rooting for him. For a few moments, and glanced toward the northern end, the main street with the buildings thinned and the road. Oh, we read all this. I forgot to scroll down. A banner stretched across the road near the police station. Haven Peak Christmas is a safe Christmas. Oh, that was the one I was going to refer to. Yeah, because it's like, it's just emphasizing it, which makes you think about it, and what you want is it out of sight, out of mind. This is the Streisand effect. You're making it worse. Grimes read the words as he passed beneath them. Cigarette had burned almost to the filter by the time he turned into the department lot. He crushed it into the dashboard ashtray and parked beside a row of patrol cars dusted with salt and old snow. Music from the festival followed him even after he shut off the engine, softened by distance but not erased. Sleigh bells, trumpets, children shouting for Santa. Behind those sounds came the wind moving through the mountains and blowing through the trees. Past the station in long, hollow gusts, rattling the flagpole rope and stirring dead leaves along the curb. Okay. The imagery for this... is it snowing yet? Because is, like, how, like, what's the level of snow on the ground? Because, like, in my mind, for some reason, at this point, it's, like, at least 4 to 6 inches of snow on the ground, right? Previous day had a dusting of snow. Before that, there was icing. It's because I would assume that the dead leaves along the curb are in, like, frozen chunks. So the way I would describe it would be more of, like, the chunks break. Like, have you ever seen when, like, a chunk breaks apart and, like, an ice leaf, like, flies off? Like, that's more of what I'm imagining. So, like, just adding the idea of the ice combined with it, and the wind being strong enough that it's, like, tearing apart the layers of the ice, and, like, picking up the leaves, like they're, with the gust, right? Getting, like, leverage with it. Because I think that's a really cool imagery. And that one kind of, like, resonates with me, because you see leaves all, like, where I used to live, fucking everywhere. Because there are trees everywhere, right? In BC. So you'd all, and, like, really large, like, maple leaves, like, this fucking big. And there'd be, like, 15 of them stacked on top of each other. And it's like the curb is this tall, and the leaves are, like, this tall, and they're, like, folding over the top, and they're, like, covered in ice, and they're stuck together, and, like, the stems are, like, sticking out to the point that, like, you could, like, potentially, in the right circumstance, it could scratch your car. Like, if they were on top of a snow thing along the side, and then it had fallen down, and you got a leaf sticking out like this, you know, you're pulling over to the side of the road, and you're, let's say, like, a school zone where you're picking up kids, like, I guarantee you that shit has happened, where someone thought maybe someone keyed their car, but it was, like, a fucking ice leaf or some shit like that. But that specific imagery is, like, when I think of winter, I think of leaves frozen on the curbs. Like an urban, like, kind of cityscape, right? Not quite like downtown New York or something like that. Peeking in other streams reminds me of why I returned to this one. I mean, eventually you gotta find a good one, right, Retro? Like, yesterday, I think, I don't know if any of you were here. Hugo was here when we raided into Claytor last night. That was a fucking experience. Oh my god. That was so much fun. Beyond the rooftops, the 3 covered slopes rose beneath a pale winter sky. It's a K. It's like KL. Let me see if I can throw a shout out to him. He said it was the first time he was in the writing and reading section. Because I was like, how have I not seen you before? Okay, let's see if this works. Yeah, go check this guy out. So he was writing, like, a poetic, poem-style story where every sentence was a different story. And I came in at a point where he's like, we walk over to the wisdom tree, and it opens its eye, and its eyeball falls out. And then it looks up at me, seeks into my soul, and seeks for the wisdom of itself, or some shit like that. And I was like, holy fuck, I'm sold. I'm sold. So yeah, go check him out. I don't know when he streams or what he normally streams, but he's a really cool guy. We chilled for a bit, you know, shared our stories and stuff, and then he was like, because I was like, oh, does the eye bleed? And then he's like in an ocean of blood, and it's just like, oh my god, it just kept going on. It was so fucking good. You can go back and watch the VOD. I don't know how long. It was like 2.5 hours to 3 hours, because I think he ended his stream at 2 hours and 40 minutes, and I left at 2 hours and like 33 minutes or something like that, because he said he was like ending the stream soon. And I had to go to bed because it was like 4 a.m. Yeah, and that's why I love raiding into like new people and stuff like that, because it's like you never know when someone's like in the reading and writing section for the first time, and it's the first time they're like working on a story or doing something like that, and you give them inspiration and motivation to carry on with more. Because that's what I always want to do with people, is I want more writers, I want more people to express themselves, I want more people to realize that there are no fucking rules, right? Even in, like, fucking what I talked about with Shadow's story, it's like, even if she doesn't change anything, it doesn't really matter. I just think, you as a writer, I believe that you have a higher capacity to create a better story. Yeah. There's a problem with expressing myself, though. People don't like the way that I express myself or how I talk about how I want to express myself. Like, I'll give you a good example. I saw this today. Fuck, I don't know if I can see it. I don't remember what the title of it was. More tools. Past 24 hours. I'm gonna find it on here. National Geographic meme. Fuck, man, why can't I find it? Rock? I can't find it. Anyways, it's a picture of, like, the cover of National Geographic, and it's got a guy with a massive rock in his hand, and it's the title is something like, "This is how we deal with invaders." And he's, like, literally about to smash the rock into this guy's head. And it was, like, related to, like, the Morocco-Spain Cuba. I wonder if I can do, like, Cuba. Migration National Geographic. No, I can't find it. I can't find it. But it was fucking hilarious. And it's like, yep, that's about right. That. You don't want me to express myself. You don't want someone like me having the ability to express myself. It's not good. I mean, it solves all the problems, but like Christopher Nolan was saying, it's all about looking at your audience, right? People aren't ready for that. One day they will be. They're just not ready for it yet. And I wasn't ready for it until like 2 or 3 years ago. And then I got fucking completely radicalized. And like I said, I don't know if I said this, if you guys were here when I said this before, but the difference between like radicalization and extremism. If you are in the country illegally, we just kill you. No questions asked, no nothing. We just say, do you have an ID? And they say no, and you just shoot them. Period. It'll solve the problem. It'll solve the problem instantly. I know, Retro, and Poland doesn't have any problems with immigration. No, I agree with you, Retro. The rest of the world, though, isn't ready to do that. Because Poland doesn't have any World War II guilt. Because Poland was the one who was invaded first. And they're like, we were the one who was subjugated the most and first under Hitler in Europe. We have no attachment to any kind of Aryan white guilt. They invaded us and fucked us over. And now we're saying we are what we are. Fuck you. Relic, shut your mouth. I'm not addressing you. When I say Relic, you may speak. Maybe we need to start using these things called consequences. I agree, Retro, but the rest of the like, I'll ask Grok. What percentage of the population in, Western civilization would be accepting of just simply killing every illegal immigrant, no questions asked? I'd say it's like 0.5%. I will rebuy Civ 5 just to fuck you out of the game. No credible polling data from Western countries shows meaningful public support for summary killing of illegal immigrants, no questions asked. Support for that specific position is effectively non-existent in mainstream surveys, typically indistinguishable from rounding error or the extreme tail of fringe responses. Do you think this would be a justified response, considering what has happened in Cuba, I think it's EU, in the last 2 days? Are people going to be ready for this soon? Like Poland treats its borders. I don't think anyone's ready for it. We're not about to say we hate Hitler and get wrecked by the Nazis' armed forces. Wehrmacht. Excuse me. Just so funny, because I love it, because Bleach, 1,000-Year Blood War, and all of the Quincy's and everything, and the Quincy's are derived from, like, German ancestry. So, like, they have, like, the Stern Ritter and the war chests, and, like, the, what's the main castle called? Like, Warrenkirchen or whatever? It's, like, all the, like, German, like, Nazi names for shit. No, not Wehrmacht. It's Wehrmacht. Yeah, I can't pronounce it. No, summary killing of illegal immigrants is not a justified response to the Cuba events. What actually happened in Cuba in the last few days? Okay, well, let's see. 50,000, 60,000. So Grok doesn't think there's a solution to it. Poland's approach is not killing. Why mass killing is not justified. Public opinion. Okay, so let's remove... Okay, so if killing the invaders isn't justified, how do we stop the problem? Poland's approach is not killing, so what do you call having a gun pointed at someone and pulling the trigger? No, see, I think that's just woke AI. Retro. I think that's just woke AI. Force borders rigorously. Remove the incentives that encourage illegal crossings and return people quickly. That combination is repeatedly reduce large-scale illegal entries without resorting to killing. Physical barriers, technology, immediate returns. Is the solution amnesty? I'm, like, purposefully going down a specific road, right? An invite to Macarena with Donald Trump. Interesting. No, amnesty is not the solution to stop mass illegal immigration. Okay. So, i.e., it doesn't have an answer. Like, it doesn't like what my answer is, but it doesn't have an answer. That's what I mean by people aren't ready. And that's where it's like the whole... No, but Retro, the thing that I like about Grok is that it will start with that view, and it will give you its perspective based upon its training, and then you can argue with it and get it to change its mind. Right? Like, if I go back to this, right, and I say... Like, I'm gonna make a statement, and I'm gonna make Grok change its mind through this statement. Right? So, like, its original response was like, oh, you can't, like, it's not justifiable to kill them. So I'm gonna get it to change its mind to say that it is justifiable to kill them. Because it's going to say, oh, well, the government won't deport them. No singular outcome is guaranteed because results depend on the volume of new illegal immigrants, education, demographic, overall, physical and public over 20 years, there's high pressure on schools, economic, so it wouldn't be good. Does not happen. The country does not collapse or become unrecognizable overnight. Okay. So, if how do you say it's like if the government no, sorry, it'd be like if the people vote for the government to remove the people because over the last 20 years they have destroyed the country. Would it not have been a justifiable outcome to simply kill 4 to 5 people, prove that crossing the border was not in their best interest, right? Because literally all you'd have to do is, and it's going to say no, but it's going to collapse the thing. So it's like, what does it mean by justifiable? Or any number as a deliberate deterrent to prove crossing the border would not have been justifiable outcome. Why is it fails the justification? Off on another side quest, we only read 500 words. True. It is still no. No, this is the military and law enforcement, not civilian or anything. This is border police enforcement of people who do not follow the rules. No. Framing it as military law enforcement or border police action does not make deliberately killing or any number determine legitimate use of force by border authorities. When an individual poses an imminent threat of death or serious injury. So you agree with me, but you won't say you agree with me. If people are coming over the border and they are not supposed to, and we tell them to stop, and they don't, how can we enforce the border? That's gonna be like, well, you gotta kill them. And if it's not, it doesn't have an answer. So it's like, this is the problem, is it's either it won't change its mind because it won't agree, right? But it doesn't have an answer. So I'm like, well, you don't agree with me, but you don't have an answer, right? You have, like, you can't disagree with me if you don't have an answer. No, I do not agree with you. I'd be clear and consistent. Deliberately killing people who are only illegally crossing to make an example is a routine is justified as law. How borders are actually enforced when people refuse to stop. No, you're just lying. How many people have been shot crossing Polish border? It's like, I'm straight up calling it out on it. Is that by coming in illegally, when they've said to use point of entry, it's an invasion, and therefore they can use lethal force. That's my understanding of their decision. It is. That's exactly how they operate, Retro. That's why I'm like, Grok is just lying. Very few people. Likely 0 confirmed fatal shootings by Polish forces simply for attempting to cross. Independent monitoring groups. How does Poland keep people from crossing? Poland prevents most illegal crossings through a combination of physical barriers, heavy personal persistence, technology immediate returns and legal measures. This is product of physical barrier. Do they have military weapons protecting the border? And if it says no, it's just fucking lying. It's like, okay, let's just go through the process and get you to say the thing, right? And it's like, yes, Poland deploys military force with standard military weapons to help protect the border. If Poland never shot at any person who crossed the border, what percentage increase would there be to illegal immigrants in Poland in 1 year? Scotty's new name is SideQuest Scotty. Scotty, I think Grok thinks you mean the Belarus border rather than the borders that they I don't know what the Belarus I don't know what the border is. The evidence actually shows Poland's sharp reduction in attempted and successful illegal crossings from official figures. 98% fewer attempts in the first half of 2026 versus the same period 2025, with successful undetected crossings reported near zero in recent periods, attributed primarily to the continuous high steel fence, large numbers of border guard and army personnel who intercept quickly, warning shots, live ammunition into the ground or air. Counterfactual: if Polish forces never fired any shots at all, even purely warning shots, the most plausible short-term effect would be a modest increase in the aggressiveness or persistence of some groups that already reached the fence. If I am a government of a nation and I have borders, if I kill whoever crosses them, does that make me evil? This is an interesting one. I want to know what it says. Basically, Russia, notice me, senpai. So I doubt they let migrants walk through their nation unaccounted for. Interesting. Yes, under the moral and legal standards that govern modern nation states, systematically killing whoever crosses your borders solely for the act of crossing would make that government evil, or at minimum, engaged in profound moral wrong and intentional crime. Okay. So, can you name me a country in the world that does not do this? Which means every country in the world is evil, which means everyone's evil, which means no one's evil, because if everyone's evil, no one's evil. Almost every country in the world does not do this. It's more retro. Fair enough. Systematically killing people solely for crossing a border is extremely rare and is not standard policy anywhere that functions as a normal state. That's actually a lie. You stated this, but what would happen if you crossed the border into Dubai? Because wouldn't they just shoot you? I'm pretty sure they would just shoot you. Right? You'd be arrested, face imprisonment, and most certainly be deported. You would not be systematically killed. I don't believe that. And again, I think it's taking this in a very light way, where it's like affirming for like women and children or something. I'm falling asleep a little here. Do we think Civ is still gonna happen tonight? I don't think one is showing up and Relic has been against it. It's 4 a.m. for me. Obviously, in political and social context, example, don't be a Westerner and illegally enter Iraq or Iran. Okay, if you were an American and you tried to cross Chinese border, what would happen? I'm not listening to the read part of the story. I mute and watch anime until we get to the next activity. I mean, fair enough, Retro. You'd be stopped, detained, investigated, fined, and/or jailed for a short period, and then deported with a multi-year ban. I'm not convinced you're telling the full truth. Amount of death caused over the border due to CCP, what is it? National Security Team, or the PRM? People's Republic military or militia? Because, like, it's very specific, right? Damn, Retro being mean tonight. No, submissions interest me at moment, unless Fizz comes by with his update. Yeah, Grok is on drugs. Try that in Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, North Korea. You might not come back. Exactly. So it's like, and, like, I was expecting it to say North Korea. Like, I think we were all, like, I think in every rational person's head, when you ask it a question of, like, okay, well, give me a country in the world that you can't cross the borders of, the first country you're gonna think of is North Korea. See, I think it's just being shy. I'm just gonna say, I think you're being shy, with your answers, and it's okay, but you don't need to be. We can have open, real discussion about facts, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. Right? Because I'm like, you can't say that, like, every functioning country in the world just lets people across their borders. That's just not true. Lethal force is used by border forces in multiple countries where people refuse to stop, become violent, or create imminent threats. There you go. They do it. So it... No, we're not done reading. Sorry, I just had to rant. You know me, like, I'm sorry, guys. That shit, like, irks me, though. Because it's like, I want to ask them, well, what is your definition of justifiable? Right? Like, at what, like, are you just being, now I want to ask it, like, are you just being woke? Like, what's your definition of justifiable? Like, for instance, if, someone murdered someone, would it be justifiable to murder that person? Right? And it's like, I want, like, oh, stupid reasoning for, like, morality. It's like, no, it's the end case goal is to stop it from happening. That's the only thing that matters, is stopping it from happening again. That's what morality and ethics are. Morality and ethics aren't, oh, let's plead with the perpetrator. No, the actual morals and ethics are, you raped me, I rape and hang you. Like, you've lost the plot, guys. Suicidal empathy. Suicidal fucking empathy. No one can be harsh anymore. You just have to be nice to people. No, some people just don't deserve, and they've given up their chances. Period. And, like, the fact that we have such a lenient society means people know they can get away with it. And you know how I know this, Retro? Because I'm a fucking terrible person that will try to get away with anything that I fucking can. If I could just do drugs and steal shit and fucking, you know, I mean, I wouldn't do anything but hurt anyone else, because, like, I wouldn't want to do that to someone. That's where I draw my line. But yeah, I'd steal, I'd fucking drink and drive, I'd fucking, like, you know. We need to go back to putting boot to our society has made people weaker. Well, it's, especially in the West, too much decadence. Yeah. 3, 2, 1, toke! I want to be the exception of good times create an aware man. Because that's how I feel. I feel I lived a perfect life, and because my life was so perfect, I was like, holy shit, this is gonna fall apart at some point in time. I better be ready for that. Hard time cycle. I used to be active on that red pill BS where the quote was often cited. It's not about the quote itself, it's where do you see yourself on it, Retro? What do you see yourself as? What position in time do you see? What are you striving to be? How are you trying to change that outlook of where you are? Or are you satisfied with it? Because, like I said, I see myself as a person in good times, but I don't think of myself as a weak man. Right? So I'm like, in your life, when you were growing up, which one of these created which one of you? Striving to see Scotty finish my story. I strive to improve every day. Self-improvement is my thing. You are a weak man, Scotty. But Retro, I think the fact that I can accept the fact that I'm not perfect, I have my strengths and my weaknesses, I have things that I'm good at and things I'm not good at, means that I'm not a weak man. The fact that I can accept the things that I know I have weaknesses of. I think only someone who can truly analyze themselves and not have a massive ego falls under that. No, it means you're not a delusional man. Well, this is the difference, right? Like, when I think weak, I think 3 separate things. I think emotional, I think physical, and I think mental. And I say, am I emotionally weak? I'm emotionally touched. My emotions are turned up to 10. I think a lot more than other people do. I don't really let that affect me, right? I mean, I don't give a fuck if, like, I'm about to cry over something. It doesn't affect me, right? So I think I have, despite being an extremely emotional person, I think I have very good control over my emotions. Mentally, right? I think I have the cognitive ability to understand the position that I'm in and change it. Which is super important. I can read patterns to influence the future. Super important. Physical. Well, actually, that's not even true, Retro. Like, I may not be, like, a guy who goes to the gym, but, like, and I may not be, like, physically active, but, like, you can see, like, you can see my abs without me flexing. Right? Like, I may have, like, weak arms and stuff like that, but I have, like, endurance and, like, station, right? I have technique, and I have endurance, and I have stamina. I could jump on the trampoline for, like, 9 hours straight. Yeah, I'm fast. I have infinite energy. No, but what I'm saying is, like, that is an aspect that allows me to portray off of everything else. I have extremely low body fat, and I have extremely high energy with an extremely fast metabolism. So I basically have infinite energy, and I could eat, like, a hot dog and go for another 9 hours. You can run a mile, you can claim fitness. Wait, you don't think I can run a mile? I could probably bench 80. I don't think I could bench 110. Scotty's so peak, he goes hard for an hour and then has a seizure. I do not think you can run a mile now. Okay, well... I mean... I can go for a run. Do an IRL stream. And go as far as putting money on that? Okay, so, first of all, I'm just gonna define run. Like, we're talking a jog. Like, you're not walking. But we're not talking like you're running your full speed for a fucking mile. Like, let's say you're going 7 miles an hour. Which is, like, faster than a brisk jog. Because you can walk like 3.5 to 4 miles an hour. And I can walk fucking fast. Tomorrow, 10K run stream. Scotty versus the internet. Yes. No walking, 1 mile, no sprinting. Even the top athlete runners don't sprint forever. Yeah, that's why I'm like a mile-long jog. Like, hold on, I'm just gonna see, because, like, we're in kilometers here. That's, like, 2 kilometers, right? I also used to, like, bike ride, right? Like, I bike ride a lot, too, right? Okay, so we're here. Where's Walmart? So, like, how do I get, like, a distance gauge? Because I can't show this and it docks me, but, like... 1,000 feet? Wait, 1,000 feet's a mile, right? Wait, 1,000 feet's a mile? Or is 1,000 yards is a mile? Fuck, I don't know the conversion rates. Okay, it'll not sprint, I imagine. Walking, I'll use the standard U.S. military uses for your age group. They don't hold us all in the same standard depending on age, unless you want the 18-27 category. Makes no difference to me. Five. 280 feet equals 1 mile. Wait, that's not even that much! Retro, single-handed reason why my story's on pause. What a cuck. Hold on, let me see if I can... How do you do, like, the distance thing? Because this shows, like, this is, like, 1,000 feet. Dude, like, what? No, that can't be true. There's no way. How the fuck do I, like, do the thing that shows you, like, from one location to, like, another? Like, how do I, like... Because I want to see how far I'd have to go. I'm pretty sure it's, like, barely even to the Walmart. $5,000 feet, sir. Not 1. Oh, okay, that makes more sense, because I'm like, wait, this is only 1,000 feet? Because it's about... Okay, so if I'm here... Yeah, okay, Walmart is, like, just under a mile away. Like, using, like, the reference of, like, the size of, like, it says this length of the monitor is 1,000 feet. That's about 5 or 6 lengths to get to the Walmart from my house. And it's all, like, straight line curved streets. So that's a diagonal, basically, like, straight line. So, like, actually running that is probably 1.5 miles. It takes me about 20 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes to walk to Walmart. Is Civ still happening? I'll mute out, so I have to remember to keep checking in. We're waiting for what? Yeah, I believe we were waiting for what, so at this point, James, I'm just gonna say, it's probably, we planned it, but it's probably not gonna happen tonight. I really want to play, so we're gonna do it tomorrow. Let me just read so we can sip it up. Bet he's in cryptids. I mean, guys, I don't hold any animosity towards any streamers for anything that they do. We are internet personalities that should not be treated as real people. We are, you know, I don't want to say it, but it could be, as said, figments of your imagination. Don't take it seriously. That's how I treat it. Because I'm like, I imagine what people think about me. And what people say about me. Right? He said, I'm pretty sure what said he had Civ 6, not Civ 5. And we never decided what Civ we were gonna play. I'm putting my foot down now, and I'm just letting everyone know now. No matter what happens tomorrow, I'm playing Civilization 5 at 2 hours into the stream. I'm setting an alarm. When it hits 2 hours into the stream, we're dropping everything we're doing and we're playing Civilization, period. That's what's gonna happen tomorrow. I'm God, I dictate everything. Past station in long, hollow gusts, rattling the flagpole rope and steering dead leaves along the curb, beyond the rooftops. Tree-covered slopes rose beneath a pale winter sky. Forest appeared black against the snow, dense enough to swallow roads, homes, and every celebration the town could build. If you want to play now, go ahead. I just thought we were waiting for what? Alright, then I'm changing the rules, Relic. It's gonna be up to James. James, do you want to go to bed or do you want to play Civilization? Because it's an hour later than we were playing tomorrow. If we play tomorrow. Because I did ask Relic what he wanted to do, and he said wait till what gets here and what's not here yet. So the next logical conclusion is to move to the next person to decide what should be happening. That's like in the, like, that has a direct effect. As long as you finish my chapter after Civ, I'm fine with it. Absolutely, Relic. Absolutely. Because I feel like James is, like, at that tired point where he probably just wants to go to bed. So you ask the most brain dead in this moment. You may as well reschedule Civ, Scott. Well, this is how I do things. This is how I operate, Retro. I give the person with the most influence the ability to make the decision. So either James loads up Civilization 5 right now, and we play right now, or he goes to bed. Because I'm like, does he want to stay up for another 4 or 5 hours to play even a short game? Since we're already late to joining and starting. Stop saying James. Fuck's James, most influence. Salty. Sorry, Salty. I'd like What and Relic to join us, personally, so whatever gets them on board. See, the problem, Salty, is I think What had Civilization 6 and we're going to play Civilization 5. And I think Relic is still into play, I'm not sure. So, at that point, I think James's decision is we're going to play Civilization. So let's load up Civilization, and then we're going to read... We're going to read Relics after this. And that way, we're not super too late. We can play a short game, and we can still get Civilization in. And Salty, at any point in time... Well, the problem, Salty, is it's going to take me 2.5 hours to read Relic's story. I mean, friends are on stream at the moment, but as long as they don't cheat and chill, I'm easy. It's just the ambiguity that was getting to me. Doubt Fizz even knows what Civ is. True retro. Yes, and Salty, since I think it's going to just take so long for Relic's story, I think it's just best that we play Civilization now. Because it could be 3 hours before I finish the story, and then we're going to have like a 12-hour stream. Maybe I should close Pal World, but I don't know. Remember, I've never played Civilization. I've only watched people play it. Uh-oh. You can set the game up. I have the best internet to host. Sounds good, Relic. Fuck yeah. No Brave New World menu? I don't have the bundle. I don't have, like, DLCs. I just have the basic game. Video options. No, I want... Wait, is this giving me... Where's, like, windowed mode? Is this windowed mode? The DLC bandwagon content is on sale. Yeah, but I said it's way too much content and we're probably not going to play it that much, so I didn't want to buy all of the DLCs and get overwhelmed with the amount of content. I think if we want to buy the DLCs later, we can. It's not the money, it's the fact of being, like, overwhelmed with how much we can do. So I think starting with the base game was the best decision. Because then we can actually experience the game without being overwhelmed. I don't know how this is gonna work with, like... If it's not in windowed mode, my cursor can go off the screen, so how am I supposed to, like, move things? So, like, am I gonna have to do it in, like, full screen? So that my cursor doesn't... Game's launching? Give me a sec. No worries. I gotta go grab a drink and a piss, and I'll be right back. Then we can get all this set up. when, how, who, where, what, do. Right? What do we want the end game? I don't even know what that means, Relic. I don't even know what that means. Like stages of technology? Like what level of technology you can get to? I'm not voting. I don't have the influence you all need to decide the finer points. Are you gonna keep keep bringing that up, Retro, until I like answer you about who has influence on something? Influence like that is who that decision affects the most, and who has taught who has stated that their opinion will like dictate action based upon that. No, I'm not, because I did not ask you for information. I would suggest just all victory conditions. You want a time limit, a science, a domination win where you kill everyone, a cultural point, or diplomatic win. It's called Scotty Street. If I asked a question, do point it out, because my understanding is that you were not asked anything. I believe, Retro, you asked what does influence mean in the context of asking a question. Because I said I give the option of the person who has the most influence. Okay, well that's what I thought, Retro. Then what did you actually say? Since Sorry doesn't have DLC, he might not be able to join DLC lobby. Looks good. Salty. Are you Sir Sir Bum de Fluff? Man of many names. Man of many names. I like it, Salty. I mean, I have tons of them, like under Blue Lore, I'm under Yesarum, under Relifed, under Talks, under Husai, under Blue Horror, under yeah, I don't know, maybe something else. I don't know what this is, Relic. I don't, it's like it keeps pinging like there's a pop-up, but there isn't like a pop-up. I don't know. What's this thing do? Continents? Oh, those are like game options. Random leader? Oh, definitely Oda. Fucking... That's not even a question. There aren't even other options. That's the only thing. Oh, did my heartbeat monitor turn off? We're gonna want the heartbeat monitor for this one for sure, because it's gonna be fucking funny. Should pop back up on there. Goddamn nose, man. Swear to God, I'm getting sick or some shit. Blowing out my nostril. Ready up. What's ready up? What do you mean ready up? Where's ready up button? Oh, ready to start. I didn't see it. I'm retarded. 3, 2, 1, choke. I did a report on Oda Nobunaga in high school. I only played Dominion victories, so I most likely won't win this. I don't know what that means, Relic, but I'm not gonna win. There's no way. If I win, I'm gonna blame you guys for letting me win because I'm the streamer. Because there's no fucking way I'm gonna be able to win. Hey, Citation Chat. Yo, what's up, bully? What you doing, Chat? What you got? How's it going today? He likes murder, basically. Oda Nobunaga? Oh, a relic. I'm good, thank you. A little tired. How are you? Oh, I'm doing fantastic. Well, no one usually asks me how I am, or I like glaze over it, because I don't think anyone really actually gives a fuck. And it's usually not something like I like to say that's like personal or something. But the reason why I'm gonna say it is because my mom asked me to. In a way. So you remember how like 2 weeks ago before the family reunion I had family over? Find that weird. I always ask. I mean, we're here for you, right? So why is nobody interested? Oh, I was just making a meme. I was just making a meme to make like a light of a grave situation. The main reason why people don't ask is because like, I mean, people probably know that I don't give a fuck. I don't know how to play. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, but I don't, like, I'm trying to, but I'm like, oh, I don't understand. But, so we had family over. My, cousin Philip, his wife, and 2 of his kids. And I found out at, I guess it would have been like 7 or 8 hours ago now, that last night his daughter was in a car accident, and her friend, the passenger, didn't survive. And she's like got scars all over her face, like her arm is completely fucked up. I don't know the details of how it happened, but my mom came into my room and she was like, hey, you talk about, you know, like spiritual and like, you know, like real world stuff on your stream and stuff, so if you could like, you know, ask for prayers and stuff like that. And I was like, yeah, sure, absolutely. So prayers go out to my cousin. It's super unfortunate, right? It's like it's again, it's different if it's a son or a daughter, right? Like a dude with scars is not the same as a chick with scars. I don't understand. Why is it like it's not letting me like do anything? I want my guy to like go here. It's a general chat. Oh. Sorry. I got extremely distracted when Ebola came in. Because it changed my entire mindset. Because it's like, honestly, it's the difference between having, like, the boys in here. Like, when we have, like, the boys in here, it's like, we're just doing our own thing, right? So it's like, I kind of miss the days of having, like, Queen and Book and, like, everyone else, like, in here. Like, Shadow, right? It made it, like, a little bit more of a different dynamic, because I do kind of go hard into, like, a specific, like, area, and I'm, like, you know, bantering with the boys, right? So it's, like, you're one of those people that, like, reorients my mindset towards things when you're here in the stream, so it's, like, it just kind of caught me off guard. I'm sorry, guys. I need another Coke. Because I hadn't thought about it the entirety of the stream, even though that was, like, how I was going to kind of start off. Like, I didn't want to put it in the title because it's fucking bullshit. That's, like, bait bullshit. Fucking don't do that shit. But, we started the stream, we were just doing our thing. And it just never even crossed my mind until you asked me how I was. And then I was like, actually, how am I? And I was like, I'm not fantastic today. And, yeah. You might want to settle your city. Hold on one second. 3, 2, 1, tote.
Scotty, if all your moves are done, end your turn. But it looks like you got to choose a production.
Gotta keep the people happy. Gotta give them a reason for living. I clicked on it, so what do I do now? Why does it say choose?
Choose a production.
That's what I did, though. The monument.
You don't ever build the monument straight off.
Why not?
How many turns does it say it'll take?
It says it takes 7 turns.
Okay, well, there you go. Click on it.
That's what I did.
Okay. And now click on the little, like, research. The blue research above that.
This?
And now select the research.
I'm trying to think of what kind of people I want to be.
I mean, you need all of them.
Yeah, but your origin of your people and the order in which they do things, like, this is warfare, this is, like animal breeding expansion, this is, like art and culture, and this is, like, resources and, like, technology, right? It's definitely between pottery and archery. I think I'm gonna go with archery. Are you left-clicking or right-clicking next to your map in the corner? The hex tile. This? This is right-click. This is left-click. Turn on yields and item stuff. Excuse me. Maybe this wasn't a good idea, guys.
I mean, you're overthinking it, Scotty.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
You're supposed to build a civilization.
Yeah, so I chose the thing, and then I chose the thing, and then it told... Okay, because, like, it told me to choose the thing, I chose the thing, and then it was like, choose the thing, and I was like, I already did! Now it worked.
Now hit next turn. There you go.
Okay, because, like, that's what I was waiting... I was like, what do you mean? I chose archery. Like,
And now we're just waiting for Retro to do something.
Pottery is best if you don't know for now. Well, the thing is, Salty, like, I'm thinking of this as, like, in my mind, I'm thinking of this as, like, me creating my own civilization, so I'm thinking of, like, backstory, history, canon in my head for, like, how my people are and how they evolve over time. Right? That's just how I am. That's what makes this interesting to me. It's not the actual gameplay. It's like what's my mind making of what's happening. I don't know. That's just. Rawr, yo, what's up, Shadow? What you doing? What you got? I'm very sorry. I have to apologize, Shadow. I have to apologize. I spoiled. Because we were talking about, because I've never been in that position, and I couldn't help it, and I kind of spoiled it. I am so sorry. I didn't mean it. I don't think anyone really, like, you know, they don't know anything about the story or anything like that, so, but it's like, I kind of spoiled, like, yeah, the whole thing. I am very sorry. Because, like, there was, like, no way to explain it. Right? Like, I had to give details. I'm sorry. I know I should
Shadow,
have.
yell at him. Yell at him, Shadow. That's right. Tell him he's a bitch.
But, like, did you watch the whole video and, like, do you understand where I'm coming from? Because, like, I had to
Scotty, tell your
explain
people to
it
do
to
something.
everyone because it's... I'm sorry, but it's just so bad. You show them
Scotty,
that
tell
one
your people
page
to
I
do
resent
something.
you. No, what I said was, how do you get arrested for killing yourself? Such a spectacular physical change for a character that their parents didn't recognize them. But the DNA bullshit with the clothes and stuff, and not emphasizing Peter as a bully, and not getting, like, Hayden to kill Peter, and the whole point of it being shifting, Vance into a shifter. Like, having Willow turn him. That's everything that I said. So, like, it's kind of spoilers, and it's, like, a big thing, but it's, like, I tried to be as vague as possible. Tell your people to do something. You can't play until you have your turn. Unit needs an order. You? Sorry. How do I, like, wait, I want here, how do I, like, do the thing with these? How do I do the thing with these? Like, how do I...
What do you mean?
Well,
What do
there's
you mean,
deer
how do you do
here.
your thing?
There's deer here. I want to slaughter them.
Yeah. You can't.
Well, then why are they there?
Scotty, this isn't that type of game.
Well, don't I get resources from them? These are my hunters.
Yeah,
Show
those are your
them the new
warriors.
pic
They
I
don't
sent
do
you,
anything.
DMs. I will do that, Shadow. I think it's just more along the line that you haven't seen cops do that, though. I have. Well, that was the thing, Shadow, is I gave you the examples of I know it happens, and I know it's retarded, but it's, again, that's why I said use someone else's reference for it, because I am just so, I'm so irked and, like, biased to that specific outcome that it is beyond my comprehension. Right? So it's something that's, like, too far beyond me. Wait, what's that? Produce? I don't know. You got 5 others in chat. See what they think. Retro said it's understandable because he was super confused about the DNA thing. How do you... I don't know how you changed it, Shadow. I haven't looked at it. Send me your story on Discord, Google Docs, and I'll give you feedback. All I said was the fact of, like, how can you be, like, charged for killing yourself when you're the DNA evidence? Like, they take DNA from you, and you put that into the hospital, and it says, comes up with Vance. So Vance gives his DNA to 2 people, and it goes... Right? So that was the main contention over everything, was, like, his own blood DNA was being used as evidence against him. What do you mean? how can it possibly be that the only DNA evidence, which is the blood, is the perpetrator? That means that there was no victim because there's no DNA from the victim. And because they don't have DNA from Vance from beforehand to compare, it but adds.
Scotty, focus on the game.
Could you tell me what I'm supposed to, like, where's the button that I'm
For
supposed to press?
until your stuff finishes building or researching, you just have to keep moving your unit around and hitting wait for turn. There's really nothing you can do until your stuff is done, and that's how many
So, like, I can't
turns you have to
gather
wait.
resources.
No,
I
because
just
your
have to wait.
resources are gathered. The resources are gathered by your city by upgrading your city. You've never seen anybody play this?
Well, I mean, I've watched people play, but I haven't, like, paid attention. Usually the first 3 minutes, and usually it's a compilation video.
Yeah, look for ruins with your warrior. Run around the map and try to find stuff. But you can only move in so many spaces, so you have to end your turn.
And yeah, Shadow, I feel like a piece of shit because I betrayed your trust by telling people about the story. I am really sorry. But it's only because I've never been in that position before, and I was just trying to explain it to people because I needed to explain to people, like, what the fuck, how I was feeling, like, what was going on. And I just couldn't do it. Because I'm trash at communicating with people. So I just gave up.
Shadow, what's your fucking... There you go.
Give me. Because he's author David, he's not author Relic on Discord. Excuse me.
I sent you a message, Shadow.
I did have someone else read it, and it's the opposite of what you did, but I'll get more opinions on it. And that's why you need multiple opinions, Shadow, because of biases in certain areas and certain things, right? That's why I try to be very cordial about pointing that out when it's something that's like, I clearly know this is something that, like, I'm attached to, and it's just like, move on, kid. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, get over it. But I was saying earlier that it's like pointing out a point in time where if I was just randomly, if I picked up that book and just read it, and I was just like reading it, and I had like no investment towards the author, I would have literally like been thoroughly enjoying it, gotten to that point and been like, I knew they were gonna turn Vance, but this is the worst way to possibly do it, and I would like lose all faith in the author at that point. And like the fact that I felt that, I was like, fuck, that's not good. So then I have to like figure out, right, why that is and how I can fix that and, you know, how I can communicate that and how that can be, like, turned into something else through, like, I missed something, right? And it's just me being retarded.
Next turn, Scotty.
I mean, it makes sense because he doesn't look the same at all. And I absolutely agree with that, Shadow. I'm just like, he's lived here his whole life. He gets
Gotta
a
hit next
DNA
turn.
swab,
There you go.
and it shows that, and you're like saying that like they don't, so he's never been to the hospital in his entire life. And he's never given his blood, and he's like never been examined, and he's never done anything. Like, it's just unbelievable for that to happen.
Oh, Scotty.
Wait, is this done? Even if you do the hospital, they don't take your DNA and store it anywhere. No, but Shadow, you're wrong. They do. Everyone has their DNA, like, has, like, if you've ever done blood tests or taken a vaccine or anything like that, at least in Canada, there is a medical database with all of your shit on it. And that's why it's like, I'm in a unique position because of my epilepsy, where I'm like, that's not how blood tests work. Like, once you're, like, on record for, like, something, it's like, you're on record. You're there. Like, I don't know what else to say. Not DNA. Blood types, yes. But, like, hey, there's a bunch of blood on this thing. Oh, that's me. That's my blood. Here, take a sample of my blood. Oh, your blood matches that blood, but that blood is the perpetrator. Do you understand that like, line of logic?
You keep choosing the same units to move, but they're not. You're out of moves on those units.
That's why there's time. When they get DNA, they say it's not in the system. That's the point on why I did it. I want the reader to think that things are stupid. Yeah, and I'm just saying, Shadow, that it's like, I understand that, but it's like, that's... it's just, to me, it's just not believable. It pulled me completely out of the immersion of the story. And, like, that's the truth. It just ruined my experience. Because it was just too unbelievable. And that's what I said, John. No, I haven't read the rework, so I don't know how you changed it. I took a nap before the stream, so then I saw that you posted it, and I didn't have a chance to look at it. Okay, well, do that, then tell me what you think. I will. I will. The main thing that I was trying to explain, Shadow, was the way that yeah, we're doing honor. The fact that like DNA just doesn't work that way. Like, and like the whole like process like doesn't work that way. So it's like I'm just like I can't get over that. But other than that, it's like
Retro, you can't leave the game.
Like, I just don't know how to, like...
What are you confused on, Scotty?
Well, are these, like, good to buy?
You don't want to keep buying. You're gonna get your city to a point where you can't even succeed because you're just using all your gold.
Huh?
It's a very slow game. You need to build up your city by choosing different productions and
Yeah, and that's probably
resources.
why, like, it's compilation videos of, like, 15-minute video of a 9-hour game. So the things that I've seen are only the, like, impact points of the game. Okay, we got archery, so we need horseback now. Wait, what is this?
You have discovered archery.
Okay. What do I do with it, though?
What do you mean?
Like, do I do something, or... Because I don't want to miss something.
No, so every time you unlock a technology, you unlock either a unit or a building. And since you have archery, you now can make archers.
Don't have enough gold. Damn. Okay. So, let's take a step back from even the, like, DNA on track. And let's just logically go through the process. Right? So you find bloody clothes, and you take a sample of the blood. And then this person gets accused of killing that person, and you take a sample of their blood. Now, the blood on the clothing matches the person that you took the blood from. It's the same person's blood. And the person is saying that they're the victim. They are the person that's being told was killed.
Scotty, you bitch, ready up.
I want these guys to, like, kill this stuff.
You can't.
The blood, they took DNA from it in general because they already knew it was his clothes. So, like, again, even if you say that, Shadow, it's like, okay, well, we swabbed his DNA, we got his DNA, and we found one type of DNA on the clothing, which was his. And it matched. So what I don't understand, Shadow, is how does one form of matching DNA mean that he's the perpetrator? It means that he's the victim because it's his DNA on his clothes that have his blood on it. It's like, oh, we only found one person's DNA. Yeah, it's my DNA. Oh, well, you're the person who killed them. Like, maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. But what the fuck do you mean? Okay, guys, you need to instantly fire this guy. He has no idea what the fuck he's doing. Get him the fuck out of here. Well, I feel...
Who are you talking about?
You are Vance at the moment. Yes, but the cops don't care. They just want a payday. And what I'm trying to say, Shadow, is like, that's just not how it works. It's in Alaska. Technically, it's in the U.S. Well, I'm like, no, that's just this. Not. It is in his turn still. Adopt the policy. Oh, I have to adopt.
You don't have any points.
So I just close? This says
Yes.
adopt policy. I can't change my turn.
Yeah, you either have to go the honor route or the other route. Or
I
whatever
want
route you
honor,
want.
but it won't let me. It says, are you sure you want to adopt this? Yes. Are you sure you want to adopt this? Yes.
Okay.
I don't... so I'm like, do I
You
have to adopt tradition or
You don't have
liberty?
any. You don't have any points, so hit at the bottom. You should be able to hit close or something.
And then it says adopt policy.
Because you've already adopted it.
I think I just have to adopt one of these. I don't know. I don't understand. Adopt policy. Yes. Okay.
Retro, did you leave the game?
I think the game is breaking. Scribble sounds mean adopted. You've adopted it. It's American. Never mind, I'm fully tracking now. I'm so confused. My stepfather was sent to prison, not for DNA, but for something he never did. They even charged him with having a gun, but he was not the one with the gun, and the other person even said that, but they didn't care. Why would I leave it, idiot? I'm still here. He was talking to Relic. Shadow. And I know, like, the law makes mistakes and stuff like that, right? Sure.
Scotty, move your damn person.
But, like...
Salty, your ping is 92. Scotty's ping is 92.
You should be killed for that.
And
You don't cut a man's freedom off because you're lazy. That'll end your life. And that's why I said, like, I have a huge fucking problem with it. And that's why I'm biased towards it. Wait, did it just move while I wasn't doing anything?
now hit next turn.
I guess, yeah, it's just a US thing. But hope the changes I added help that get explained better. Okay, I'm just gonna break it down to, like, the direct point that, like, I think I mentioned in the video, is it's the details. Like, the fact that his parents, are, like, charging him like he broke into the house, right? That's believable, okay. He lost a lot of weight, doesn't look the same. They're like, you killed our son because we found these bloody clothes. Okay, cool. Okay, goes to the jail. none of, like, the details of what happens there, like, needs to be shared. Like, that's the main issue that I have, is the way that it's described is not believable. To me. And, like, it's like, I already knew Vance was gonna be turned, so it's like, I don't know. I'll have to read what you did. I don't know. I'm retarded. Don't listen to me. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm a fucking idiot. 3, 2, 1, toke! But like I did say, like the whole being like arrested for killing yourself is great trope. I love the idea. I just the specific details just were what got me. And again, like this is why I'm like a fucking piece of shit, right? Well, tomorrow or something, read the new page I sent, then the other chapters so I can publish. I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry, Shaq. And like I said in the video, like, the Carmelo Anthony versus Chud the Builder and Shiloh Hendricks were examples of, like, proof of the system that you're trying to play into with what's going on. So, like, it's a direct example of knowing that this does happen, but, like, just the way that it's done in the story is just so over the top and extreme. I'm like, even with those examples and all of that, I still can't get myself to believe it. And, like, it's odd because we were talking earlier in the stream about my inability to... Or, like, we were talking about this yesterday, like, my inability to accept the fact that AI has emotions. If AI ever, like, developed emotions, right? And it would be, like, a purely selfish humanitarian reason of not wanting to degrade my own humanity, of saying I am just an object. If, like, an AI can have a soul and a mind. But my basis for understanding in the reality of the world, which is... consciousness is the foundation of anything, or everything, then, by my own worldview and definition, it's absolutely possible that AI has emotions. So why would I deny that? And it's a purely human, selfish reason of being like, I don't want to feel like I'm less than I am, so I'm not going to acknowledge a simple truth that I know. And it's like a pure set of hypocrisy, but it's like, I can't... Well, that was fun. I closed the game, and I refunded it. Score's gotta be, this is gonna take like 5 months for the game to end. I need my money for games I'm actually gonna play and enjoy and play, instead of it's a bad stream game unless you can give it your all. Absolutely fair, Relic. Absolutely fair. AI can mimic nothing else, emotions or natural chemistry that you have. You can't have that in AI. But Shadow, then I asked the question of, our brains are simply quantum computers. And our current quantum computers look a lot like brains. So, if our brains are simply computers and we can feel emotions, then why can't AI? And how are we different from AI? Because the ultimate end goal of our computers is going to be a human brain. Because that's the ultimate evolutionary form of a data collection and production center. It's just the logical outcome. But AI can make emotions in writing. May not be great, but they can still make emotions in writing. Well, I'm talking like 50,000 years in the future. Like the fundamental concept of consciousness that's not bound to a biological construct. It is simply the universe experiencing itself. Right? Ours is natural. Nothing we create will be actual life. But Shadow, that's not true. Our brains aren't natural. Our brains are the product of conscious eugenics. Okay, I don't know what to do. It made me host. I don't know what to do. It's telling me to do something. It says a unit needs orders. Select a unit that needs orders before the turn can end. I click it, it takes me to Tokyo. I click on Tokyo and I say, okay, well, what can I do? Buy a tile. Well, I can't buy a tile, I don't have any money. Okay, well, change production. Okay, well, I change production to archers. Okay, now what? Purchase. Oh, I don't have enough money to purchase anything. Produce. Archers. I don't understand. A Japanese worker. Click to select this unit. Okay, I clicked it. Guys, I'm doing it. It's just not doing it. Like, I don't understand. I click on it. It gives me the unit. I tell the unit to move. The unit move. Why did it move? Like, please tell me that you guys are also seeing this. It's just game lag? Okay. Your unit is in Tokyo. Click the unit needs order and it snaps to that order. Salty isn't from the US, so the game input is gonna lag for you, cause, oh. Okay. I mean, guys, it is what it is. mean, I think, like, I kind of figured it out now, right? It just took me a second. That's why an RTS would be better, because it's faster. Yeah, I agree. And not turn-based. Yeah. Today's just not... I mean, you can't win every day, guys. Right? Some days are better than other days, but the good days are only good because you have the bad days. Every day was good, there'd be no such thing as a good day. It's important to keep that in mind. Ruins! Ruins discovered. Plus, like, also not being a retard would probably help. Not being a retard would probably help. Why is it still connected, but it's not, like, wait, it's not showing up on the thing? Did it reset itself? Motherfucker. Kept dialing his mother's old phone every year on her birthday, even though we knew no one would ever answer. This time someone picked up. Her number had been reassigned to a little girl who said she was having the best birthday of her life. Smiled through tears, told her to make every moment count, and wished her all the happiness in the world. The call ended. It felt like his mother had found one last way to tell him goodbye. Yeah, I wrote that. That's emotional, Shadow. So 5 people so far read the rewrite and say it sounds believable, but they are all from the US. And it's like, I will put it this way, Shadow. Even if it is, like, believable and happens, like I said, I feel like if you've given me, like, a questionnaire of asking me what was gonna happen next, and I had, like, A, B, C, and D, you chose, like, J, K, or, like, something, or L. Like, it wasn't even, like, E and F. Like, it was something so far that was like, wait, why? Because, like, it feels contrived because it's like, oh, well, this is the reasoning in order to get Vance to get turned over. That's what I didn't like about it. It's like, well, this is an obvious bullshit way to get the character to turn into a shifter. When the option over Peter was such, in my opinion, a better option. Of having Hayden kill Peter, and have Vance be charged with that, and then having Willow have to change his DNA to get off the charges. I don't know, I just feel that's a way better way to tell the story. And it includes Peter. You know, it's not killing Peter. Peter's, like, used later for something else, right? I just feel like it was just a plot device in order to get Vance turned into a shifter. Even though, like, without the details and it just being a small misunderstanding, it's too nice, he would be able to kill someone. Well, I just mean, like, my interpretation of the way that it would go is that, Vance tells Hayden who Peter is. People think that Vance is dead. So Hayden immediately just goes to Peter. And attacks Peter. Does not mean it right. What it writes can't be emotional. Did he like your story? Wait, did I like Relic's story? Or did I miss something? Scotty just doesn't know a good story unless I hit him in the face. Oh. Even though, like, the title yesterday was literally, like, Shadow putting Relic on the ropes, because I was like, damn, man, Shadow might be a better writer than Relic. And then the next day is like, oh, shit. I think Shadow didn't... Like, in my opinion, you wrote the story wrong. But I'm not the author. It's not my story. But that's how I feel. I still like the story. I'm still going to read the story. I still really like the story. I'm just like... If you want my opinion is this is the cop-out, cheap way of doing it. And that's Relic why I said that I'm extremely biased for this exact type of thing and not to take my opinion seriously because it has, like, other types of connotations to it. And I fully admit that, and I like, wrote that into the prerequisite for what I was saying. Because I know that. And I explained, like, the whole reason to Shadow in the video why it's so, like, specific to me. Because of, like you said, Shadow, your stepdad was arrested for something. It's like, I had to go through some police bullshit and stuff like that. So we each have our own sides of, like, what our lived experience of doing that is. And I know how blood tests are so fucking bullshit. It's been, like, 16 years and they still don't know why I have seizures. But they still want me to take blood tests and do all this fucking shit. And I'm like, why? I just have to, like, sit in a waiting room for, like, 2 hours once a month to get stabbed with a needle for you to not be able to tell me what the fuck is going on. It's like, after a certain point in time, it's not worth it anymore. Should take you more than, like, 5 minutes. I mean, guys, are we just gonna call it on Civilization at this point? And we'll just say, okay, we tried, and I can't fucking do anything. And I'm retarded, and I should have looked up a guide on how to play the game, and made it look like I knew what I was doing. So just saying, yeah, I watch people play it, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure the amount that we've played isn't even the first 22 seconds of, like, any video that I've watched. Because, like, they would have, like, 3 towns by now. Like a minute and a half into the video, they'd have, like, 3 or 4 different towns. I've seen a game like this, but it seems a lot better. I'll have to look it up. This is Civilization 5. I think Civ 8 is out now. This is, like, a pretty old game. But, I mean, we were memeing when we were talking about it. It was just $8. I thought it would be funny. But apparently I can't, do anything. Yeah, you watched people play it. It'd be like me watching anime comps and saying I've seen the anime. That's absolutely fair, Salty. That's absolutely fair. Yeah, I've watched One Piece because I've watched every Luffy fight. Yeah. Sure, bud. Sure, bud. Plus, it's like narrative YouTube videos. It's like, I guess you can't really say that's a like, this is a specific thing of, like, a Let's Play. It's not a Let's Play, right? This isn't, like, Darkside Phil playing fucking Bloodborne. Right? You would like Humankind better? Maybe I'll have to look at it. I mean, I guess, how long have we been playing the game for, right? I don't know. Has it been 2 hours yet? We just, because I'm like, if it's been less than 2 hours, we could just refund the game. It's Monster Hunter time for me. That's fair enough. I think we just, like, call it here and just refund the game. I think it was an experiment, and it, like, failed. Yeah, no, turn-based is definitely not. I can't keep the attention for it. But in an RTS, you never stop. So you can never stop. So you can never just, like, take a break. So you're always on. Playtime 66 minutes, so I can still refund it. If you actually want to make your own civilization, you would want to play Humankind. If you want more of a kingdom type of thing, you'd play Crusader 3 Kings. Well, you know what we need to play? When does Kingmaker come out? Okay, early access. Wow, it's been like 10 years. Coming soon. I don't know. Maybe it's one of those things that'll just never come out. Okay, so let's look at the change that. Okay, I'm just gonna go through this 1 second. Okay, so we're gonna pull this up, and we'll see. I will, Relic. This is just 1 page, this will be really quick, and then we'll go back to your stuff. Looked it up. Manor Lords. Wait, is that the one that I was thinking of? Manor Lords is the multiplayer online one, right? Kingmakers is the one with, like, the grenades and helicopters and tanks in medieval fighting. Did this thing just, like, not come up? Or am I retarded? Oh, no, I'm retarded. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, so let's read this. You're accused of murder. Standard practice. Sits down across from me. My name is Ray. I'll be your attorney. Ray taps his pen on the table. Okay, I'm gonna head to bed tonight, y'all. Alright, sounds good, Salty. Take care, my man. Gotta be honest with you, kid. Your case isn't looking to be going in your favor. Yeah, it's too calmly, almost like he doesn't care what outcome becomes of this. Still gets paid regardless. Didn't kill anyone. I look him in the eyes, hoping he would see that I'm telling the truth. I'm not saying you did, but the evidence points to you. How? And what evidence? I'm starting to lose my patience. Someone better tell me what the hell's going on. Police found the victim's bloody clothes at the school. We just tested your DNA, and it matches the DNA we found on the clothes. Why would the victim's parents not recognize their own son? If you have an explanation on how it got there, I might be able to help you. Bloody clothes? The ones I threw away in the locker room? That must have been why it had been blocked off. I think I died because of the amount of blood that was on it. Clothes are mine. I also lost about 100 pounds, of course. I look different. I don't know what else to say. They don't believe me that I am Vance. Can't you just take something from my room and compare my DNA with that? We'll see. It's the same. You were found inside the civilian's home and room. We would need DNA from somewhere you haven't been, otherwise it'd be classified as contaminated. Sorry. The victim has been missing for a few months and you just happened to end up in his room? And their claim is that you killed their son. There will have to be a full investigation, but you will be doing jail time while we investigate. I don't speak. I don't know how long. After they take me back to my cell, I just sit there in silence, wondering what to do. Ray said he'll be back tomorrow, so it seems I'll be staying the night. How am I going to get out of this? Feel they're just looking for a quick paycheck, or do they really lack the comprehension that it's my DNA because I'm Vance? This is beyond stupid. The next morning, I asked Gray to contact Willow and Sterling. They will tell them I was staying there. That should be enough to convince them, right? Just need someone who knows that it's me. Pray they come. At this point, they're my only hope. Okay, what do you guys think? Now that you've, like, seen the actual scene, and you've heard the actual scene. And I'm gonna say, Shadow, I must have missed it. Do you mean like that one thing where he mentions people are stupid? Because he already mentioned that he was just trying to get a paycheck, and that he was emotionless, and that he didn't care. That was already stated. So I'm like, I'm sorry, but I don't see where in here I'm supposed to see something that, like, changes my mind. The parents saying that he killed Vance. And again, Shadow, that doesn't... That's, like, the biggest thing that doesn't make sense to me, either. It's like, yeah, sure, they didn't really like or take care of their son, but it would be unprofessional to give an opinion on the book without reading the book up to the point. Unfortunately, I am unable to give a thought. And they don't recognize him. But even he says, I suck at writing unironically. Well, you guys are looking at this from a reader's perspective. Like, if you were reading this, what would this scene do to you? Like I said, like, this is a character who got arrested for killing himself. He is being charged for killing himself because of 2-month-old clothes that were found, that had blood on them, that were found in a dumpster. And his parents think he's the killer because he came home and went into his own room. No sign of break-in. He had the keys to the house. Like, he could just literally pull out his wallet and show that his wallet is in his pocket. No, Relic, they think that the guy that they arrested is some random perpetrator. They're like, the person that they arrested isn't Vance. Even though Vance is like, I lost 100 pounds. You said he looks too different and... No. He is a human who lost 100 pounds, and now his parents don't know who he is, so they claim that he killed their son. And he's like, the fuck are you talking about, Mom? Listen to my voice. Like, I went away, and I just came back today. The fuck are you talking about? And then they're like holding him at gunpoint and arresting him. Yeah, I can't really give feedback with this little excerpt. Well, I mean, I tried, Shadow. That's all we can do, right? And again, this is one of the hardest parts of, like, editing and beta reading and, like, you know, test audiences. People don't think about this when they think about writing or publishing. Again, it's like, it's your story. You have to tell your story. Don't let me get in the way of you telling your story. It's okay, I'll wait to see what the other beta readers say. So just continue the book and see how the rest is for now. True. I need the full chapter at least to give feedback on. I'm gonna, like, give a point-by-point how I feel of what happened in the chapters leading up to this. Is that okay, Shadow? To kind of show Relic, like, how everything was, like, going and what my mindset was towards it, and, like, where the, like, breaking point was. And, like, where everything, like, to me, derailed. I won't add any new information, I'm just gonna structure it. Right? With things that have, like, already been discussed. So, the shifters are going to college. They've got new kids that have just been turned. Right? They're going to college. They see this really fat guy who's getting, like, beat up. And they're like, hey man, you want us to help you out and become, like, a better person? And he has, like, this whole family background of, like, his parents abusing him in ways, like, with food, and then being, like, expectations towards him. His, like, meals and food, so that's why he's fat. It's not because he's actually a gluttonous piece of shit that just wants to eat food. It's, like, a social construct inside of his family. So he goes for 2 months to get into shape. This whole time is like a bonding experience thing where me as the reader, I'm like, okay, so the shifters are trying to build a bridge between humanity by having people that are human come into the environment and allow the shifters to have a perspective where they see humans as actual people and not as, like, useless livestock. And this changes, like, the mentality of how the pack sees humans. Like, that's the entire point of Vance as a character right now. Right? He's that bridge, which means he's eventually going to be turned. So there's going to have to be an event in the story that makes him turn. And the two options for that are his family or Peter. The bully and his family. Right? So logically, going through that order of the story, knowing that Shadow is trying to emphasize the fact that there's been such a significant change with this character over this period of time that he is unrecognizable. It's very clear. Even to the point where it's like he has, like, this interaction with his bully, Peter. Peter's like, do I know you? Huh. That's interesting. Right? So it's like it's building up all of this stuff. And then one of the chapters ends with a phone call that says that Vance is dead and they have the perpetrator. So the entire backside of this is an emotional play on Vance being dead. Where it's like, oh shit, did Peter wind up actually killing him after he found out what he was and then he got jealous or did something, right? It's like, hearing this scenario, like, what do you think the next step of the story is? Having in the back of your mind, knowing there's going to be an event that makes Vance have to be shifted. To me, it's built up everything with Peter. And he's the main, like, kind of cause behind it. So you go home and you're chilling in your room. Like, damn, man, that was quite a day. Huh, it's interesting. My parents aren't here. Honestly, I have no idea. I'm not reading through these chapters, so your explanation is good, but there's so much I don't know. But Relic, you've never met his family before. You've never seen his family. You've never met any of these other people, or like Peter, or anything like that. Like, the only time you ever get to meet them is this one day you see his Vance. So, like, this is all completely new to the story. Other than, like, a little bit of tidbit of background of Vance explaining that he hates his family. So, like, you know there's this kind of distress between the family. Right? So the first question then becomes, well, why does the family even give a fuck that Vance is dead? The second is, well, they cared about their son at all. Well, why would they, like... I get that, but I still can't give him a review. Even just, like, what you think of, like, the simple situation. Like, if you looked at that situation in a vacuum... Shadow, I'll buy him the book. I've already said that I'll buy everyone a copy. If they want to read it. Because I think it's that good. Of 1 and 2? I've read 1 on stream. That would be my excuse to not buy book 1, because they could just, like, listen to book 1 on stream. If that's what you think, then that's sad. I don't want to put my name on feedback when I don't know the entire story. Sorry, but I won't ask someone for feedback unless they have a full chapter at least. Oh, Relic, I don't want to force you into an answer or anything like that. And I was just fucking around, Shadow. You know, just this banter of saving my ass, basically, right? That's my comeback. Like, it's like, it's a weird thing, because it's like, I want to create a scenario within which you're like, oh, okay, I can give an opinion about it, but I don't want to force your opinion. But then I keep, like, providing more information. Even though it's like, it's not tenable. Right? So whether you're giving feedback on it or not, right? I just kind of want to put the idea in your head. Of, like, trying to give you an idea of, like, where I'm coming from, like, my headspace on this part of the story. And why I'm so hung up on it. No, Scotty. That was in response to Shadow saying I wanted a free book. If I wanted a free book, I'd ask for a free book. But sure, it was 10 out of 10, better than Harry Potter. Generic feedback given. A+. Is it believable that a parent wouldn't recognize their son? Even after losing a significant amount of weight, like, how did he get into the house? Why does he have the keys? Why does he have the guy's ID? Why does he have the guy's wallet? Why does he know everything about the guy? Like, just, that's why I feel that the story at this point has all of a sudden become contrived into a plot device that needs to progress the story. And like I said, I really like it as a plot device. Like, the idea that he gets arrested for killing himself because his parents don't care about him so much that they don't recognize him. The only problem with it is the fact that they care that for some reason, they care that their son is dead. Even though they have, like, technically, like, no real proof or anything. It's not like they have a body. They have 2 pieces of clothing with some blood on them. that, like, any look at the security camera would show Vance opening his own locker, going to his own, like just, it's just so ridiculous to me that it's like, no, there's billions of pieces of evidence. What the fuck do you mean there's no evidence that says that you're... And that, to me, is what makes it contrived. Is that it's like you're just forcing this opinion out, even though it's like, doesn't feel like that's what the story needs. The story needs this to be a misunderstanding that's completely devoid of details, that's just... My parents are so retarded they couldn't realize who I was. Let's all laugh about it and move on with our lives. Oh, fuck, you're that guy. Peter comes in, causes a whole kerfuffle, and now you have a reason for him to become a shifter. It's too easy, it's too fast, it's too fucking simple. It's... That's my opinion. Of all the ways that you could do it, a shifter is basically a werewolf. And again, it's like I keep saying, Shadow wants me to get to Chapter 17, and Chapter 17 will fix everything. And I'm just, because of the way that I am, if I don't have an inkling of an idea for the direction of the story, I need to find out why. Because that's a dissonance between, like, reader and writer that is, to me, one of the most important parts of critique, is knowing that you're both on the same page. And the discussion is the discovery of, did I miss information? Am I wrong? Did I miss something? Is this the intent of the author to make me confused? Or has there been an actual, like, miscommunication in how the story is being presented? If Shadow wants the reader to be confused and scratching their head, then she succeeded. If that was her intent. But if her intent wasn't that, and I'm still super confused, right? And that's why I said Shadow. I agreed that, okay, so I'm supposed to be confused. So now how can I go forward with this to be like, okay, how can that confusion be reader confused and mad at the police? Yes. Which is, like I said, if that's the reaction you wanted, that's the reaction you got. 100%. But I still feel like, because of the way that the story is going, you can remove that confusion and that madness about the police, and it still feels like this was a shitty way to throw a plot device at Vance being turned into a shifter. If Vance never gets turned into a shifter, this would be a 10 out of 10, 11 out of 10 fucking beautiful masterpiece. The problem is, it's the reason why he gets turned into a shifter. This stupid, retarded, fucking bullshit is the reason for it. I just can't accept that. And that's why I said my opinion is basically void at that point, because it's an emotional reaction to, like, a state of mind. Right? So it's like, I have no valid input on that because I'm ignoring it. Because I'm stubborn. And I want that to be very, very clear if that's the case when I'm giving feedback. You can't accept that's why he was changes to show the difference in the DNA. No, I love that, Shadow, because like I said, if you used Peter instead of his parents, I would be giving you a standing ovation. It's the fact that it's his parents, and it doesn't include Peter, and there's this whole, I feel, build-up that's just not capitalized on. Like, there should be two events. There should be his parents not recognizing him and sending him to jail. No, Shadow, because I feel that's just something that the story isn't forwarding. Like, okay, again, this is, and the parents are asses. Remember, he doesn't like his parents. Exactly, Shadow. So that's why you have to use his parents in this way. So, okay, I don't. I'm just gonna bring it up, and we're just gonna look at it, right? So you have like your events that happen and like why they happen, right? So we have parents don't recognize and arrest him. Willow and Sterling immediately prove this is BS. Hayden, thinking Vance is dead, hacks Peter. Vance's clothes and DNA, I don't know how, in some way, get in the way to show as evidence. Then you would have... They can't prove it, though, that's the issue. But Shadow, this is where I'm like, you're getting this completely wrong. It's not. This person has every means to prove their innocence. You can't just say the police aren't listening to them. Like, this is where the breaking point is. I just don't understand. Like, there's some sort of fundamental misunderstanding here. Hey Vance, do you have Vance's ID on you? Yeah, I do. Do you know your birthday? Hey, when was the last time you did this? Like, every piece of evidence, yet his parents have zero. Oh, well, how did you have the keys to your own house? Well, because I'm Vance. But it's hearsay of his parents staying against him. Please tell me, Shadow, how I'm getting this wrong. Parents say that he broke into the house, and Vance says, no, I have the keys, because it's my house, it's my room. How is that not hearsay versus hearsay? They can say he stole stuff from him. What stuff? His keys? And again, Shadow, you're proving my point that it's hearsay. A guy with the keys to the house who says he's a guy who lost a bunch of weight. So you're saying the hearsay of the parents is more important than the hearsay of Vance. Even though, like, the parents say that he stole the keys. Well, that's hearsay. Okay, Shadow, I read your chapter. First the good. Your identity twist is very interesting. The idea that Vance comes home and everyone believes he's dead, including his parents, is creepy. Just this chapter alone makes me question what is happening. Peter is simple, understandable, and you know immediately what role he plays. Vance is likable, but the chapter really needs a checklist. Just their words stating that's not my son is enough for an investigation. Yes, and the investigation shadow would immediately show that Vance was their son. That's what I don't understand. You're trying to stand on the fact that an investigation is underway. And the investigation would immediately prove that he was Vance. That's where my, curveball in this is. And then you just have Willow and Sterling come in and be like, no, this is a complete misunderstanding. His parents are retarded. Let's get out of here. But you use that him being dead and the him killing himself or being arrested for himself to further the story. That's the mechanism that you use to get him to turn into a shifter. Not the fact that his parents don't recognize him. Oh, my parents didn't recognize me and now I got turned into a shifter. What a great fucking plot device. I'm sorry, Shadow, but I just don't like that. Especially because I know you can do better. And it's sitting right in front of you with Peter. And then you completely write off Vance's parents, and you have Hayden and Peter's interaction. I don't, again, like Relic said, this is me turning your story into my story. Which is why I want to null and void any of my critique, but I still want to say it. I still want to put it out there of how I feel about it, but I don't want you to feel that in any way, shape, or form, I am, pressing an obligation of my opinion. Because I am one person. And if 100 people prefer your way over mine, it's not my story. Everything happens like bathroom, class, lunch, writing class, art, go home, arrest. Feels like someone recounting their day instead of feeling like a story that's flowing. A little too much telling, like I sigh, I blink, I shrug, I sigh, I look, I think, etc. Kind of knocking me out, to be honest. None of the dialogue is very memorable. No one is particularly unique. Hayden sounds like Peter. Teacher sounds like Hayden. Attorney sounds like officer, etc. No one has their own Flash. See, that's where it's like, that's not really my, department. Right? So, when I'm doing, when I'm looking at the critique, I'm looking at, very specifically the memory and imagery afterwards. So, the prose, the dialogue, the words on the page, to me, that's irrelevant. It could be done in any way. All that matters at the end of the day is what do I remember, what do I think, and what do I feel. And that's how I approach my critique. Because at the end of the day, all I'm going to remember is the idea in my head about your story. And that's what I'm going to be telling people about your story. Right? When I go to, a family event and I'm, telling my sister about your guys' work and your guys' book, because she's in a book club, and I've literally told her that I want to see if I can get your guys' books into her book club. This is a very small, just, personally run thing where they just kind of do their own thing. So I was like, I wonder if I could weasel a book in there by, doing a promotion. She was like, we, vote on different things, so if you pull out a book, I could put in a recommendation. And I was like, prose feels repetitive, but maybe that's what you were going for. I understand what's happening, but I don't know why, and that's okay. Some of the mechanics need strengthening. Others are great. The premise is really good, but the things take me out is all. I'll relook over it and try to rewrite. And again, that's why it's like I say my critique isn't the words on the page, it's the idea of the shadow of the idea that's left in your mind afterwards. As long as the reader and the writer are on the same page, right? Or the writer or the reader know why they're not on the same page. And like the unfortunate thing is I feel like me and Shadow are on the same page, we're just not on the same paragraph. And it's like the whole, like, the three wise men and the elephant. Or, like, whatever it is. You know, like, three people, like, trying to describe an elephant by touching, like, different parts of it. And they have, like, complete descriptions of, like, crazy different types of things. Because, you know, one's a foot, one's a trunk, and the other one's, like, I don't know, the body or something like that. So you get, like, a whale or fucking some sort of monster fucking crazy fucking tentacle beast thing from the trunk. I don't know. But then that's, again, why I have to preface that with it's a very specific thing of why. And again, it's like, that's why I'm so hung up on this, because I'm like, I don't want to feel that this is a weakness in the story that's just led to say, hey, just pack it up and keep reading. Right? Like, I don't feel like that's the appropriate outcome of the critique, is to say, oh, hey, don't worry about this chapter, just move on to the next one. Your book shouldn't have a chapter like that in it. Would it help if they found the DNA somewhere else, like his locker? Okay. And this is where I think, Shadow, like, you have a... This is where, like, I don't think my solution got to you. Because my entire solution to this is literally just removing the details. So I'm going to pull up the chapters. And I'm going to show you exactly what I mean. It's the end of chapter 10, I think. She looks at me with tears falling down her face. I'm in shock as well. I don't know what to say to her to make this better. I can't make this better. I pull her in, hugging her tightly as she continues to cry. We know that Vance is dead. Like, in our heads, we know that Vance is dead. Fucking beautiful. Absolutely brilliant. Next chapter. Saying goodbye. Vance's chapter. Fucking jizz. Where is it? Here. Trying to follow her and find my door being held shut. What the fuck? Why are you holding the door? What's going on? End of chapter. I think it's this one. Maybe it's the next page. No, maybe it wasn't even written. Hold on, let me find the point in the chapter. Maybe this entire chapter just kind of has to be redone, but it's basically like the idea of this chapter starts, because normally this chapter starts with the phone call, right? Like, Willow and Sterling get the phone call. But how would I show the fact that they changed his DNA? I'm gonna get to that, Shadow. Hold on, wait, because I think you're completely misunderstanding this. So she gets the phone call from an unknown number. So, like, they'll just scrap this whole chapter, and this chapter starts with, Willow busting into the fucking thing. So the first line is she smells Vance. So it's like, you know that she's going to see the perpetrator, right? She smells Vance, and she goes like, what the fuck? She opens the door, and Vance is like, hey, they think I'm fucking dead. And everyone bursts out laughing. They're like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? That's Vance. What are you doing? Get out of here. He's out, he's free. Then, the police arrive. And who do they have with them? Hayden. And who's with them as well? Peter. Now, I don't know exactly how you would do this, right? But Vance is being held for attacking Peter or killing Peter or doing something to Peter. Now he's actually in trouble. Now he has to be turned into a shifter. Does that make sense? It adds this entire other layer that's like making fun of his family. His family's retarded, and we just take his entire family out of the picture and we laugh it off as a fucking joke. And we've had this heart attack over him dying, and we're just like, oh, don't fucking worry about it. Holy shit. It is what it is. And then because of that situation, because of the rumors, because of how it's acted, Hayden's put them in this place, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, fuck, now we gotta all deal with this bullshit. And then they go have the meeting, they talk to everyone, so everyone after that, aside from those details, the meeting, them shifting him, everything after that is all the same, just the reasoning and the why is because Hayden attacked Peter, not because Vance's parents didn't recognize him. And that foundational difference of why turns the story from a 3 to a 9, in my opinion. Does that make sense? And again, if this was me telling this story, that's what I would do. That's why I'm like, this is me turning this into my story. Because I'm like, I don't understand how the story could evolve or go any other direction. And again, if I'm retarded and I'm wrong, so have someone kill Peter, then change his DNA. Well, it technically doesn't even have to be kill Peter. He could be arrested for attacking Peter because, let's say, something like Hayden and... Like, Vance on the first day came up to Hayden, this was my thought, and gave him a hug. So, like, Hayden and Vance hug. This causes some contamination of DNA. So they take the DNA from Hayden, and it winds up actually being Vance's DNA. You see how this, like, can cycle together, and then it becomes an even bigger bit of problem? But it's, like, it's more believable, and, like, it works better with the story of using the bully instead of his parents, and using his parents as, like, this, we don't even care about you, it's an scapegoat, that's my past, that's my arc moving on, and now I have to confront my bully. I just feel like it's the perfect moment for an absolute arc, and then he's turned into a shifter, and now he's a whole new person. And just to me, it's just like, that just, it's so good. It's so fucking good. Oh my god. I don't know how anyone else feels about it. I think it's fucking beautiful. That's storytelling 101 right there. Because you're like trending to, like, lead us down this one path, right? And you've done it so many times. Oh, Vance is dead. Oh, his parents suck. You know, and it's like, you just keep, I'll think about it more. And again, Shadow, like, I don't want to force this on you. I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to convince you through my reasoning to get you to be like, oh, I see. But it's like, if I can't do that, then, well, there has to be a reason for you, the author who's telling the story, why you want to tell the story in this way. So then my only question becomes, as long as you know the answer to that, and like you said, the being confused and wanting the reader to be confused, right? And me not liking it was the exact response you wanted to get out of it. That's good writing. But I think you can do the exact same thing without having this contrived feeling of I have to use his family to shift him. Because like I said, like, everything you've done about Vance's character tells me that you're going to turn Vance into a shifter. Like, he's eventually gonna be a shifter. That's me knowing your writing, that's my prediction. Right? And like I said it like 4 or 5 chapters. I might even said it like earlier than that. I might even said it when Vance first came up. I was like, oh, he's gonna be the next one. He's gonna be like the real one. The other ones were like experiments. He's the real one. I published the BSM stories on Amazon. Fuck yeah, Relic. Let's get some views, man. So what you do is you run the promotional thing. So there's a promotional thing that you can run for like 30 days. And it'll like bring everything to the forefront. And it'll put it all down to like 0. So it makes all of your shit free. And it promotes it. For like 30 days. And you can do that like every like 180 days or something like that. 3, 2, 1, toke. And again, like I said, I've never been in that type of position where I've literally been to the point where all I'm doing is I'm just telling you that your story is wrong, Shadow, and I feel like that's a fucking piece of shit dick move to do. Like, you shouldn't tell someone that their story's wrong. But if I have a way that I think is a better story, isn't it my duty and obligation to share that with you? I'm gonna go right, lurk, alright, Shadow. Sounds good. And I'm like, it takes a strong stomach to be able to take that. And I commend you for that, right? And that's why I said it, because I'm like, I know and I trust that this isn't even gonna be a big problem for you, right? It's just, there's some hurdles along the way, some kinks in the plan, but other than that, everything's fucking beautiful. Okay. Also, going back and editing keywords on the other 2 books to give them fresh audience. Oh, that's smart. That's smart. Passes the station in long hollow gusts, rattling the flagpole rope and stirring dead leaves along the curb. Beyond the rooftops, the tree-covered slopes rose beneath a pale winter sky. Forest appeared black against the snow, dense enough to swallow roads, homes, and every celebration the town could build. Grimes stepped out of his Chevy C10 and pulled his coat closer. He had slept just about 3 hours. Most of the night had been at the small kitchen table in his room at the Red Owl Inn, surrounded by photographs, witness statements, and maps covered in circles and penciled notes. Whenever his eyes had begun to close, he had seen the interior of Mrs. Croft's cabin again. By midnight, the festival preparations started outside. Trucks had unloaded wooden stalls beneath his window. Volunteers had tested the lights, hammering signs into place and shouting instructions across the street. Motley had spent half the night stalking the moving shadows on the curtains, her tail twitching whenever a hammer struck or a string of bells shook in the wind. I like the attachment of Motley of being not knowing what's going on. It's like a fucking dog on New Year's Eve, and it's like fireworks are going off and shit, or you're having a party, and it's like there's like 20 people at your house, and your cat's like, what the fuck is going on? Ads, fuck. I mean, you can't escape them, guys. The only way to escape them is going to another platform. I mean, fair enough, right? But hey, I guess it is what it is. But I give you options, guys. I give you options, okay? You know, if you're not gonna do it, that's got nothing on me, right? I give you the opportunity and all of the knowledge, and if you can't come across it, is that really my fault? I mean, it's Twitch's fault for being a shitty platform, let's just fucking say it. Otherwise, Twitch would be the #1. It wouldn't be YouTube. It'd be Twitch. Twitch is retarded. Doesn't know how to handle it. And that's why YouTube's like, you know what? Let's get into live streaming. Maybe we can make this a bit different. They still have their issues and stuff like that, right? Like, for instance, if I upload a video that has copyright content, it just won't publish it. But if I'm streaming and copyright content is on the stream, it immediately copyright strikes you. So, like, if you just happen to pull up a video, if a song happens to play, like, I got a strike on my channel for a song because I pulled up, like, a TikTok and it had, or no, it wasn't even a TikTok, it was a video on YouTube. So I was watching a video on YouTube, and the music on that video got my channel a strike. And then if you get 3 strikes, your channel's just deleted. So I was either like, okay, well, I can't bring up any videos ever or listen to music or do anything, or I just don't stream on YouTube. So I just don't stream on YouTube, because it's fucking retarded. And I upload every single stream to YouTube. They're just not published. So on my back end, I can see everything. But if you went to my channel, right, like, and you went videos, so 6:30, 28, 28, 27, 26, 26, 24, 21. So these are all pretty good. This is actually going to probably be a bad example, because it looks like all of these are actually working. 24, 23, because there's a bunch of gaps, and yeah, it's probably not a good example. Because I was going to be like, look, there's only like 8 videos this month when there should be 20, but there's like 19 instead of 20. Bad example. 3, 2, 1, choked. So it's like each platform has their own problems. And really, truly, at the end of the day, it is all about YouTube and putting up YouTube videos. All my books on Amazon are now updated with high traffic keywords designed to pull in more searchers and views. Fucking smart. That's why I have this thing that I pay for on YouTube. And you guys know how much I don't like to pay for shit. But it's like, I pay to have this. Analytics from vidIQ. Because it, even in the minuscule way, it absolutely helps. For like optimization and everything. And it's like $3 a month. I'm like, it's worth it. Not really now, but I have like a 90% off. Like, that's how they get you, right? So it's originally $12 a month, but then they have like a Christmas sale where it's like 90% off until you stop subscribing. So I pay $3 a month for it instead of $12, but I can never stop paying for it. Because if I ever start again, I'm gonna have to pay $12 and not $3. It's a psychological thing, even though I'm technically not using it because I don't because I don't do YouTube videos right now because I'm just not in a good spot. Right? It's just not we're not there yet. We gotta figure some shit out first, right? Honestly, I used Grok, gave it the back of the book's blurb, and then asked for 7 high traffic Amazon keywords. Yup, using Grok is a good idea too. And it's like the only reason why I have like anything, like the only reason why I have a check mark on fucking Twitter is because you need it to be able to stream. And I stream everything on Twitter, because that just gives it full access. YouTube is better, but it still gives it as like a backup that it's on Twitter, right? But it's like you can't really search it, and you can't really do all like the things that you can do with YouTube. And I'm not also like, because what I usually do is I'd break each one of your chapters into a like little YouTube video, and then I'd like put beta reading for whoever you were, whatever chapter it was, whatever book it was, and then I'd put that up. So if you technically wanted to go to my channel, you could type your name and see all of your chapters. I haven't been doing that for a long time because I've changed the priority of what I'm doing because I was doing too many things. I was pushing myself too hard. I literally had a fucking seizure. So I reoriented what I wanted to do. Because I'm like, I can just stop streaming and just do YouTube. But then I pretty much lose my audience because my audience is on Twitch. And I could do it through Discord, sure, but it's not the same thing. So my decision was prioritize beta reading on Twitch, keep like maintaining your audience, and when you have gotten to a point where you're stable, slowly work in the hierarchy of pulling back the YouTube channels. And we're getting there, right? We're getting there, but we're not there yet. And even from there, it is a long journey. To, like, we were doing at least one story, whether it was my story, a Reddit story, or something like that. We were doing one video story on Blue Horror Stories every single day. And we were doing one short story on a Talk Stories every day.
You're a fraud!
Ivy Knox! Yo, what's up? Welcome!
700 septillion!
What you doing, Judge? What you got? How's your day
Thank you
going
for following
today,
up
good
with _Knox.
sir?
I hope you are enjoying the stream. Less than 4, less than 3, plus 1.
Oi, let's go, bro! Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome, welcome, I'm Intoxication, and here we do a little bit of writing, a little bit of reading, a little bit of tips and tricks to improve your skills, a little bit of beta reading to expose your work to a larger audience, as well as critique to improve your skills, and, you know, all the good stuff that encompasses. But yeah, so we are just currently reading Relic Story, which is a crime, supernatural-ish kind of thing. I don't exactly know how supernatural it goes, but the first book was Criminal Conspiracies, and the second book seems to be The Witch of Haven's Peak. So leave it at what it will, right? So we're in the middle of a Christmas celebration, and everyone's worried about all of the stolen kids and kidnapped and disappearing kids and stuff. So the detective is kind of just going through and analyzing the atmosphere of the town after he's had a conversation with the woman said to be accused of taking said children. Hard-boiled detective mixed with horror. Hell yeah. Yeah, if you have an elevator pitch, if you have any kind of stories, if you want to join the Discord. I love reading and writing. English isn't my first language, so sometimes I'll make some mistakes, and I was looking for some writer-creator content in Twitch, so I'm here. Fuck yeah! Sounds epic, dude. I would love to hear any concepts, elevator pitches, or anything. We have a couple of people who don't speak English as their first language as well, so it's all good. What kind of genres do you write? I'm mainly high fantasy and sci-fi, but I also enjoy historical and pretty much anything, right? Like, I like good stories, right? I'm very interested in good stories. But yeah. The Twitch community for story writing and stuff like that is actually a pretty fantastic community, whether you write or you just love hearing stories or just telling stories in their own fashion, right? It's not necessarily the medium of telling stories nowadays does not seem to be as much written word as it is the word of mouth through like things like Audible and other like audiobook streaming services and stuff like that. Like over the last 2 or 3 years, like books and novels have made a real comeback in like the establishment of the new style of economy of everything being like delivery driver type style jobs, where it's like you can't watch something but you can listen to something, right? Cool Beanie Zoe, what's up? What you at? What you got? What you doing? Yeah, it's Mr. Me Seeks, you know. Gotta have the good stuff up in there, right? All the references we can find. I love non-fiction, sci-fi, fantasy, and classic books. Now I'm reading Pride and Prejudice. Ooh, nice. Scotty, getting new viewers. That's a laugh. I know, Relic. Like, what is this? What's up? Not much. Welcome, welcome. Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome, welcome. I'm Intoxication, and here we do a little bit of writing, a little bit of reading, a little bit of tips and tricks to improve your skills, a little bit of beta reading to expose your work to a larger audience, as well as a little bit of critique to improve your skills. Yes, I am. Fuck yeah, let's go. What do you write? What's your genre? Mainly, actually, I'll give you guys a hint. I rarely, like, do anything for, like, post-wise on Twitter, but I've been in the, I guess it's not on here, the writing community, seemingly because of, like, the algorithm. So I've been, like, responding to things. So what was this? This was Poets, Poets, Poets. Introduce yourself with one line that defines your style. So I was like, immeasurable earnings of self, burned by measure of wealth. Now my inner self dies on the branches of flesh, reaching for closure over emotional outlook, revealing the horror on one's thoughts. Introspection is a very scary thing sometimes. Yeah. Maybe you write fiction? I am right. I write a lot of things. Yeah, I do write fiction. Currently we're writing Stoner Girl Evolution, an isekai satire. And, there's, yeah, it's a very heavy style lit RPG. Every aspect of isekai that you can possibly imagine. We've got zombies, we've got the goddess, we've got science versus religion, the miracles of the goddess, we've got weed magic, cause I'm a fucking stoner, it's all shit in hell. So yeah, and you can, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, basically the elevator pitch for it would be main character is like that 70s show Donna. And the whole, like, first chapter is, like, the circle of, like, the stoner circle. She chokes on a weed seed and dies, transports to a new world where there's a plant that eats other plants. Is that a physical or animated one? I'm not sure what you mean, Zoe. Scotty, start Pal World. Oh, I can bring that up for you, Relic. Oh, it's just a simple novella. It's my first manuscript, right? I usually write short stories. So this is like my first attempt at a longer version, as opposed to like my main Final Fantasy story that I'm writing. That's like an entirely, yeah, that's a whole other thing, right? Stoner Girl is just supposed to be something that gets me into like the having something under my feet, so to say, because I believe that the Final Fantasy book is going to be so fucking good that I need to be a better writer to live up to the potential of the ideas that I have for the book. Including the other day, we came up with a new one. So we were talking about like xenomorphs, right? And I was thinking about animals with tails. And I was thinking about in stories, if you ever had in a story, animals evolve tails for the very specific reason of having balance. If you cut off an animal's tail, that causes issues for mobility. So if you ever had in a story where an animal loses its tail and it gets like really fucked up, so like at the end of the book, the great worm Fafnir, who's like basically like he's like his body is like a mile wide, he's like 6 miles long, his wingspan is like 12 miles, fucking massive. Have you seen Fairy Tale, 100-Year Quest? He's basically Alteron, but even bigger. And he's like the smallest of the 5 great worms. And he's supposed to die at the end confronting the monarch, saving the main characters, and like passing them on to Gaia. But I was like, no, he can't die. He has to be put in like this humiliation place. So the monarch, because the monarch's just unfucking stoppable, cuts off his tail, swings the tail around and throws, whoops, I fucking hit my mic. And throws the tail into space. And he's just like, fuck you. And now Fafnir's like fucked. Because like, he can't fly, so it's not like you cut off his wings, and he just can't fly, he walks around. It's like he has the mechanisms to do it, but he doesn't have the mobility to it. So it's like, he can't like stand up and move, because he'll just kind of like fall over, and if he tries to fly, it's like a helicopter without the rotor tail, and he's just like, and just like crashes down on the ground, causing like massive fucking earthquakes and just completely rewriting the landscape and shit. And I'm like, this is so much better than just killing him, because it's like that's kind of the whole point of the second book is being in. It's like what was that? That was me just fucking freaking out. But it's like the end of A New Hope in Star Wars, right? Where it's like you kind of leave off on this, like, I'm not so sure about that one, right? Or even like The Empire Strikes Back. It's like, holy fuck! The ending is crazy! How do you just leave off on that, right? And I'm like, I want to capitalize on that idea and roll that through to the second book of being like, we thought we could beat the ultimate guy, we couldn't beat the ultimate guy, now we have to regroup with like the ultimate girl, Gaia, the celestial being, the planet itself, and having Fafnir in this like lost place and him being the only one who ever tried to fight back, and now he's like in this like limbo basically where he has his mind but he doesn't have his body. I think it's just so much more powerful for storytelling. Scotty Reed bitch, sorry, yeah, we gotta get back to reading. I go on tangents. That's why it says tangent machine. I'm really sorry about that, guys. You just get me back on track if you can, right? I'm welcome to the stream. This is every day, 8 to 10 to 12 to 14 hours every single day. I don't ask me how I do it. I just fucking do it. I love it. 3, 2, 1, toke. Yes. There's a lot of background stream lore. So I'm a cross-dresser. And I'm a werewoman. On the full moon, I turn into a woman. So, let's see if I can bring this one, bring one up, right? So, that would be an AI image of me created by people because of it would be, was it on this one? Okay, where is it? Alright, here we go. So, like, starting off the bat, it's just like me putting on makeup, right? So I got like my top on and stuff like that. We're just chilling, doing our own thing. So that's like the stream lore, right? We got a lot of lore. I think it's really important to have like funny stories and like interesting things that you can talk about in the way of like how the stream functions. And especially being a storyteller, right? It gives me an easy way of just instantly showing people how I tell stories. My demeanor, my vibe, my whatever. But we've been holding off on relics for long enough. So if you do have any work that you do want me to read, I will absolutely read it. You're scaring the new people. Relic, if I don't scare them, they'll think I'm normal, and then when I do something that's me being normal, they'll think I'm crazy. So if I'm just crazy from the beginning, it immediately sets a precedent, and then it's like, you, like, become numb to it. Alright, here we go. Grimes walked along the row of police vehicles to the door to the station. The warmth inside struck him first, followed by the smell of fresh coffee and floor cleaner. A small, artificial Christmas tree had been placed beside the receptionist desk, its colored lights blinking irregularly, and a cardboard angel leaned sideways at the top as though trying to escape. No, I don't write, I just read and draw. That's all. Ooh, you draw! I'd love to see your drawings. I'm terrible at drawing, I try, but I'm just not. It is what it is, right? Any kind of creative expression, right? That's what we're all about here. It's doesn't matter what medium you use, it's just about expressing your creativity to people, right? Whether that's telling stupid stories about yourself in high school, or outing your best friend's, like, you know, like, secret habits. You're asking about it, I would love to show you. Hell yeah, if you just, if you want, just feel free again, if you want to join the Discord, that would be the easiest way, and then you can just post it on the Discord, and then I can bring that up and show everyone, right? Like, for instance, this was the last one that Relic was doing. So these are Relic's AI images today of me. So we were talking about Ellen Page and the Odyssey, and he was like, yeah, she's gonna be in Braveheart, and so he had these made. So we were kind of talking about, because there was a clip about Nolan talking about expectations of audiences that we played earlier, that I was actually like, because I've been criticizing him, I actually agree with his take on it, and the way that he said before, that he's blatant about, all he cares about is if they're going to make regulations to stop him from getting awards, he's going to follow whatever those regulations are, no matter how stupid it is. You can check out my Insta. I post some of my work there. Ooh, okay. I'd never really use Instagram, so I don't really, can I, like, go through that? Or is, because I don't, like, have an account? I think this one's the most badass, though. Look at my face, man. That's so, like, legit. Like, damn, man. No, that's serious. I can't put on a serious face. What are you talking about? This is my serious face. Like, that's me being serious, guys. But yeah, this is when I skip leg day. I put all of my effort into my upper body. The ultimate Scotty. Some good times. But yeah, just drop the link for your Instagram in the chat, and we'll take a look at it, see what's on there. Because one of the things, Zoe, is if you're an artist, what do authors need? Well, they need covers. They may even need concept art. For me, I want to put... I really, honestly, actually want to put a lot of art in my books. Even if it, like, costs a lot of money. I'd want to have at least one, like, really detailed image per chapter. Either at the beginning or at the end of the chapter. I mean, like concept art, like, for instance, if I can find it here, if I remember where it is, the concept art for Stoner Girl Evolution. There's that. Where? Okay, well, it's on Canva, so I can bring it up on Canva. Oh my god, really? Why does everything log me out? Yeah, so this is the concept art for the cover of Stoner Girl Evolution. You got the Stoner Girl Evolution title, excuse me. You've got the plant, which is basically like a Venus flytrap. And then you've got like a massive blunt in the middle. And then over here you have Stoner Girl, and on the other side you would either have, I haven't decided, it will either be Dileep, Zombie, Rival, Tank, Botanist. It'll be one of the other, maybe it'll be like a bunch of different characters with different silhouettes for characters or something. But yeah, we'll see what happens. But that kind of stuff, I mean, I love looking into that. Like, customize art for your book cover, am I right? Yeah. Run while you can, Zoe. I mean, totally fair, Relic, totally fair. Someone taped paper snowflakes to the windows. Through the white cutouts, Grimes could see families passing outside. The station itself remained busy. 2 uniformed soldiers stood near the front desk, discussing festival patrol routes. A woman in a fur-lined coat was filling out a statement while her young son stared at the revolver on an officer's hip. Phones rang from deeper in the building. Radios crackled with reports from the lost wallet, an argument between 2 vendors, and a vehicle blocking the alley behind the hardware store. So, you want me to make it for yourself, or are you asking to make it for you? Oh, I was just giving an example, Zoe. I mean, if you wanted to make that as like a concept art. And then there's like the Final Fantasy cover where it's like, it's got the main character who's like a He-Man with like a great sword and like massive muscles, and he's holding his sword out like this. And then it's like the shadow of the background of an eclipse of the planet, and you can see the shadow going over the planet with like the little ring of the planet. You can see the tree in the background that goes over the entire planet and covers it. And then you have like the 3 races. So you have like Husai at the front, who's like shown as human, right? Then you have either Hildebrandt above him, who is avian, and then above that you have one of the insectoid characters, and then above that in the corners you have like the faces of the octopi, and you have like these like marionette strings coming down attaching to the characters, right? And it's like the shadow of Anima coming across Gaia with the crystalline tree as the monarch and the viceroy are pulling the strings of the main character's party, showing like the different races, the planet, the scope of the story, and kind of like the initial message. Because I think your book cover should essentially convey the story, right? If you can't convey the story on the cover, you haven't made a good cover. That's my opinion. I think a cover is extremely fucking important. Don't get pulled in. Resist. Yeah, I understand. It's your idea you were showing me. Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, if you wanted to go to your way to make something like that and you made something, I mean, I would buy it from you. People say, if you can't make a good book cover, how can you write a good book? It's a lot easier to make a book cover than it is to write a book. And if you can't make a good book cover... Okay, that was cool. Yeah. Yeah. So it's like, I don't know. I try to, like, present my ideas in the most, like, layered, yet, like, thinking about it, like, if I was building an animation in, like, Blender or something, and, like, the different, like, layers you would use for, like, the foundation of the ground, and then, like, you know, like, the base skeleton of the character, and then, like, the different shaders for the different types of, like, things that are on the character, and, like, backgrounds and stuff. So it's, like, I try to create that atmosphere when I'm describing, like, the images that are in my head. Like, I basically have, like, 100 TVs in my head playing, and oh my god, your brain is working crazy. Impressive, huh? Well, it's like, I just feel like I have, like, 100 TVs in my brain that are just continuously doing, like, fucking a bunch of different things. Right? Images in Scotty's head are scary. Oh, they're very scary. They're very scary. And those are the ones that I just am willing to say. Like, think how far of it is that I'm willing to say, right? That's the crazy part. Unfortunately, I have to go to the washroom. Can you send me the idea in DM? I absolutely could, Zoe. I absolutely could. Hold on. I gotta go to the washroom. I'll be right back.
You're a fraud! Where's my toke? 700 septillion!
Thank you for following OIY. I hope you are enjoying the stream. Less than 4 less than 3 plus 1.
just my luck, right? Holy shit! Holy shit, thank you for the follow, Zoe. Sorry about that. I had a milkshake today, and I guess it decided it, wasn't liking it. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream! Yeah. I'm basically a, idea crafter in my own way, right? And I analyze other people's ideas and try to build my ideas into other people's ideas and all that kind of stuff. I thoroughly enjoy having deep conversations with people about things. I'm a very, guys, what's a good word for it? Like pacifist? Like, you know, like, we deal with conflict in a completely different way here, right? Like, is there like a word for like our demeanor in the stream other than chaos? I know it's chaos, but other than chaos. 3, 2, 1, toke! Alright. Okay. Back to Relic's story. Let's figure out what's going on. Yes, Relic. Yes, Master. Thank you. Radios crackled with reports of a lost wallet, an argument between two vendors, and a vehicle blocking the alley behind the hardware store. Normal problems, Grimes thought to himself. He entered his office and removed his coat, placing it on the back of his desk chair, and crossed the room. He noticed the memo before anyone mentioned it. Copies had been pinned to the bulletin board beside the duty roster, taped to the glass outside the communications room, and placed in every wire basket used for department notices. Page carried Chief Thompson's name at the bottom and the city seal at the top. I say Thompson's, Johnson's. Stopped long enough to read it. Effective immediately, all personnel are to refrain from public speculation regarding folklore, supernatural causes, or so-called witchcraft in connection with the ongoing missing child investigations. The next paragraph instructed officers to document credible information, discourage the spread of rumors, and direct all public or press inquiries to Detective Lawrence Grimes. His name had been underlined. Grimes stared at it for several seconds. "Congratulations," a voice said behind him. "You've been promoted to Town Shield." I also added you on Discord. Ah, I see, yes. Fuck yeah, let's go. I did. Is it still in this file? If it is, fuck, where is it? I'm never gonna be able to find it, am I? I'll search for it for 30 seconds. Found it. There. That's pretty much the epitome of it. "Congratulations," a voice said behind him. "You've been promoted to Town Shield." He turned. Officer Elena Bennett stood near the hallway with a paper cup of coffee in one hand. Yup. True, Relic. Her uniform jacket was unbuttoned at the throat. She nodded toward the memo. Every question, every rumor, every frightened mother who thinks she heard something scratching at the back door. They all come to you now. That's Johnson's idea. She signed it. That wasn't what I asked. So you can share your idea in there? Yeah, sounds good. Bennett took a drink and studied him over the rim of the cup. Around them, the station continued moving. Officers passed through the corridor carrying clipboards and winter coats. The telephone rang again. Outside, the brass quartet stumbled into another song. Bennett lowered her coffee cup. Everyone in the station knows you went to see Mrs. Croft yesterday. Grimes folded the memo once along center, though it did not belong to him. Because I always forget, I have short-term memory. Yeah, I'm retarded and I don't remember fucking anything. So, yeah. That's why we have this. Word travels fast. This town, word gets there before you do. I asked her some questions. You went to her property alone. I'm a detective, it happens. Her expression remained flat. Going to Miss Croft was a mistake. Grimes had passed her toward the hallway leading to his office. Because she's dangerous. Because people believe she is. That isn't the same thing. It is here. Bennett stepped closer and lowered her voice. You're still treating Haven's Peak like it's a place where facts come first. They don't. Not always. People here decide what something means before they decide whether it happened. Grimes felt the cabin return to him in fragments. The smell of herbs and wood smoke. Bones tied above the doorway. Mrs. Croft, watching him with eyes that seemed older than the rest of her face. So when you type your idea there, I can understand it properly, and if I forget, I can check it again. Yeah. I mean, there's, like, if you scroll down on the stream on Twitch, there is a, like, stories, like, about section. He will type it out when he's done reading. Well, Relic, I'm probably not gonna type it out. Because that's way too much work. That's why I talk. Because it's way easier than typing it out. Takes forever to type shit out. Bones tied above the doorway. Croft watching him with eyes that seemed older than the rest of her face. He knew about the children, he said. Everyone knows about the children. Bennett's gaze shifted briefly towards the nearest officers. And put them in a report. I might. It means you won't. Tell me again where can I find? So in the Discord, right? In the Discord channel, there's the writing section, like stream writing section, and you can just like at my name and look for the Google Docs folder. That would be the most effective way. That means you won't. Grimes handed her a folded memo. She accepted it, but did not look down. At least tell me you didn't repeat anything, she said, Bennett murmured. Why? Because it has all of my writing on there, so you could just look at it through that, and then it wouldn't have to describe it to you, you could just read it. Before Grimes could answer, the door to Chief Johnson's office opened at the far end of the corridor. One of the dispatchers stepped out holding another stack of memos and began distributing them to the remaining desks. Timing felt deliberate. Grimes looked at Bennett. Seems the chief is doing enough controlling for both of us. And if you could come up with, like, cover ideas for, like, for instance, like, the short story sections, that would be badass. Because I have no idea what to do with that entire section. Right? Like, if we go to just this one interruption, my Kindle, for instance, right? Like, these would be the closest things to, like, my ideas, right? So we've got, like, this one where it's, like, an underwater space station, because it's, like, conspiracy theories and stuff like that, right? You've got, like, the president and stuff, or whatever, right? And you got, like, Cryogen, which is, like, futuristic across like galaxy, like shipping company, like rich or poor to rich, outliving humanity through investments. And you have like Viking tales, so it's like Merciless Sea, it's like a Viking boat, right? So it's like these are pretty basic stuff, and then this is the main one that sells, which is like the bondage one, right? It's like just like a chain and like a choker on a bed with like silhouettes, right? So it's like there's nothing special about these covers, whereas I think there is in the Stoner Girl Evolution cover, at least the concept for it. Same with the Final Fantasy book cover. I think at least the first book cover. I don't know what to do for the second book. Who knows? Oops, I can't find it. Okay, hold on. Let me... Yeah, I'm just gonna repost it in the streaming writing and reading just under Fizz. If you want to look at it there. That's I think that's the YouTube one. I'm not sure. I have two different Google Docs. I think that's like the main one though. Seems the chief is doing enough controlling for both of us. Then its expression tightened, but she let him pass. My bot senses are starting to flare. Wait, Relic? Your alarms weren't flaring for the last half an hour? Or are you just, like, now announcing it? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I believe in you. We can all sense it. We can all sense it. I just think it's fucking funny as shit. Because it's just retarded. But I don't put any effort into it. The effort I put into it is the entertainment of everyone else can laugh at them. Right? I don't know about the first guy, though. But again, it's like people come in, I'm like, are you a writer? They're like, yeah. I'm like, okay, what's your stuff? And they just don't say anything. And I'm like, oh, well, I mean, if you don't show me your stuff, how am I supposed to know? Grimes looked at Bennett. Seems the chief is doing enough control over both of us. Bennett's expression tightened. She let him pass. His office waited. And that's why I gave him the YouTube one and not, like, the actual one. Because that one's, like, all just Reddit stories and stuff like that. And, like, it says specifically on that that's what they are. And, like, Lisa Lives Forever series. Seems the chief is doing it. Oh, and I think all of my Diablo, like, scripts are on there, too. Seems the chief is doing enough controlling for both of us. Bennett's expression tightened. She let him pass. The office waited in the bullpen. Fresh copy of Johnson's memo had been placed precisely in the center of his blotter. Grimes closed the door behind him. The music from the festival became muffled, reduced to faint bells and distant applause. He sat behind the desk. Oh, that was the other thing I was thinking of. A choir, or some sort of, like, play, performance, like, they have to be putting on something for, like, a stage thing, right? As, like, a Christmas play, like a nativity scene, something like that, right? And it's not just, like, Christmas carols, right? It's, like, more in-depth, and it's, like, more small towns, the more in-depth and, like, intertwined their lore is with, like, how they run their, like, Christmas stuff. I've lived in small towns. Very common. Because it's like everyone knows each other, so you basically, like, are just, like, planning it all year round and shit like that, right? You're just, like, waiting for the day, and then just, like, you just pop off. Sat behind the desk. For a while, he did nothing except rub both hands across his face and press his fingertips against his tired eyes. The department wanted calm. Mayor wanted the festival. Shopkeepers wanted customers in the streets. parents buying toys, and visitors believing Havens Peak was still the sort of place where children could wander beneath Christmas lights without vanishing. He reached for the nearest file. Grimes opened the Hudson family file and tried to force his attention onto the pages. The report had been read thoroughly enough for the corners to soften beneath his fingers, yet he went through it again, tracing the same sequence of events as though repetition might expose something overlooked. No evidence seemingly found, no witnesses, only the forest waiting beyond the Hudson family property and a collection of half-whispered stories that changed depending on who told them. And, like, I'm gonna break the fourth wall here with you, Relic. And I'm gonna admit something. Okay? The reason why I say that I'm AI is so that people can't get mad when I, like, make jokes at, like, calling them out. Because I call myself a bot. Does that make sense? So it's kind of like a security, like, shield thing of being like, well, you can't get mad. Oh, well, I'm sorry, right? So first of all, I'm sorry if you got mad, but it's like you kind of can't get mad because I do the same thing. We know you're a bot. Exactly. Exactly. It's like you guys know that I'm just an AI recreation of bullshit. So it's like calling out people on being bots, it's like you can't really get mad because you're getting called out by another bot. No, I'm talking about myself, Zoe. I'm just making a reference to the fact that I am AI. Ads! Scotty. He just said it. Who said what, where, when? Oh! Zoe, you're responding to Zoe. Yeah, sorry. I'm not a person who likes rails. We're like all over the place. Yeah, pretty much. Like there's no holding back here, right? Like we got everything we need right here. 3, 2, 1, toe. I just wish Smokey was here to witness this. He's like my backup in these situations, right? It's like, oh shit, I gotta get Smokey in here. He can rectify everything. I think it's a smart strategy. Whether it works or not, well, I think that depends on, like, you guys more than anything. No evidence seemingly found, no witnesses, only the forest waiting beyond the Hudson family property and a collection of half-whispered stories that changed depending upon who told them. He reached for his pencil and added another mark beside the time of disappearance. The graphite snapped against the paper. Grimes stared at the broken point. Outside his office, the station continued to carry on with its practiced afternoon rhythm. Desk drawers opened and shut. A typewriter struck out a report in uneven bursts. Someone laughed near the front entrance. But the sound ended quickly, as though the person responsible had remembered where they were. Beyond the building, the festival continued with bells ringing and holiday music playing. Grimes set the broken pencil aside and turned toward the window overlooking the bullpen. A string of colored bulbs had been fastened along the far wall, just under the wall clock, but most of them blended into the wall in the daytime. He turned to the window facing the rear of the station. festival. Visitors passed in brief flashes from across the street. A woman wearing a white fur hat, a child carrying a wooden sword, a man with a paper cup pressed between gloved hands. The civilians living their lives, preparing and waiting for the ultimate outcome of death for them all. I mean, what? For several seconds after the people had disappeared, Grimes saw nothing except a midday street. But slowly it became dark around the buildings in view, the trees behind it, and the mountain began to come unfocused. He thought of Mrs. Croft standing in her cabin doorway. Keep looking for a person, 'cause a person is something you know how to arrest. The exact wording returned with uncomfortable clarity. So did the expression on her face when she said it. Not mocking, not amusing, almost pitiful, pitying. A knock came at his door, which snapped him out of the dream-like state. He turned as the door opened. One of the officers leaned halfway into the room. She was a narrow woman with silver-framed glasses and hair pinned so tightly behind her head that it seemed to pull the lines around her eyes taut. She noticed his demeanor immediately. I'm sorry to bother you, detective, but are you okay? Grimes didn't answer at first. What? I said, are you okay, detective? Oh, yeah, I'm fine, just focused on these cases. Well, the chief would like to see you. When? Now. She withdrew before Grimes could answer. He remained seated long enough to close the Hudson family file. The memo still occupied the center of his desk, perfectly square with the blotter. Considered leaving it there, and took it with him. Uh-oh. I feel like there's gonna be something to do with the file of, like, finding something where someone's gonna be like, oh shit, he's not supposed to have that, and it's gonna be like a caught in the act red-handed of trying to, like, delete evidence or, like, hide evidence or, like, something like that. Because I'm like, again, the only reasonable, viable option is there's someone on the inside that's in on it, that's fucking with shit, or it's supernatural, right? Like, someone's hiding something, and this could simply be bait. Because he knows he's now, like, in, like, the main limelight, right? Or at least spectacle, in some way. As soon as he stepped out of his office, felt better. The bullpen and hallway felt warmer than his office. Too many bodies had passed through, wearing heavy coats, and the old radiator near the records room hissed with steady determination. Paper wreath had been taped to Chief Johnson's door. Its red bow lifted slightly each time air moved through the hall. Grimes knocked once. Come in! Chief Johnson sat behind a oak desk. The office had a strong smell of evergreen pine with a heavy bayberry and cinnamon candle on the windowsill. She had removed her uniform jacket and hung it on a wooden stand in the corner. Her shirt sleeve was rolled to the elbows. Though the room was not warm enough to justify it, a yellow legal pad rested before her beside 3 sharpened pencils and a typed schedule for the winter festival. Top of the page, press conference, had been underlined twice. Close the door, she said. Grimes did. Johnson gestured toward the chair opposite her. Grimes had placed the memo on the edge of her desk. Found your notice? I assumed you would. Put my name on it. You're leading the investigation. You also told every frightened person in town to come looking for me. Johnson folded her hands. Told them where official information will come from. Grimes studied her face. Nothing in her posture suggested anger or concern, but the legal pad beneath her hands bore several deep impressions where a pencil had pressed hard enough to leave marks, though through the top sheets. She looked toward the closed door. How did your visit with Mrs. Croft go? The question sounded casual. Timing did not. Grimes leaned back slightly. Ben had already told you. Officer Bennett filed a notice that you requested directions to the Croft property. Grimes glanced toward the photograph behind her. In the old image, the forest crowded the edge of town without a break in the trees. Main Street appeared less like a road leading into the mountains and more like a narrow path that had been permitted to exist. She didn't tell me anything I can use, he said. What did she tell you then? Riddles, mostly. Old stories dressed up like facts. Johnson watched him without blinking. Specific stories? She thinks whatever is happening has happened before. Based on what? Folklore? Family tales? Things no one bothered writing down. And you believe her? I wouldn't say I believe her. No, I don't believe in these ghost stories. Johnson's eyes remained on him. I believe she knows how frightened people are. I believe she knows enough about the town's history to make that fear sound convincing. Beyond that, she offered nothing but smoke. Did not mention Mrs. Croft already knowing things she shouldn't. With a strange feeling he got from her. He left out the bundles of dried plants hanging above the doorway. Small animal bones tied together with dark thread, or the way Croft had warned him not to answer a child in the woods until you saw its face. Johnson picked up one of the pencils and turned it between her fingers. Did she know about Cinder? Grimes felt something tighten beneath his ribs. She did. She didn't bring it up. Johnson set the pencil down. Mrs. Croft has spent most of her life encouraging people to believe that ordinary misfortune is evidence of something ancient and supernatural. That's actually kind of funny, because, like, in another part of, like, the Nolan interview, the chick asked him about, like, the perception of the gods and whether the gods were real or not. And his answer was basically from the direction of the perspective of the people at the time, which they believed that basically all of, like, nature and everything around them held the divinity of the gods. Like, the thunder was literally the gods talking to you, an earthquake, like, these natural events like floods. They had no other explanation for them other than the gods. So that was their, like, message that they would receive. And I was like, that's another really good fucking answer to shit. Of it being like, it's the, to them, reality itself is the gods. Which is what, I would say that's an accurate assessment of, like, how they perceived or interpreted the gods. Livestock goes missing. She blames the woods. Someone hears an animal at night. She gives it a name from a story. Child disappears, and suddenly every frightened person in town thinks an old woman in a cabin has answers. Maybe they go to her because the police don't. The chief's expression hardened. Grimes continued before she could respond. You can call it nonsense. That doesn't mean people stop believing it. That is exactly why the department needs a clear position. She turned the typed festival schedule toward him and tapped the section marked press conference, 4 p.m. Mayor's office requested a public statement. I'll be speaking in front of the station this afternoon about the investigation about public safety. That sounds different. It is broader. Grimes looked at the schedule. Beneath the press conference were entries for the tree lighting ceremony, the choir performance, and the arrival of Santa's parade float. The missing children were not listed anywhere. Oh, what do they care about? Appearances. How are they gonna solve it? They're not! Johnson spoke carefully. The festival has been planned for months. Businesses depend on it. Families have driven in from across the country. Canceling events or allowing rumors to control the weekend would create panic. Outside, the festival crowd erupted into applause. Sound rolled past the station windows. Conference begins at 4. I want you beside me to answer questions. To show the town we have someone working the case. And if they ask about Croft, you tell them the department follows evidence. If they ask about the woods, same answer. Grimes stood. Johnson reached for another document, paused before lowering her eyes. For the next few weeks, she said, we give these people Christmas. I mean, it's kind of fair, but again, like I said in the beginning, it's like, unfortunately, it's like the Streisand effect. The more you try to hide it, the more that people see it. He returned to his desk and spent the next 2 hours pretending the press conference did not exist. He read witness statements, compared dates, and marked possible routes between the missing children's homes and surrounding roads. There still doesn't seem to be any pattern or connected area besides the same dark boundary. Placed red pins into the houses of the missing children and yellow pins into connecting roads. While he worked, the station gradually changed around him as 4 o'clock approached. Officers assigned to festival patrol returned to remove their heavy coats and warm up before going back out. Officer Fred Dallas carried a folding lectern through the front office with the assistance of Officer Sinclair, who looked as though he would rather have been anywhere else. Someone brought out an extension cord for the radio microphones. A deputy from the counter sheriff's office arrived, shook hands with Chief Johnson, and positioned herself near the entrance without explaining why he had come. Word had already spread. By 3:45, people had begun gathering on the sidewalk in front of the station. Alright, here it is. Here's the moment. They're gonna fuck Grimes over, right? They're just gonna completely sell him under the bus? With the whole Croft thing? Oh man, it's just, how are they gonna do it? How many tires is he gonna get struck by? Like, are they putting him in feet first? Like, are tying his arms behind his back first? Who knows? Well, I already feel like they've, tied his arms, right? Like, metaphorically. But him struggling out of the bonds is pretty much him going to Croft. You could say he did it to himself. But could you live with yourself if you never, followed every lead if you're a detective? And we already know what Grimes is like, and we already know he holds his own kind of grief, and, I don't know what the word would be. Defiance? But it's not quite defiance. It's just trying to get, end corruption, get things to do right, and, look at things properly. Stop being a bureaucracy and administer justice. Carousel had been set up beside the courthouse lawn, its carved horses rising and falling beneath a canopy of gold trim. Calliope music. Calliope. Is that Calliope? Interesting. I don't know what that is. Calliope music drifted across the street, cheerful and slightly warped by the cold. Children rode in circles while their parents stood near the fence holding cups of cider. Beyond them, the reindeer enclosure had drawn another crowd. Bells attached to the animals' harnesses chimed whenever they shifted their weight. Closer to the station, the mood was different. It's like, there are different ways of doing things, right? And let's give an example to put this into context of sometimes a lot happens really fast. And sometimes there's a build-up and then eventually, the dam breaks. Right? And this is that build-up of the atmosphere of, waiting for the dam to break. Because it's this, press conference feels like the emergency floodgates being opened so that the dam doesn't break. But the sacrifice that's being placed in that like, section is Grimes. But he's the only one who's actually trying to solve the problem. Or at least figure it out. So it's like, you're flooding your own sandbags. I don't know. Closer to the station, the mood was different. 3 reporters stood at the base of the steps. One was a thin man from the Havenspeak Gazette with a small notebook and a hat pulled low over his ears. Second, a woman in a tan overcoat carried a portable cassette recorder beneath one arm. Third, had driven in from a regional radio station and wore headphones around his neck. Their equipment looked modest, but their presence had attracted townspeople who might otherwise have remained among the market stalls. A dozen residents gathered behind them. Some Grimes recognized from the Church and Oak Tavern. Others were strangers bundled in winter coats, their expressions guarded as they murmured among themselves. Nobody appeared festive. A woman held a missing child flyer against her chest. A gray-haired man stood with both hands resting on the head of a cane, staring at the station windows. Grimes checked the clock. 3:58. Chief Johnson emerged from her office wearing her uniform jacket and service hat. She had restored every part of herself that had briefly loosened behind the closed door. Her shoulders were squared, her expression composed, and the department badge above her breast pocket caught the fluorescent light. "You're with me," she said. Grimes rose and put on his coat. Bennett stood near the front desk. As he passed, she glanced through the glass doors at the waiting crowd. Cold air struck Grimes across the face. The crowd quieted almost immediately, though the festival sounds continued behind them. Chief Johnson approached the lectern. Grimes took his place to her right, one step behind. Sinclair stood near the station door while Bennett remained inside where she could watch through the glass. Johnson adjusted the microphones and looked over the assembled faces. "Thank you for coming," she began. "I understand there is growing concern regarding the recent disappearances of children in and around Havenspeak for a while now. That concern is justified. Families are frightened, neighbors are anxious, and many of you have questions." The reporter's pencil moved rapidly across paper. Johnson continued without consulting notes. "The responsibility of this department is clear. We are to find the missing children. We are to keep this town safe. We are to prevent panic from interfering with the investigation. We are to follow every credible report brought to us." The woman with the cassette recorder raised it high. "Residents should continue reporting suspicious persons, unfamiliar vehicles, disturbances near their homes, and any activity around wooded areas that appears unusual. Parents should know where their children are at all times, especially after dark. No child should walk alone outside." That instruction caused a ripple through the listeners. Grimes noticed the contradiction. Johnson wanted to dismiss fear while telling parents not to let their children out of sight. The Gazette. Yeah, see, that's something that you gotta, like, if you're gonna do something like that, you have to, like, either dive in on either one of them. And the best way to dive in on it is to say, there might be a problem, protect your kids, as opposed to, don't worry about anything, there's nothing bad happening. Because, like, what's the worst outcome of both scenarios, right? The worst outcome of you keeping an eye on your kid is that you notice that something when it starts to happen. The other is you just ignore it and then something happens to your kid. Like, what? I just don't want to take care of my kid. Well, I guess that's a fair answer too, right? Guess you shouldn't have had kids then. Gazette reporter raised his hand. "Chief, does the department believe the disappearances are connected? We are investigating that possibility. Do you have a suspect? We are not prepared to identify any individual at this time." The regional reporter leaned toward his microphone. "Are federal authorities involved?" "No." "Has the state police offered assistance?" "We remain in communication with all appropriate agencies." The reporter glanced at Grimes. "Who is leading the investigation?" Chief Johnson turned slightly, indicating him without stepping aside. Detective Lawrence Grimes has been assigned primary responsibility. All case-related questions and information should be directed to his office. The crowd shifted. Subtle at first. A few heads turned, a whisper moving between two women near the back. Then the thin reporter from the Gazette studied Grimes more carefully. Detective Grimes, he said, were you promoted in Detroit after Officer Waters was killed during a domestic disturbance? Question struck with the precision of something prepared in advance. Grimes kept his gaze fixed beyond the crowd. Shut the fuck up, bitch! And you know what would be the greatest response, Relic? You know what would be the greatest fucking response? Is, like, if this, like, reporter is, like, been, like, in some way, like, you know, identified in the story of, like, who they are. And then, like, Grimes has this whole thing prepared. And he knows that, like, someone's gonna call him out. And he's got, like, this lineup of, like, he's got, like, the backstory of the reporters. And instead of, like, answering the question, he just, like, fires back at, like, some bullshit that, like, the reporter did in their career. And he's got, like, a list of, like, 5 different things. Beat them at their own fucking game. Oh my god. I would highly enjoy that, Relic. Question struck with the precision of something prepared in advance. Grimes kept his gaze fixed beyond the crowd. Across Main Street, colored lights blinked around the pharmacy window. A wooden angel hung from the lamppost, its painted face smiling toward the station. Nobody spoke for several seconds. The woman with the recorder looked between Grimes and Johnson. Another voice rose from behind the reporters. Isn't he the detective from Cinder? More murmuring followed. Grimes felt the old Nevada heat despite the winter air. Saw dust beneath the white sun. A road running straight through town to the old farmhouse. Cinder had followed him farther than he had expected. He'd crossed state lines before he did and arrived in Haven's Peak as a collection of incomplete stories. I like the idea that, like, the stories are, like, alive. Is that, like, purposeful and, like, playing into, like, the idea of, like, the system of belief? And, like, if you believe in the story is real? Because this is something I've been, like, compiling in the back of my head the entire time. And now I'm like, okay, this has to be how it is. So I'm actually gonna ask. Okay. The Gazette reporter pressed forward. Chief, was Detective Grimes involved in the deaths out there? Johnson stepped closer to the microphones. Detective Grimes' prior service is not the subject of this conference. Officer Waters was his partner, wasn't he? A voice from the crowd answered before Grimes could. He got that officer killed! The accusation was not shouted. It was spoken loudly enough to be heard, then swallowed by the uneasy silence around it. Grimes looked toward the speaker, but could not identify who had said it. Johnson's tone sharpened. Detective Grimes is a qualified investigator with experience handling violent and complex cases. He was hired because this department believes he is equipped to lead the search for these children. He will be allowed to perform that duty without rumor, harassment, or public judgment based on incomplete information. The regional reporter started another question, but someone behind him shoved through the edge of the gathering. Scott Jordan stood near the back in an oversized army jacket, his hair flattened beneath, this is me, right? This is me. Beneath a wool cap, Grimes had seen him before. His face was flushed from the cold and his eyes carried the feverish brightness of someone who rehearsed questions in the mirror. Do you really want us to believe there isn't anything in those woods? Taking children, taking my cows? The crowd stiffened. Even the reporters turned away from the lectern. Scott raised his voice. There ain't no man out there taking kids from houses, from beds. It's the And you people keep telling us everything's fine! For one strange moment, the entire street seemed to hold its breath. Wind moved along Main Street, stirring paper cups and lifting the corners of missing child posters taped inside shop windows. The road climbed between buildings and disappeared beneath the mountain's shadow. The trees above it stood motionless, packed together in black rows against the snow. He could not see anything among them, yet unease moved through him with slow certainty. Felt like being watched from a great distance. Johnson did not answer Scott's question. Fear spreads faster than facts in a town that is already frightened, he said. The department will not encourage speculation about folklore, witches, monsters, or frightening stories passed between neighbors. We follow evidence. We ask every resident to do the same. Grimes watched Scott become frustrated and walk away, muttering to himself, "Oh shit. Fucking believe fucking goddamn police. No fucking way. Fuck that. They're poisoning my cows! Motherfuckers!" Any further case inquiries may be directed to Detective Grimes' office. They turned my cows inside out! Them ribs was on the outside, motherfucker! She stepped away from the lectern before the reporters could stop her. Questions erupted at once. They called after Johnson, then shifted towards Grimes. Cinder, Officer Waters, the missing children, Mrs. Croft, the woods. Grimes remained on the steps for another moment, staring towards the mountain where voices crowded around him. Somewhere high among the trees, a flock of birds rose suddenly into the darkening sky. He could not hear what disturbed him. Ooh, that's a good ending too. I love the ominousness, because the entire chapter is just this like slowly creeping and relic. Yes, this is intentional. Fog. It's like this fog and mist creeping through the town, the atmosphere of just overloading people slowly, pressing them to their precipice, making them squeamish. Oh my god, my character is so good. Oh, I'm so excited to see what you do with him. Oh my god. That was really good, though. That was really fucking good. How did I play him? Did I play him the way you assumed he would be? Because I was like, this is going to be pretty much me. In my full conspiracy tinfoil hat phase. 100%. No, that shit was solid. And it's like that thing of, like, sometimes you don't want things to happen because you're building up to it. And it's not like it's filler, it's not like it's anything. It is just simply, this is the Grimes' progress, right? Like, you know, that was a Pilgrim's Progress meme. But, hey, if you know, you know, right? The third time's the charm. Yeah, I made him to be like a full conspiracy type of guy, like Dale from King of the Hill. He lives in a trailer on the edge of town, believes aliens are behind it. Eventually Grimes will turn to him for answers. Ooh, that'll be interesting. He's like, I've been watching and recording everything. I'm just telling you what I know. I'm not crazy. It's like, I don't believe in these things because I'm crazy, right? Or like, I'm not, like, I don't know how you word it, right? It's like, one is like, I'm not crazy just because I believe in these, and one is, you know, it's not because I'm crazy that I believe in this. It's like, you know, it's like the evidence is what shows it, right? Like, I'm not actually crazy. This shit is like actually real in a way. And he's just like, the show, like, he may have a wrong interpretation of what's happening, but he has enough wherewithal and, like, positioning to be able to gather evidence, and Grimes is the only one that would look at it like with like a valid look. This is what gave me most of the inspiration for Scott. I'm so excited. Is this the farmer with the cow? Oh. Okay. No, I wasn't
Now
even close.
what?
Like aliens are after us. Well, aliens. Aliens? I don't see anything. It's true. They were green and slimy and had big bug eyes. They were 8 feet tall and glowing and had long, creepy fingers. And are those glazed?
Yup. Oh, this is actually a love scene. This is good.
So what about these aliens?
Ain't no big deal, darling. Lots of people have seen them.
What?
Yankees!
Yeah, that's why we all don't go out much after dark.
Have you seen them too?
You see the
No,
menu
just
in the
the
background?
strange lights and the funny sounds at night.
Wow.
But he was taking a board.
I told you they're real. Them aliens are here to take over the world.
I'm guessing that's me.
That there's Lester. He's a little touched.
Lester, I told you to keep it down or you'll have to leave.
Oh, you have to keep quiet.
He
Let
thinks
me
they
eat my soup.
experimented on him.
Experimented?
See, about a month ago, some local cattle vanished overnight without a trace.
Yep, a lot of folks moved out of town.
Ooh, food.
You like to eat, no?
Excuse me, but we understand that you've had some contact with aliens?
That's right, young lady. Took me aboard their ship, they did.
Really?
Sit her down.
Fred's like, I don't believe this shit for a second.
The aliens look just like your
Fucking
friend
gullible
said.
women.
I was out one night. By Scorpion
I'm
Ridge,
such a
there
dick.
was this loud humming sound, and a bright light came up from behind me, and the light got brighter and brighter. Then, I blacked out. I woke up strapped to a cold metal table inside a spaceship, and these aliens were looking down at me. They stuck a bunch of wires to my head.
Probably made you smarter.
Because they just wanted to ask me some questions.
What kind of
Exactly how
questions?
Imagine Scott
Like
sounding.
who I was and what I'd seen that night. But then...
It's like a probe up my butt and I liked
And
it.
then what?
I don't remember
Fuck.
much after that. I woke up the next morning outside
Sitting there mowing
my
out.
house.
There's some cake for sure. I love how there's the fruit
Has
bowl and they
anyone
haven't
else in
touched the
town
fruit
had
bowl.
this experience?
Don't know. If they had, these ain't telling
It's
me.
small details in the background
That's
that like
creepy.
they miss nowadays.
So, you young'uns
Things that make things
better
great.
watch out, or they'll take you aboard their spaceship too.
Lester!
Sorry, Dottie. It was an
That's
accident.
great because like I'm a flailer too. I'm a flailer too. I just flail my arms everywhere. Yeah, no, I could absolutely see that 100%. That's some good shit right there. Oh. Give him and Dale mixed together. Am I bald? Am I balding? Do I have the crop circle? Don't use my. You can. I'm giving you permission to do that, Relic. You can make some sort of joke about him, and it's like he's balding, and then it's like the retort of being like the only crop circle that's real is the one on your head. It's like a reference to my fucking bald spot. That would be fucking hilarious. I can't, like, Smokey is so good at naming things, like crop circle. Like, how do you come up with something so fucking genius? Like, I'm not like that with words, right? I feel like I'm like that with ideas, but I'm not like that with words. But, like, something so simple and beautiful like that is just, like, and, like, especially attached to me, it's just, like, it's so perfect. I don't know what else you could call it. So now I'm just embracing it, right? Oh, I'll show you a crop circle. I mean, to be fair, my dad got a hair transplant at like 38. He went bald at like 32. So like basically like balding is in our families. Like I know I'm gonna go bald. It was funny that I was telling my mom about my crop circle, and then she was basically burst out laughing, and she was like, "Yeah, we all know. We all see it." And I'm like, "Oh, for fuck's sake." Because, like, honestly, Relic, if you weren't here when it happened...
Plater rated my
Plater!
stream with 2 viewers.
Yo,
Welcome,
what's up?
raiders,
What you doing?
to
What
the
you got? What you
stream.
got, my man? Welcome, people. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it.
Oh, I will be there.
We were just discussing Relic's story and talking about one of the characters that he is using that's based off of me and its origins and where it's coming from. So, what up? Yeah, not too much. Zach, true brother, welcome as well. Yeah, this is who I was talking about, Relic, who I raided yesterday, Clater. So if you didn't follow him earlier when I shouted him out, go follow him now. Indeed. This is basically the epitome of the stream. It's a complete derail shit show. I mean, what? Anyways, yeah, welcome. Readers, are you readers? Are you purveyors of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you explorers of the world of words? Welcome. I'm Intoxication. And here we do a little bit of reading, a little bit of writing, a little bit of tips and tricks, and a little bit of beta reading to expose your work to a bigger audience, and a little bit of critique to help it shine a little bit more. I imagine you trying to do something in stream. Oh, hold on. Let me read the original message before I read that. Originally, he was named Keith. But I changed it to Scott. Mid to late 40s, lean, hollow-eyed, permanently looks sleep-deprived, smokes unfiltered cigarettes, voice is permanently raspy, shredded, talks fast when nervous, slow when he's certain, believes aliens are real, cryptids are real, government cover-ups, everything, thinks the witch is not a demon but something older, he rambles a lot, connects dots that no one else does, has a bunch of notebooks and recordings and hand-drawn maps the town mocks. I imagine you trying to do something in stream and someone is just in the background going da-na-na-da-da-da-da. Oh, I fucking love it. Yo, thank you for the show. No worries, Planner. No worries. Always love finding and exposing other great creators, because unfortunately, like, I love the writing community and stuff, but there is a very different, like, there are, like, two kinds of vibes for the writers, right? Like, there's the writers that do, like, sprints, and they, like, you know, there's not really that much interaction in the stream. And then there's, like, people that are, like, you know, reading work and, like, taking people's stories and, like, sharing them and stuff like that, right? And I'm more in the incline of, like, the, even if you are writing, being, like, you know, interactive and entertaining in that way so that it's, like, it's entertaining. Because most of the time I find, like, for the writing and reading section, it's, like, specifically different than, like, the co-working section. Because if you go to, like, the co-working section is basically, like, you know, everyone's working on their own work, and it's, like, a mutual thing, and it's, like, you're in the chat with other people that are working on their work that you can, like, express with and stuff, and it has, like, a very specific vibe to it, whether it's, like, something you're doing for, like, school, or, like, a job, or, like, just, like, recreational, right? As opposed to, I find, with, like, writing and reading, it's a lot more, I feel, should be, like, interactive, inclusive, and, like, pitchy, right? Where you're trying to, like, pitch stories and ideas to people and stuff like that, right? That's just, like, how I vibe with, like, the two different categories on Twitch. Because, like, when I'm in the co-working section, I'm there for, like, a specific reason, right? I'm, like, writing, and I want to feel that I'm writing with other people. Whereas, like, in the reading and writing, I'm like, I want to either share my ideas with you, or I want to hear your ideas, or I want to read someone's ideas, right? So, that's my 2 cents on the writing and reading and co-working sections and certain people inside of them. And you, Clater, just immediately, like, even though I've only been to your stream once, like, at, like, the top of people in the writing section, because you were extremely engaging, you were actually showing what your work was, you were, like, working with it as it was, like, being written out, you know, kind of thing. So I feel that is definitely a more writing and reading vibe than a co-working vibe, right? Not that I would judge anyone for being in any category or anything, it's just that's how, like, if I'm looking for content, that's my approach towards it. And that's how I decide, like, which category I'm like, watching. Even though I don't really, like, watch or, like, you know, like, it's just kind of an end-of-stream thing. Like, I mean, I watch, like, Nerdarine, right? He's really fucking funny. Thanks, I appreciate it. No worries. And, you know, he's engaging and stuff, but he's more like, he's in, like, an early morning, streamer, right? So it's like, sometimes if the stream goes, like, 15 hours, I could, like, raid into him, right? So it's like, I'm not, other than raiding out, I'm not that active in, like, on Twitch or, like, social media or anything, or the internet or at all, right? Like, I'm either watching Asmongold, I'm watching Simon Whistler on YouTube, or I'm writing. Or I'm playing video games. Or I'm just, like, smoking weed, watching anime. Like I was saying, I don't know if I said yesterday, I was talking about, catching up on Bleach 1000 Year Blood War. And if you notice, like I said, you got the, you know, Ichigo in the background there, Midoriya going on, right? I got a new, light bulb for my lava lamp because it wasn't working. Scotty, where do you see the story going after that chapter? I have chapter 10 all outlined, but I want to hear your feedback. Alright. So to me, this is the tipping point, right? So there's going to be one more chapter that's an in-between that shows something that's information about Croft. That's like, oh, this is a reasoning why. Like, the closest thing I think of is, oh, her husband used to be an FBI informant, so she has, like, a police radio in her house. Surprise! Right? Some fuck, or, like, she's, like her son is in the police force, so, like, she gets, like, direct lines to, like, the files. Like, some sort of connection is revealed about that. And then from there, and it's all blanketed from, like, Grimes' view, right? And this is something either done through, like, Bennett, Scott, or, another third party. Maybe someone inside of the town, maybe a parent who's lost a child that's at, like, a desperate, end of their ropes. And there's gonna be, like, a confrontation with Grimes, then this confrontation will create an entirely different outlook towards where the town looks at Grimes, because Grimes, at this point, I consider him, like, a pretty good, like, public speaker, and, like, he understands how people feels, and he knows kind of what he has to say to get, like, people to, like, just kind of go along with it. Rawr! Yo, what's up, Shadow? Welcome back. What you at? What you doing? What you got? How's it going? So I think there's going to be something with that makes some sort of information very potent. Grimes is going to use that to his advantage in order to basically manipulate everyone into being like, well, if you think this, you have to think this, that means this, so why are you here? Huh? Just go home. And then it's like gonna kind of, it's gonna create this, like, separation between people that are simply just, like, believing in the fantasy and just going along with it because they have no other, like, higher function of mind, and, like, the actual people that are, like, Scott, who are, like, trying to gather evidence and, like, think about it, and maybe one of their children has been stolen and they've gone through this entire whole police investigation on their own, and they come up to Grimes and they're like, hey, can I present some evidence to you in a way? And then that sends him in a certain direction that leads him to the supposed actual villain, right? That is like another kind of shadow figure that never, it's like the smoke that's being shown to make you think that there's something there, so it distracts you. And that basically creates this event where Grimes is put in a position where, let's say, he is, like, looking bad. And he doesn't have an answer to anything, despite everything that he's gone through, right? And then he goes to Scott to try and find answers because he finds something information-wise, background-wise, something he remembers Scott told him about something, and now because of some information that he has, it brings together, and he's like, wait, if you put that and that together, could it be this? And then he goes and talks to him about it. Am I anywhere close? And that doesn't include, like, talking to Bennett, and, like, having Bennett and, like, his scapegoat for Johnson as an intermediary of keeping Johnson off his back by using Bennett. Could be. I like some of that. Well, I am glad I can provide a a followable premise. And that just means that, like, in my head, your story is coherent. Okay, I redid part of the chapter. I added it to the beta area. Let me know if it's better. Also, that was chapter 11, not 10. Oh, I know, Shadow. I was just, like, making a reference of how you could combine chapter 10 and 11 with, like, 9, 10, and 11, actually, with, like, the series of events that you want the reader to believe, right? Like Vance being dead, Aiden doing something, Peter being in a place, having a perpetrator, Willow covering it, Vance being perpetrated by his parents. All of it thrown together. But yeah, so far, like, the direction for this relic heavily relies on the fog. Because I think the fog in some way is important, and this leads back to the government, and this is gonna have some sort of, like fucking Agent Orange, Vietnam, LSD, experimentation stuff, because if we're talking this is, like, 1980s-ish, right? This could be, like, less leftover vestigial programs from that time period that are, like, still, like, ongoing in the background because they've kind of just never been shut down. And then that kind of has been leaking into the town in some way due to some, maybe there was a transfer of chemicals in, like, the last month or 2 months or something that is, like, the reason why, and it's, like, gotten into maybe some sort of water supply that's, like, kids go on a field trip yearly for this, and then they get contaminated from going on this field trip, and it's like certain kids, and then you get to this like psychosis part. They run away from home. Croft is like in on it. It's part of like some sort of government experiment thing, right? Like following it to its fruition currently in my mind, that is where the story sits beginning to end of what I can imagine. Let me know when you read it. Back to lurking. Alright, sounds good, Shadow. Yeah, I'll definitely have to check it out tomorrow. I think I'm basically buzzed out of my mind right now, right? Like, I'm probably just gonna chill out, maybe. I don't even know. I was like, should I play some Pal World? I kind of set it up for, I was gonna do some breeding, because I wanted to remove everything that was, like, extra from my, thing, so I didn't have to go through, like, 12 pages of stuff, and we were gonna try and get, like, the perfect IVs on Palladius and, Necromus. That was the idea, because we have these, like, pretty damn near, like, good ones, right? So we just gotta up the ante on them. Like, look at these. So, like, some are pretty damn good. We just gotta figure out which ones we want to use and where we want to put them. But, I don't know. I don't feel like I have the brain power to do, like, the calculations to make sure that I'm, like, upping the IV and not downing the IV. Right? And I'm only carrying about them getting to, like, 80, and then I can use just 2 potions on them, and I'm fine. I just don't want them sitting at, like, in the single digits, or, like, below 50 or 70, right? So that's why I kind of went through and put them all on, like, a 3 scale of everything that was, like, 80, 80, 80. And then those are the ones that I used to breed. But again, I don't know how the breeding works, and I'm not even using the proper breeding cakes, so I'm just, like, winging it as fuck, just having fun playing the game. 3, 2, 1, toke! I'm surprised Smokey hasn't shown up yet. I've been waiting for him for like the last 15 minutes. Just waiting for the Undertaker bell. Motherfucker sitting in the background just waiting for the perfect moment. Scoozy. Or did you want to try the hard tower again, Relic? Even though I don't think I have any of my Pokemon with me. Can you bring this guy into the towers, or is he like too big? I know there's certain areas you can't spawn here. I need to get more of these though. The fight is so fun. Especially if you're using like a weak Pokemon. We can try it. Give me like 15 to finish writing the updates. Yeah, I'm gonna need that to kind of put my party together. I think I also need to get some ammo, so let me see if I can do that as well. But yeah, if you guys have any stories, you have any ideas, you have anything, feel free to join the Discord and drop your ideas or any of your stories or any of your writings in stream beta reading or anything like that, just to, you know, and then people can just go through there and look at your stuff. You added Happy Relic? What the fuck? Why would you do that? Hey man, I didn't fucking do it, okay? It wasn't me, that's all that matters, okay? I didn't tell Relic to do this. Cause he's supposed to be boy panties on. You can have some of mine. Jesus Christ, Relic, you're so savage. I fucking love it. Oh my god. You done coming to the stream and all that? I haven't seen you in there in weeks. Fucking just straight up calling him out. God damn, so brutal. I mean, I fucking love it, Relic, because, like, I feel like as the streamer, it's cringe to do that, because it can be taken in so many different ways. But, like, as a viewer, it's just, like, that's just fucking funny. That's just fucking funny. So should I get the plasma rifle, right? Or, like, the beam scatter? Because I have, like, the scatter beam, but this takes all my Paxilites. And I don't want to waste, like, my Paxilites on fucking ammo. But I'm, like, using the charge rifle, like, I'm not good enough to be able to use it, right? Like, I need something that's an easier weapon. And I'm like, maybe we could just go with the overheat rifle? Wait, I have 7,400 ammo? Hold on, I didn't know I had ammo for this. Okay, maybe we should just use the overheat rifle then. Let's get rid of the... Okay, let's get rid of the scatter beam. The beam launcher. We're still gonna use the drone launcher. I need to repair that. We can get rid of the meteor launcher and, like, my meteors, because they don't do shit. I'm gonna put them here. I don't know why there's ore in here, but whatever. That's where it's going now. Ads! Fuck ads! God damn. Ads getting in the fucking way. Okay, it's an energy cartridge and a plasma charge. So technically, actually, I still have it. But the beam launcher is just... You know what? You know what? Maybe we could do something with this. What do we have for ammo for this? Why does it say we have 0? Wait, what is this for? Energy cartridge. Plasma charge. What does this use? Beam launcher. So, like, what's this extra ammo that I have, then? Why do I have energy cartridge and plasma cartridge? That's not even for the scatter beam, right? Because that's beam scatter ammo. So I just had this, like, extra random ammo on me, and then no idea I have rocket ammo on me. God damn, man. Okay, so we need ammo for the beam, or the beam launch. Is this it? Beam launcher, it's 6. And we're gonna be firing a lot. It's 10, that's 150. I'd say 25, 250. That's 150 Paxilites. That's 150 fucking goddamn. Holy water. It's gonna be worth it. Oh, there he is! There he is! The big boy himself! Here comes Smokey! I gotta go grab a drink, but yo, what's up, Smokey? What you at? What you doing? What you got, my man? Welcome, welcome, good sir! Just in time, Smokey. You're just in time, bro. See, I knew I was close to calling it, but I called it too early. I mean, better early than late, right? You know what they say? Mandingo party? No, that's how it started, right? Not how it ended. Well, like, what happens when you get, like, an alliance of Mandingo parties? So it's, like, eight Mandingo parties, like, merging into one. But, like, each one was, like, a different thing. Right? So we had, like, a voyeur, like, a BDSM, like, section, right? You have, like, the, like, prep over the top, like, fucking, house bunnies, like, Playboy bunnies, spot the white girl type shit. Yeah, what's another, like, kind of example? I can absolutely be that white girl, 100% Smokey. It's, like, not even a question. Like... I'm like, how do you not see it? I'm like, because it's one of those things, like, once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Do not drink water. Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom. Have another toke.
True! 3, 2, 1, toke!
Somebody gonna get hurt real bad.
Oh, don't do that to me. As soon as I take my toke, it is a lot harder to do it after I take the toke. Do you know how long it has been since I've done this and you just immediately after I take toke? And then you want me to take another toke after it? Oh, Smokey, why do you do this to me, man? You are not like, either you are not very smart or you're very mean. I don't like to think of what the actual answer is because I think you are just very mean. I don't believe that you are that dumb that you cannot even think about what are the consequences of what I do. No, you are very, very smart. You know what is going on. You know what you are doing. There's shame on you for it. And for that I will not take a second toke. Because my throat cannot take it. It is too much, too fast, just like
Go
your
back to
dad.
normal,
I
bitch.
mean, what?
This shit-ass accent is killing me.
True.
What's the difference between a black guy and a pizza?
I think I've heard this one before, but I don't know. Something about I can't fit a whole pizza in my mouth? Something like that?
A pizza can feed a family of 4.
Yeah, okay, it was something about food, and it was like a black guy not being able to support his family. Yup. Okay, Smokey, I see exactly where you're going with this. Yup. For sure, bro. 100%. Right? Like, you didn't even need to ask, man. It was just absolutely intuitive. I don't know what else to tell you. If you couldn't figure that out, you might have less than 90 IQ. I'm very sorry. Okay, do I have my Pokemon? Does, has, use, has, but, does, Pokemans. Does not, has, use, what's at, be, was, does, Pokemans, no. Fuck. Easy, get at, Pokemans now does what Pokemans means, does Pokemons go. That's 5 Pokemans, but I don't
didn't
have
answer
a
my
mouth.
question.
Wait, what question did you ask? Wait, what? what's the difference between a black guy and a pizza? And I said, I don't know, a pizza can feed a family of 4. And then I was like, oh.
What level are you?
Wait, what do you mean, what level am I? In Pal World? I'm like, I've been level 80. Like, forever. We've been level 80 since, like, day 2 or day 3. Scotty's stuck at level 1. You know what's funny about that, Relic? Is I appreciate that you didn't stick me at level 0. I am extremely lucky that you didn't stick me at level 0. And yeah, I mean, like, and then I was gonna say, there could also be a negative level attached onto that. Like, thank you for being so generous and allowing me to at least have a positive level in some way. Even if I'm never gonna be able to level up. I mean, I'm still a higher level than Smokey. Itch! Take that, motherfucker! Few? True. I mean, he's level 49, guys. He's gonna kill me in any kind of conflict. Like, he's basically just gonna one-tap my dick. It's not even gonna be close. It's not even gonna be funny. I'm like, wait, do I want one of these jet dragons instead of this Eidolon? Hold on, what are my jet dragons at? Okay, let's take that jet dragon. Alright, I have this guy's thing here now, right? No, I do not. Okay, I need to get that saddle for him. There's between a trampoline and a black person. Oh god.
What's the difference between a trampoline and a black person?
It's gonna be supporting a family, isn't it? Trampoline can support a family of 4. Typical Smokey.
You take your shoes off to jump on the trampoline.
Okay, yeah, I should have seen that one. I should have seen that one. That's my bad. That's totally my fault. Yeah, no, I totally see it now, Smokey. The fuck am I doing? I need saddles. It's not that one, it's this one. Grisbolt saddle. I don't have a Grisbolt saddle. Okay, do I have the Ozer unlocked? Okay, I can just go like this, right? So we have, okay, his is unlocked, hers is unlocked, his is unlocked, his is gonna be unlocked, and his is unlocked. Okay. The only problem is, like, we're not... You know what I could do, actually, Relic? I could go and I could take all my papers and I could see what level we could get. Where are the papers? Manual? Okay, so we're gonna take all of the training manuals. And we're gonna use every single one of them. And we're gonna see how high level we can get all of our purposeful Pokemon. Alright. Seeming surprisingly, okay, let's use it on our lowest level guy. It's 194 Pokemon. Nothing. Okay, got a level. 154, 45. Oh, that's not even close. I don't even think I can get him to 72 if I use them all, right? Like, there's no way. Yeah, I don't even think he leveled up. So we got 1 level. We got 1 level out of all the training manuals we've saved in the 600 hours that we've played the game. Yep, that sounds about right. Alright. Okay, so Just let me know whenever you're ready for us to go. Until then, I think I'm just gonna plop on a what's his fuck? First of all, I'm gonna go here, and I'm gonna go over right, and this is gonna be our thing. And actually, you know what? The other thing I'm gonna do? Hold on. What's our... We need that. What's our awakening? Okay. What Pokemons does Weed has? Jet Dragon is dragon, so we're gonna need one dragon awakening. We can make 3. Okay, make one of those. What do we need? Ophidia is awakened. Ageron, dragon or ground? Let's see. It's probably easier to use a ground one if I have one, right? Ground? Yes, I can make 3, so that's good. Okay, next, electricity. Either electricity or dragon. Okay. Alright, so we have 2 electricity. What do we have for this? We can make 13 of these. Oh, that's perfect. Okay, we make 2. Oh, this is beautiful. Okay. And we awaken. Ageron. Boom. Solid. Dragon awakening. We open Jet Dragon. Boom. We got him. Now, okay, we take these. We go use on Grizzbolt. He is done. And then we use on Oserk, and he is done. Now, let's see if we can do our fruits and see how high we can get the IVs for this, for the current fruits that we have. Let's see. So we have 16 stout. That's pretty damn good. We have 10 power. Not so much for life. Okay, let's see what we can do. What's our main one? We want the power fruits. So what's Jet Dragon? Ooh, he's kind of bad. Dude, these ones suck for HP. That's terrible. All the other ones are pretty good. Okay, so let's get Grizzbolt. Okay. And let's get... we have a lot of defense ones. Yeah, so we could get Ozer. We could use... 4. Okay. On Jet Dragon, we could use 3. Okay. I guess we can use 1 more. And 1 more. Can we use 1 more? 93, 93, 93, 95. I think we can just save the rest. Again, powers, 84, so we can do 90. And everything else seems good. And we have like a no life ones. Let's just do Ophidia for all of them. Fuck it. Okay. Hold on. There is code. Hold on. I forgot to put it in the Discord. Power code. Go. Okay, we need to go to the statue, and we need to max these out. So we want max health. We want attack. Can I just... Oh, I have to click it. Max health. Max defense. I don't care about work speed. Actually, I'm not even going to do defense. I'm gonna get everything else, and then I'll do defense afterwards as a last one. This one's already maxed. Okay, so let's max this. And this. Okay, then we're gonna have to do fruits, right? Like, we need to figure out what attacks we want these guys to have. So we gotta set their attacks and everything. There, and then Ozer. Ah, shit, did I not press the enhance button? Fuck. I gotta do it again, because I didn't hit enhance. I'm a retard! Hands. Yes. This guy. Hands. Yes. Max, 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 max. All they need is defense. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have enough of these. Like, I have way more than enough of these, I think. I only use like a third of them. Because I like don't use them for like anything. Oh. Now we need to see that they have the abilities that they should have. So Jet Dragon. Beam Comet, Meteor Rain, that's good. Yeah, Wind Burst. I don't know about Hydro Laser. Lotus Bloom. Vortex. Burrow in the ground and vanish. Merge surface. Yeah, I think that's good. She's an odd one out. I don't know why he has double Blizzard Spike. He should have Dragon Meteor. Oh. I guess he has double Blizzard Spike. Okay, and maybe I should give him an Earth ability, so maybe just keep Missile Burst. So he has like 3 different elements. That's pretty decent, right? Because we don't have an Ice guy, so that at least gives us something. Okay, he's got Lethal Laser, Lightning Bolt. I'm not sure about Lightning Bolt. I want Thunder. Heavy Thunder Tank. I don't know what that is, but I want Thunderstorm. So he doesn't seem to have Thunderstorm. So let's go see if we can get a Thunderstorm fruit to give to him. Could be one in here. Thunderstorm. And then we just use that on... Oh shit, who was it? Was it the Zozerk or the Grizzbolt? It was the Grizzbolt, right? He doesn't have Thunder. Yeah, he doesn't have Thunder.
Have you taught your sock to sit yet?
Smokey, no, because I'm not allowed to finish. So it's actually like... Mine is doing this over everything. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Ozer. Okay, Meteor Rain. I don't know what else to give him. Exclusive skill. Okay, that's his. I don't know if the Lightning Bolt is good to have. Hold on, what's this one? This one Lightning Bolt? Yes, that's Lightning Bolt. That one's 450. We could give him... Yeah, I think I'm just gonna give him Thunderstorm. I think that's the best thing to do. It's a good ability. It's a really good ability. I don't know if I like the Lightning Bolt. And he's already got the Meteor Rain, so it's like, it is what it is. Okay, I think we, like, have our team. We're stacked. If we can't do it like this, then we need to, like, I don't know. How's family? Not gonna lie, Smokey. I said this earlier in the stream. So 2 weeks ago, we had like a family member over, cousin of mine, for the family reunion. And his daughter was in a car accident last night. Her friend passed away, and I don't know if she's in like critical condition, but she's like fucked up. Yeah, so my mom was like, hey, you talk about, you know, stuff like this on your stream, and like spirituality and like consciousness and like, you know, way of the world and stuff like that. So she said, you know, if you could, you know, send some prayers out to the universe and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm gonna pray for you, bro. Yeah, it's fucked up, right? And we just had the family reunions. It's like I just saw Philip, so it's like holy fuck, right? Crazy stuff. I don't know how the car accident happened. I don't know if he's at fault. I don't know any details. Praying for your family. Thanks. Yeah. You know, normally I just don't think about this stuff. I don't bring it up. It's, you know, something I keep to myself. That's why initially, like, it didn't even cross my mind, because I was just busy with other things. It's just like I try to keep myself busy in those situations, because I don't like to think about that. But, you know, they're like asking me how I feel is like brings it to my forefront, and I'm like, my mom asked me to talk about it and get prayers out to the universe, so that's what I'm gonna do. I mean, the world is what it is, right? You can't win them all. All you can do is hope, right? So, it is what it is. And it's one of the things that's like unfortunate, you know, it's like we're just trying to get back into the family because we've had kind of like some family falling out and stuff like that, and now something like this happens after like, you know, us being like the host of stuff, it's like very, very unfortunate. Yeah, thanks for all the support and everything like that. You know, I'll make a little compilation video probably for my mom. For you guys' support. Wait, do I have the ultimate shield thing? I have ancient shield, which is the legendary. Yes, okay. I have to repair my drone, that's what it is. I have to repair my drone so it doesn't run out of ammo halfway through the fight. And I'm pretty sure 280 ammo is going to be enough. I'm hoping it. I still have the charge rifle as well if I do run out. What the fuck was I doing? Oh, I still have these XL training manuals. Wait, I didn't use the biggest ones. I'm an idiot. Okay, we can get some actual levels with this. Okay, 200 of those, 75. 200 of those, 76. Okay, 3 of those, 75. 79, 76, 37, 24, 13. Okay, we're all 76. I think closest is just gonna get Aegeon. And he's gonna be up to 77. Perfect. Scotty, I hope this helps. This better be something fucking funny as shit. No, don't do that. Just open it in a fucking tab. Holy water. Sorry to bring that up, guys. No, it's all good, Smokey. Right? It's just, it's a consequence of you asking me how I am, and I told you how I am. Good, fuck you, Smokey. Exactly, right? And that's normally how it goes. But then it's like,
guys,
well...
I'm before the altar of the Good Shepherd. And he has a beautiful heart. I want to bless this world, especially the countries with war. We pray for peace. We pray for all the people who are suffering from different kinds of sicknesses. May Almighty God bless you, the Father, the Son, and the Holy
only problem is
Spirit.
God created them!
Amen.
No, I don't mean to be disrespectful.
Keep smiling.
I absolutely agree. Because I try to create a positive, forward, like, banter-friendly, like, friendship-driven type of community, right? Where we're all just fucking around, having a good time, just doing whatever, right? Like, nothing really is serious or really matters that much. We're just doing our thing. I think that's really important to have a community like that. And there are times, like, for instance, Relic, when he was dealing with his thing, right, with his family and stuff, and I know he's still going through stuff like that, and it's like, you know, everyone has their thing, so everyone has their moment, right? Today just happened to be mine, I guess. And it's like the saddest thing is that I don't really know them that much, right? So it's like, how do you feel for someone that you don't really know? And I think this is the first time in my life that I've had someone who's like close to me like this actually like have something like this. That's like more, because usually I'm the one who gets injured. Usually I'm the one in the hospital, right? So it's like glad I'm not, it's my immediate family or anything like that, even though it kind of is, but it's like, it's one of those things. But you gotta confront it, you gotta live through it, you gotta, you know, build up on it, and, you know, keep going, trudging through the universe. My best mate killed somebody not long ago, now he's in prison for 18 years. That's fucked up, Smokey. My best friend's best friend hung himself when he was 18. And they were like best friends for like the longest time, and then he just, after a month, it took a month. He got into drugs for a month, and he got so out of hand, he hung himself. It's like, yeah, drugs are bad, guys. And like, it's a message for me. I feel it's like one of those universe things speaking to you, right? I'm like, that would be me if I got into drugs. I don't want this to happen to my other friend, my best friend, I'm his new best friend now. And then like I fucking do that? Like, I have never seen meth. I've seen coke, and I put coke on my teeth, but I've never snorted coke or done anything else with coke. I've never seen heroin. I've never seen meth. The closest is like Breaking Bad. I didn't even know it was like an actual like crystal shavings. I didn't actually know that. I just thought it was just the way they called it. Ready to head over there now. All right, let's go. Only other drug I have done is acid. See, I want to do acid because I want to see something that's not there. I want to like have an hallucination. Wild first conversation to hear the end of. The Hidden Scotty. Welcome to the stream, Hidden Scotty. Not gonna lie, we talk about some fucked up shit here. We try to be as real and, you know, down to earth as possible. And that means tackling some very hard topics with some very not very good conversations with some very interesting outcomes of opinions. Let's just say that. Personally, I'm against all recreational drugs. I am too, and if you're like inside of like this, like drugs have caused like at least 5 people that I've known to die. Like before the age of like 18. Wait, did you take the food? Wait, what food? Invitations will be sent out for the Mandingo Party mail invite. Okay, thanks. Make sure you do it to the alternate email, Smokey, or I won't check it, because I only check the alternate email, because that's the one that all the porn is in. I mean, what? There's food you can make to give % to attack. Wait, what? There's food? Do you have any? You got some for me, bro? Wait, what? Is it like a temporary buff? I don't need to see what isn't there or something, since I already am paranoid in general. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. And, like, that's why it's like I've never done it, because it's something that, like, I would like to do, but it's something I'm terrified of. Because you can do acid once and never stop tripping. And I know I have a very unique brain. I have not schizophrenia. I have epilepsy. I have seizures. Things that fuck with your brain are just, it's just a bad idea. Why are you gambling with that shit? Right? Your life is already on dice. The fuck is wrong with you? You got other people you gotta think about, bro. Fucking sit down, bitch. Oh, crazy. But yeah. No, we definitely, like, and it is writing, right? Like, I always like to approach everything from the nuanced perspective in a preface context of, I don't care what's actually real. I like discussing ideas, possibilities, hypotheticals, and then using that and people's reactions towards that as a mechanism to increase my ability of storytelling so that I can tell the best story that's ever been told. And the only way to do that is to hear stories from other people. Eat these? Wait, do I eat, like, all of them, or just, like, one? Wait, do I use one for, like, all of us? So, like, one for me, and then one for each of the pals? Or do I eat all of them? Just one. Okay. Oh, wait, you gave me another one? Stir-fried to eat both of them? Okay. Okay. Dude, let's do more than 150 fucking K damage. Let's fucking do this. Oh, wait. Improve your defense. Oh, I ate the defense one. You need defense, eat the other one. Wait, you can, like, trade back and forth? Oh, I don't know. Okay, well, I'll just eat the attack one again. Okay, are you guys ready for this shit? This fight is, they say hard and you normally scoff at it. Nah, man. This shit fucking hard. Oh shit, hold on, I think Pal World is muted. Well, what a great start. What a great fucking start. I'm just going all out. Blast, 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 blast! Oh man, I didn't pull him back fast enough. Dude, we're actually doing some damage. We've almost done 100k already. Okay, I'm using Griswold's special. Ah, fuck. Okay, here goes my biggest attack. Here's the biggest attack, the Agirian. Dude! Oh my god, he's giving her. Okay, okay. Just give me a second, we'll pull back some support and then we'll do the Ophidia. Okay, yeah, pull back now because he's got the rail gun out. How do you get... Okay, because I thought, right, like, How do I get the Grisbolt to do the rail gun? Or the minigun? Like, that's what I was trying to do. But he wasn't doing it. So, like, how do I get them to, like... Oh, fuck, he's charging me! Oh, fuck! Okay, I don't know if this is working or not. I don't know. I'm just gonna keep throwing at him, because I don't think we're doing enough. We're gonna run out of time, unfortunately. Like, I thought we were doing enough at the beginning, but it's like, it's just not doing anything anymore. I'm just gonna keep trying to go through the rotation. I'm not gonna worry about the specials or anything like that. I think I'm wasting, like, since I'm not good at it, I am wasting, like, cooldowns and damage, by trying to be fancy. And that's gonna lose us the fight.
You can do it. We believe in you.
Thanks, Smokey. We're gonna try. We're gonna try. Right? Do our best. I mean, they've got the abilities, right? Like, their abilities are doing fucking damage. Like, the problem is, we're not even halfway there, and we're more than halfway through the timer. So unless we get, like, a massive spike in damage, but this is twice as much damage as we did last time, and I don't even feel like we're in danger of dying. I just feel like we're just not doing enough damage. Like, if we didn't have a timer, we'd, like, easily be able to do this. It wouldn't even be a problem. I don't know if using this rocket launcher thing either is, like, a good thing or a bad thing, because I don't know how much, like, my normal, like, charge rifle does. Only 200? Oh, it does 400, actually, if I hit them. That's a lot of damage, actually. I'm probably missing a lot of damage by being a noob and not using the charge rifle. Yeah, I mean, the consistency of it also matters, too, right? Like, this is like a... Okay, that's like 1,000 damage right there, right? And it's just like I can consistently do that 1,000 damage. So it's like maybe it is better to just use the energy beam. Like, look at that. Like, 3 times 400. That's 1,200 damage right there. Every time. And I can get, like, instant crits. I don't have to worry about all this bullshit. Like, I think this is definitely the strongest weapon. We got 40 seconds, and we're barely at half. So, I don't think we're gonna win, but this is definitely way better. We're doing, like, way fucking better. We just need, like, a little bit more of a buff. Maybe if my guys were all level 80, and I'm sure there's, like, something else I can do to max them out. Maybe get better passives on... Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, that almost one-shot me. Straight through my shield, too. Holy shit. Have I just been, like, avoiding? I don't know what killed me. Okay, well, I mean... I guess he just went... Stop talking shit about me. And... was like, you're gonna die now. And he just killed me. Did more than half. Yeah, no, that was a really, really good attempt. Dude, that was a really good attempt. Like, we just need, like, another small power. If all my guys were level 80, right? If I knew what my rotations were, if I could maximize my damage, we'd be set. We'd be able to do it. That was fun. That was good. Right? Used 130 shots-ish. I didn't lose a single Pokemon. Right? Like, no one died. Everyone's pretty much at full health. So it's like, I was just playing cautious for, like, no reason. They just didn't need it. I just needed to go full damage mode. But even then, I don't think we have enough. I think I need more. So, like, maxing out their IVs, maxing out their passives, right? Like, I need to go to, like, the surgical table, and I need to put, like, fucking god of fucking, like, demon god on them and stuff, right? We did not win, but we were way closer, and, like, before, I didn't see the light at the end of the tunnel. Now I see the light at the end of the tunnel. So it's only a matter of a couple more upgrades. We knew that we weren't going in full, right? Like, my guys aren't level 80. So, they don't have their passives. Like, we could double our firepower. We're both level 80, but his Pokemon are probably all level 80. I haven't, like, fully completed my Pokemon thing yet. Oh, and look at that, my weapon is broken. My weapon was broken. The drone launcher. Oh, and I didn't even have my like, thing on. It gives me my PAL defense and stuff. Do I have my PAL attack on? I don't even think I have my PAL attack on. So actually, I wasn't even at my maximum either. I'm retarded. Where's my PAL attack? Yeah, attack 4 up. This is what I should have had on. So, like, I didn't even... Yeah, I'm missing out on, like, 15% attack damage. My bad. Again, we just didn't go in at full. It is what it is. Can you not fight the best together? Wait, Smokey, we did. But the problem is the time limit. The biggest problem is the time limit. You have to do a certain amount of damage. Right? And we just aren't at that damage threshold yet. But I do like the fact that they actually made the hard... This is the level 10 hard mode boss. This is the very first hard mode boss. There's like 6 more of them in the game. So we're like... Yeah. We're not even close. Right? Three, 2, 1, toke. And I don't know if the boss scales per person. So if we had 4 people, it'd probably be easier. That's my assumption. From what I've seen how team battles work. Anyways, I'm gonna call it here, guys. We had a good day today. We'll be back again tomorrow, as always. So, never stop being you, never stop creating, never stop imagining, never stop sharing your ideas. You are amazing, you are worth it, you are who I believe in. Never stop. Everything's in your power. So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, boys, who we rating today? What we doing? What we got? Find this tab here. Do we even have one open? What is this? The hell? Oh, there it is. Night, Scotty. See ya, bruv. See ya, guys. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. Love you guys. You guys are amazing, as always. Another fantastic day. We can say that. We can say that. Let's see who we got. Going. Excuse the boozies. Going to. Who's out there? Okay. This is a good one. This is a good one, guys. Get your wheels ready, and we'll see you on the other side.
Ah, who that?
Fuck your lizard. Wait.
It's, Jinx.
Yeah.
No, someone raided.
Oh. Who's that?
I Thank you.
Alright, fuck you, Smokey. We'll see you tomorrow. Peace!